welcome, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So it begins a month of trials. So we've got 3 trials starting today. Opening statements for the Leilani Simon case is coming soon. It does start at 9 a.m. Eastern, which is in about 12 minutes time. However, the judge has ruled, I only found this out earlier today, the judge has ruled that there has to be a half-hour delay on the live stream. So when it's 9 a.m., the live stream is going to be half an hour behind. So it's actually only going to, the court's only going to start streaming at 9:30 Eastern, if that makes sense. So I didn't bother altering the time of this live stream. I thought I'll come on a little bit early anyway, but in future days, I'll set the live stream for later to correspond with the beginning of the live stream rather than the beginning of the trial day, if that makes sense. So we've actually got about 40 minutes, just 38 minutes to actually wait for the start of the trial. But we can talk about jury selection, and also I briefly want to talk about the other 2 trials that are already also starting today. So we've got Sarah Boon. Sarah Boon is resuming jury selection today. Jury selection did start last Monday. However, because of Hurricane Milton and because the Sarah Boon case is in Florida, then they decided to take the week off, just in case. So the Sarah Boon jury selection is resuming today, and the trial will commence whenever the trial will commence. I think it's 2 days for jury selection, so I'm hoping that day 1 opening statements will start on Wednesday, and I will be streaming that trial. So I will be streaming Leilani's trial on this channel, and over on Michelle Walks, I will be live streaming Sarah Boon's trial. So yeah, I will be listening to 2 trials at once. That's going to be fun. That's going to be immense fun. So I've got it all set up. I spent yesterday rearranging this room so it was comfortable for me to sit in here. It's my little back room. There's all stuff piled around me. I've got virtually no room to walk. But it's a little bit more comfortable for me to sit down, and also I've got a little bed as well, so I can lie down because I got a bad back. All right, so sitting is bad for me. It doesn't do my back any good whatsoever, sitting. So standing is fine, walking is fine, lying down is fine, sitting not fine. Doesn't matter what chair I have, doesn't matter what position I'm in, sitting is not fine. So I've made it comfortable for me. All right, you don't need to know that, do you, really? But anyway. And also, we have got the Delphi trial. The Delphi trial. Now, Judge Frances Gull is not allowing live streaming. She's not allowing cameras in. She's not even allowing reporters and the general public to take in their phones. So we're going to get precious little coverage of the Delphi trial. Very little coverage. So I will be doing recaps on the Delphi trial when that starts proper. Jury selection starts today. I've got a little news piece by Fox 59. They're out there waiting right now. So the court there in Delphi, thankfully, all the 3 trials are all on Eastern time. I don't think I could have coped if they were all in different time zones. That would have been crazy. But fortunately, they're all in the same time zone. So, yeah, the doors will be open for the courtroom to begin jury selection over in Delphi. Jury selection is taking place in Allen County, And then there's 3 days. They are doing 100 potential jurors a day. And then they are getting their 12, and then however many alternates they use in Indiana. They're getting them on a bus, and they're shipping them to Delphi. So the trial will actually take place in Carroll County Courthouse. The jury there is sequestered. So they are going to have to basically get hunkered down in a hotel for a month. So I think that's going to be the major sticking point with getting a jury in Delphi. Who wants to be sequestered and hunkered down in a hotel for a month? You know, you're literally leaving your life. So anybody with kids, anybody with animals, it's a no-goer, isn't it? It's an absolute no-goer. So we'll see. But right here, right now, we are awaiting Leilani Simon. So as I said, I'll put my little banner up here, awaiting court. So even though in actual real time, court will be open in Chatham County, but there is a half-hour delay. So we can't watch until half an hour goes by. All right, so the live stream is on half an hour delay. So when it's 9 a.m. in Chatham County, we're not going to see it for half an hour. But so in future days, I'll set this live stream up like to start 30 minutes later or whatever. So just to make it clearer. Just to make it clearer. So we're going to talk about Leilani. We're going to talk about jury selection. I do have a little piece about Delphi that I want to play as well. And then we'll wait. We just need to wait until the court stream comes live. So WTOC are live streaming it. I think Law and Crime Network are live streaming it. So I'll just play around and see who's got the best stream. And what will happen, I've never streamed a trial before. I've normally either just watched on Law and Crime or Court TV or just joined some random chat who happens to be live streaming it. And then, you know, I can go about my business. So this is the first time I've attempted to stream a trial from start to finish, from gavel to gavel. So let's see how it goes. And also, throwing myself in at the deep end, I'm going to be streaming 2 trials for you all. Now, I am going to have to recruit some more mods for Michelle Walks, because I don't expect you mods to try to watch 2 trials and moderate 2 chats. That would be insane for anybody to do. So I'm going to recruit some more mods for Michelle Walks. So if you're a mod on this channel, don't worry. I'm not expecting you to mod on 2 channels at the same time. I'll just recruit some new mods. So when we're all set up for Sarah Boon, which is going to be live streamed on Michelle Walks, we'll deal with that issue then. So I think it's going to be Wednesday before opening statements in the Sarah Boon case. But I will keep my eye on it. If they just happen to recruit the jury today, they may well start the trial tomorrow. So I'll keep my eye on it. And I'll let you know. Let's say a couple of hellos. Down Under with Love, present. You are, Casey Marie. So ready. I am as well. So ready for this. Hi, Mason, Donna, Linda. So they begin. They do. PJ, hello. How come it's not starting to live stream till 10:30? Don't know. Good question, because it says 9:30 on this little piece that I'm going to play in a minute. So I don't know why that is, PJ. I don't know why that is. Hello, Mike, Kimberly. I might be wrong, but it is Eastern, isn't it? Savannah, Georgia is Eastern time. It is, isn't it? We'll check it in a minute. I've got a couple of super chats that I want to just thank in a second as well. I know, and it's such an absolutely adorable little boy. Beautiful, isn't he? A1, hello. Oh, I'm sorry, CW. Father-in-law passed away. Oh, you go and do your thing. Don't feel that you need to do any moderating. Just go and do your thing. It's really sad. Hello, Kerry from Australia. Two Arctic Wolves. Hello. What's we got? Angie, baby. Justice for Quinton. Absolutely. Petunia in Colorado. We've got Rexy. Charlotte. Broken Goth Doll. What's we've got? Andrew. Hello. Screaming Inside. Julie's Crafting. Broken Goth Doll. Don't forget to hit the like. Please do. Just helps boost this up into the algorithm. Hello, Christina. Babe. I'm not even going to try and pronounce your name. I'm sorry. All right, let me get to these super chats. So we got Purple AJ hopping in with the 5 gifted memberships. I can't shout them out because I've got my other computer set up ready to stream Sarah Boon. So I've just not got it set up today. I've got it ready for Sarah Boon. So thank you. If you got a gifted membership from Purple AJ, who is an absolute superstar, then please thank her in the chat. And we got a couple of other. We got Sylvia, member for 29 months, sitting there with your OG badge. Good stuff. And we've got Christina, 24 months. You got your OG badge today. Wow. Boom. Christina, thank you for the $9.99. Thank you so much. And I think we got another one later. Yeah, always a Walmart. Thank you for the 10 Australian dollars. Always a Walmart. It's called Asda here in the UK. Walmart's Asda. I don't know why it's not called Walmart. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about jury selection here. We'll read this article first before we play the thing. So jury's been seated for the Leilani Simon trial. 12 jurors and 4 alternates have been chosen. So we've got 19 indictments that they're going to be judging. Malice murder, felony murder, concealing the death of another and making false statements. A whole bunch of them. They're doing it for everything. So they should. Prosecutors and defence attorneys whittle down a pool of nearly 100 potential jurors. The main jury is made up of 7 males and 5 females. Of those, 9 jurors are white and 3 are black. The alternates are made up of 1 female and 3 males. Of those, 2 are black and 2 are white. The jury is made up of a wide range of ages. Some of the jurors disclose their job experience during questioning. One person who made it onto the jury works at Waste Management, which runs the landfill where Quinton was found. I'd have thought that would have been some kind of a bit of a no-no to have somebody who actually worked there at the landfill. I imagine that the defence wouldn't have liked that, but who knows? The supervisor of the landfill is expected to testify, and that juror says he knows of that person. Okay, that's weird. It's a bit of a surprise he wasn't given his marching orders, but anyway. Another juror is a former school teacher who worked with young kids. Many jurors during questioning said they watched news coverage of this high-profile case. Lawyers on both sides are ultimately trying to determine what, if, any opinions each potential juror had, whether they could render a verdict based on the evidence presented during trial. Jury will decide Simon's fate on the 19-count indictment, which accuses her of malice murder, felony murder, concealing death of another, and making false statements. So Chatham County Police Department, is that CCPD, and the FBI began a 6-week-long search of the waste management landfill in Chatham County, where they eventually found Quinton's remains. Simon was subsequently charged with his murder and arrested just before Thanksgiving. This is 2022. So she reported Quinton missing on the morning of the 5th of October, 2022. It quickly became very, very evident to law enforcement that this was a lie, that something way sinister had gone on here. So they kept her in their sights, and it was only when Quinton's remains were found that they actually arrested her. So she was eventually indicted in December of 2022. So court is set to begin Monday at 9 a.m. with opening statements. Now, we've got a little, I think it's on this one.
It's Dawn Baker. We begin tonight with breaking news. A jury of 12 and 4 alternates have been impaneled in the murder trial of Leilani Simon.
She is the Chatham County woman accused of killing and disposing of her 20-month-old son, Quinton, back 2 years ago. Our Flynn Snyder joins us now outside the Chatham County Courthouse. And Flynn, what do we know about the jurors in the case?
Well, Mike, Dawn, good evening. Jurors for Leilani Simon's murder trial were seated here at the Chatham County Courthouse just a little over an hour ago. Prosecutors and defense attorneys whittled down a pool of nearly 100 potential jurors to just 12, plus 4 alternates. We know the main panel of jurors consists of 5 women and 7 men. Some of the jurors did disclose their job experience during questioning. One juror most notably mentioned they worked for Waste Management, which is the company that runs the landfill where Leilani Simon's toddler Quinton's remains were found. Another said they had experience in education teaching young children. Many jurors during questioning said they had watched news coverage of this high-profile case. That's something that lawyers on both sides had to work to overcome. They ultimately were trying to sniff out and determine what, if any, opinions each potential juror had and whether they could render a verdict based on the evidence presented during trial. Now, today's jury selections ends a multi-day process that involved several rounds of questioning for some jurors. These jurors are now tasked with deciding Leilani Simon's fate nearly 2 years since she was charged in the death of her toddler, Quinton. Opening statements are expected to get underway in this closely watched trial. That's Monday morning at 9 a.m. Reporting live in Savannah, Flynn Snyder, WTOC News.
Now, WTOC will carry that trial live on WTOC Plus with the opening statements expected to start on Monday. Plus, we will continue to bring you everything that happened in the courtroom throughout the next few weeks as this trial goes on. In fact, our 7 p.m. newscast will also be dedicated to giving you a recap on what we...
All right, so they didn't say what I expected them to say, that there's an half-an-hour delay. I've definitely seen it on this channel.
Just move.
Oh, I'm sick of
Free your mind.
Billions of miles and all of that stuff. It's hard to imagine. It's funny you mentioned we talk about Elon Musk and we talk about this NASA exploration, and you're watching the rockets that.
It's definitely on here that I saw that there was a half-hour delay, but I don't know why. Like Law and Crime, I've got it on for like to start in an hour. I don't understand that, but we're here early. We're here early, which means we're not going to miss anything. It's better to be early, isn't it, than to be late. Yeah, she lost her parental rights. She lost her parental rights to Billy Joe, Leilani's mother. Yeah, I thought so as well. I'm not sure about Daniel Youngkin. I wonder how much Billy Joe knew. I think she knew. I don't think Leilani told her, but I think she knew. I think she knew deep down that Leilani had done something. Parental rights were already gone, but she was just living in the same house as Billy Joe. Do I think anyone else was involved? In Quinton's actual death, this is my opinion, but no, I think there may have been awareness, though, that something had happened. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see, aren't we? Like, I'd be interested to know what Leilani's defense is. You know, she pled not guilty, so let's see. Let's see what her defense is. What's that? Michelle has 2 channels, could be the other one. What are we talking about? Do I think the boyfriend knew? I think he did. I think he did. But that's just my opinion. We'll have to wait and see. And we've not got too long to wait now to find out. Presumably, he'll be called as a witness. I don't know. Wondering why the boyfriend hasn't been charged. Maybe because he cooperated. Maybe because they can't actually pin anything on him that would stick. I don't know. That's weird. Got a mail that was gifted a membership yesterday, but I'm still not in green. Could YouTube have cancelled that because they gave me a 24-hour timeout? Possibly, yeah. I don't know. I don't know the answer, but you normally go green instantaneously. So maybe because you were on a 24-hour timeout, like, you don't count because you're not actually there. If you're given a timeout, you're not actually there. But then again, you weren't given a timeout from my channel, were you? Like, presumably, you'd have to be given a 24-hour timeout from the channel from which the membership was gifted. So I don't know the answer to that. I really don't know the answer to that. That's a new one on me. I would imagine, though, if you'd been given a 24-hour timeout from my channel, which you haven't been, because I've not been live over the last couple of days. So if you only got the email yesterday that you've been gifted a membership, then it's not my channel. I don't know. Because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why I'm trying to think this through. I have no idea. There's no memberships on the other channel, so it's not relevant. The other channel doesn't have memberships. I've never set them up over on Michelle Walks. Will I be covering the Menendez hearing if they allow cameras in November? Yes, definitely will. Yeah. What do we think about the Menendez case? Do you think they should be let out? I mean, they've been in there for, what, 30-something years? You think if there's new evidence, they should vacate their the sentence? I kind of do. I kind of do. But I don't know. I'm not firm on that. It'd be interested to see what new evidence they might have, though. How long is this trial expected to last? I don't know. I don't know if we've been given a time. Is this a capital? I don't know whether. Does Georgia have the death penalty? I haven't heard whether the prosecution's going for the death penalty. Does anybody else know? Reminds me of Adam and Kayla. Yeah, similar. That Kayla knew, but she granted, special dispensation because her testimony was necessary. I think the boyfriend knew. I think he knew. He may not have known right from when it happened, but I think he knew pretty quickly. I think he cooperated, though. Yeah, I do. It will be sad. It will be really sad. It will be really, really sad. Yeah, people knew about the abuse, like the babysitter knew about the abuse. So I think everybody knew about the abuse. Oh, Betty reported you. Oh. Well, if it's nothing to do with this channel, then unless your account was, like, your entire account was banned for 24 hours, in which case you wouldn't have been, like, on YouTube to be able to be gifted a membership. It would have gone to someone else. I don't know. But it's not a delay. You go green straight away. Possibly, yeah. And also, they said that one of the indictments says that he was murdered with an object. She used an object to murder him. And I wonder whether it's because they found Quinton's blood on something in the house. Something that could have been used as a weapon. Why Leilani's mother wasn't. Billy Joe, I've gone back and forth on Billy Joe because she thought she was doing the right thing. Like, she had to work, to feed the family. So her and Billy Joe's husband were both working. They had a nice house, they had a nice lifestyle, so they needed to work. And Billy Joe believed that Leilani was never left on her own with the kids. So in the day when Daniel was at work, the kids went to the babysitters. And then Daniel picked them up when he got back from work. So Billy Joe believed that the kids were safe, that they were either at the babysitters or they were with Daniel. And then there's also a brother, Paul, who lived there as well. And we've never heard anything about him. So I'll be interested to know what his role was in the household and whether he was in the house when the murder actually happened. So I don't think Billy Joe could be charged because she had the kids' care covered. From a legal standpoint, you might say, well, she was really naive, and yes, she was, but naivety isn't a crime. So Live in 78 minutes, says Court TV. I don't know. It says, right, we'll go live on W Talk.
You know, insecurity can be your enemy. It can make you disagree with everybody. Every meeting, every place you go, every relationship, you're always in some kind of fight. Learn how to get along with people and stop disagreeing. Embrace security, not insecurity. My name is Ricky Temple. Go and be confident.
And have tours. The children need to know about this wall and the importance of it.
Yeah, honoring, of course, Vietnam veterans. It's somewhat of a replica of.
So where are W Talk streaming it? W Talk Plus.
WTOC just got a whole lot better. Now you can watch more live news, get the forecast even easier, and learn more than ever before with
You see, Quinton's got his own section. What's newscast, weather, news now. There was a piece, there was a news piece on here, on this site, that said that the live stream would start at 9:30 Eastern, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So I don't know why Court TV and Law and Crime are only starting their broadcast like an hour later. Either they know something I don't, in which case, fair enough. They may know something I don't, but that's okay. We can chat while we're waiting. If CPS told Billy not to leave the kids with Leilani, then she would be charged. Unless they were okay with Leilani being around kids while supervised. I think that was it. I think Leilani had to be supervised. Or else, if that wasn't the case, then Leilani would have had to leave the house. Like, Leilani wouldn't have even been allowed to live there. So, all right, while we're waiting, I've got a little Delphi piece I want to show you. But first, I'll just check Twitter just to see if there's anything on Leilani's case that we should know. On the docket for opening statements, there's Leilani Simon accused of killing a 20-month-old son. So those are the indictments. I do remember doing a live stream reading through all of those. Help me out. Well, the reason is because for someone called Little Wicks, is because the live stream starts later. So less than an hour away from opening statements in the trial of Leilani Simon, cameras are now in the courtroom with streaming allowed on a 30-minute delay. See, I told you. I told you. There we go. I feel vindicated. I feel absolutely vindicated now. Yeah, they are. They're starting right now. They will have actually started. But there's a 30-minute delay on the live stream. So I feel vindicated now. So I don't know why Court TV and Law and Crime Network have got their live stream set for later. So this person says live stream starts at 12:15. Well, okay. I don't know who you are, but there we go. So she's from WTalk. We'll be live streaming on WTalk.com on a 30-minute delay per the judge's orders. We're also waiting for an order on whether we'll be able to live blog. If we will, that'll be on our website as well. So that just sends me back to where we've been. Which is okay, cool. See, that's Law and Crime Network. And they're only starting at 3:30 p.m. So 65 minutes. How bizarre. How bizarre. So Molly believes it's 10:30. It's 9:30. According to WTalk, it's 9:30. Anyway. We'll stick with WTalk. Or WSAV are also streaming it, I think. First day of Leilani Simon due to begin. Okay. See, opening statements are set to begin at 9 a.m. So I don't know. Oh, look, there's me. Yeah, the jury's already been chosen. The jury was seated on Friday. Yeah, they picked a jury last week, yeah. So Wednesday they did jury selection. Thursday they did motions hearing. I've done a couple of videos on it. I did a couple of videos on the jury selection and the motions hearing that happened last Thursday. And then they finalised the jury selection on Friday. So opening statements set to begin. They should have already started, but we're on a delay. Will I be providing commentary? Very little, because I can't stand it when people commentate through a trial. So no, I'm not going to be commentating. I might say the odd thing, but generally speaking, it will just be breaks and lunchtime. 9 a.m. Eastern was 26 minutes ago. You are correct. However, there's a half-hour delay on the live stream. The judge requires a half-hour delay on the live stream. So we'll see if WTalk's got. Unless W took her wrong and it is starting at 10:30. I don't know.
WTOC just got a whole lot better. Now you can watch more live news, get the forecast even easier, and learn more than ever before with special series. It's all on WTOC Plus. Join me, Simone McKinney, as we dive deeper into topics that matter most to you. Here's how it works. Search WTOC on your Fire TV, Apple TV, Roku, or Android TV devices. Click the download button and
shut up. So where? I
want you boys to play like my Georgia Farm Bureau.
Georgia Farm Bureau, we never drop the ball.
Play like Georgia Farm Bureau and never drop the ball. Let's do it, coach. Let's
go. See, according to W Talk, Monday morning, 9 a.m. Got a timeline here. So what does the timeline tell me? Interesting. This is interesting. So September 7th, 2022, police report shows Quinton's mother called police. So Quinton's mother called police after reported the domestic dispute with his grandmother. So that'd be Billy Joe. Quinton's mother did not press charges. Quinton's grandmother told police on scene she was thinking about kicking her daughter and her boyfriend out of the home. September 8th, Quinton's grandmother, Billy Howell, filed paperwork to evict the couple. September 26th, Leilani Simon receives an eviction notice. September 28th, Chatham County Judge Lisa Colbert ordered Quinton's mother to start paying child support for Quinton and his older sibling. Quinton's grandmother had sole custody of both children. That order came exactly a week before Quinton disappeared. October 5th, Quinton Simon last seen at 6 a.m. At some point in the morning, Quinton's grandmother says his mother, Leilani Simon, called off the babysitter. Quinton reported missing around 9:30 a.m. October 6th, police confirmed they obtained a search warrant for Quinton's grandmother's home where he was living. October 7th, Chatham County Police released a tip hotline for Quinton's case. Chatham County Police Chief Jeff Hadley says they are still searching and foul play is not expected. And then they quickly changed the tune. October 10th, police searched the home again, drained the family's backyard pool. W-Top learned 40 FBI agents were assisting with the search. October 11th, police announced they had seized evidence they believe would help move the case forward and a criminal investigation is possible. October 12th, Chatham County Police Department and FBI notify Quinton's family they believe he's dead. Police name his mother, Leilani Simon, as a prime suspect. October 13th, police hold news conference with FBI. They confirm Quinton's body has not been found and his mother is the only suspect at this time. October 18th, the Chatham County Police Department, FBI and other agencies begin the search for Quinton Simon's body at the Chatham County Landfill. Chatham County Police Chief Jeff Hadley said the department believes Simon's body was thrown into a dumpster and then unknowingly disposed of at a landfill. The specific landfill is one off Little Neck Road near L. Scott Stell Park. October 22, 4 people arrested outside Quinton's home. Oh, that's the protesters. 24th. So that was the interview with W-Talk. November 18th, Chatham County found possibly human remains during the search for the landfill. Following Monday, tests confirmed those to be human. Further tests being done. November 21st, Chatham County Police and FBI made the announcement Leilani Simon had been arrested in connection with the death of Quinton. November 23rd, Chatham County Judge denied Leilani Simon bond. And then October 9th of this year, jury selection begins. And here we are. Right, have we got a live stream up? W-Talk. Where are you live streaming? I do not understand. No, boyfriend didn't get charges. No. All right, I'm going to go onto YouTube and see whether WTalk have a stream on there. No, they don't. So Law and Crime and Court TV must know something we don't. But I just went off what WTalk said. And it is now gone 9:30 Eastern, hasn't it?
If you want to know how to win the fight for mental availability, then I suggest you take a look at our brand new 3-part video series, Want to Take This Outside.
Across 2005. So since then, we've expanded. We've created the Zunzibar model, which is what we're at right here. But in downtown Savannah, we have Zunzies and Zunzibar. We've got
All right, there's people I'm on Law and Crime here, Law and Crime Network. People are confused here as well. Shouldn't it be on now? Yes, it should. I don't understand. Because is it Savannah, Georgia is Eastern, isn't it? Yeah, but I don't understand how we're all confused. Yes, it's Eastern. So why? Maybe they're having technical difficulties. Yeah, but why has Law and Crime Network only got their stream set up for 10:30 Eastern when on the WTalk website, and WTalk are a local, they've been following the case from day one. Like, they have their own section on Quinton. Where is it? Here. And they've been saying all along that they start at 9, which is, it will have started. So where's the live stream? I don't understand. And why have Law and Crime Network only got theirs set up for 10:30? I don't understand. I don't get it.
You shop local. You eat local. So why not donate blood local? Help us put local back in blood donation and save lives right here in your community. Donate blood with the Blood Connection, your community blood center.
So specialty bikes for kids to use.
That feeling when your economy ticket gets bumped.
So it must be 10:30 and WTOC have got it wrong. Oh, well, we'll keep checking. Where's my... We'll keep checking. All right, let's talk about Delphi for a minute then, while we're waiting. I do have Law and Crime up in the background, so if they go live, you know, earlier, I will know, because I do have it up in the background. So don't worry, we're not going to miss anything. I've also got WTOC up in the background, but they don't actually have a live stream set up, so so even though they said they were streaming it, I don't know where they're streaming it. So
Make light work of online purchases and subscriptions from a single dashboard. And with
stand by for the news now. Don't know what that is. I don't even know whether that's live. It's not even live. All right. All right, I've got something to show you about Delphi. Let's... let me just swap accounts here. All right, jury selection in Delphi. So this is from Fox 59.
Selection begins in the case against the man accused of killing 2 teenage girls in Delphi 7.5 years ago.
Richard Allen was arrested 2 years ago and has been in custody ever since. Our Kit Hanley's live in Fort Wayne, where the selection process will begin later this morning. And Kit, we understand you have someone else with you now.
Yes, Lindy Scott, good morning. It's been a long, drawn-out process to get to this point, but today, Allen County Judge Fran Gohl will be overseeing the questioning of 100 potential jurors, 300 in total throughout the week, with the hopes of filling the 12-person jury box this week. Now, of course, this all pertains to the case against Richard Allen, the Delphi man accused of killing both Abby Williams and Libby German back in 2017. And our Fox 59's Russ McQuaid has been following this story from the very beginning, and he's actually been out here since 4 a.m. along with a few other people waiting outside of the courthouse. Now, Russ, why was it so important for you to be out here this morning?
Good morning, Fort Wayne. Good morning, Indianapolis. It's important to be out here because courtroom access is so limited. There are only 5 seats set aside for reporters. Max Lewis is one of them. He's a pool reporter this morning. Then there's only room literally for 12 other people, whether they be reporters or the public. And the problem with that is you've got to get in line at 4 a.m. because I have to be in that courtroom this morning to hear the opening statements to the potential jurors by both the defense and prosecution. If you hear those opening statements, if you get an idea of what they're looking for in jurors, then that kind of starts to lay out the strategy for the entire case, which will then make its move across state to Delphi later this week.
Yeah, and let's talk about, how these next 3 days are going to go. How difficult do you think it will be to find the 12 jurors in this case?
In Indianapolis, if this was a Marion County case, it would be difficult. It will be difficult here because you're asking the good people of Fort Wayne to sit on a jury to determine the guilt or innocence of a man of a crime that did not happen in their city. Plus, you're also saying to the good people of Fort Wayne, by the way, we're going to put you on a bus 2 hours away to Delphi and then another half hour from there to go live at a hotel in Lafayette for the next month. How many people could give up their life, taking care of the kids, the dog, their loved ones, their job for the next month to go sit in another part of the state in a pressure cooker situation to determine the guilt or innocence there? So that's what's going to be hard. They've sent out jury summonses for 300 people. Let's say 220, 240 respond. Then you start sifting through that. We'll get a handful every day. It all starts this morning at 9 o'clock.
It does. Thank you so much, Russ. He's been out here all morning. He'll be inside the courtroom today, along with our Max Lewis, who will be taking notes inside the courtroom. Now, once again, this trial is set to start on Thursday in Delphi. For now, reporting live in Allen County, Kit Hanley, Fox 59 News.
Thank you, Kit and Russ. And of course, as this all happens, we'll get you information as quickly as we're able to, considering what we're not allowed to have in the courtroom.
Considering what they're not allowed to have in the courtroom. They're not allowed laptops or phones. Nothing. They're allowed nothing. I bet they're not even allowed to take a drink in. Francis, oh dear. So the trial, Indiana versus Richard Allen, starts proper on Thursday. So I will be bringing you as much coverage as I can, given that there's very few people actually going to be in the courtroom, and the news from the courtroom is going to be very delayed because, you know, reporters and people in there can't even live tweet. So it is what it is. We're going to try to make the best of it as best we can. How's Gull getting away with her crap? I don't know. I don't know. Is the bridge path still open? Yes, it is. You can only get halfway along the bridge now. They've kind of made half of the bridge much more stable, and it's got like proper fencing, so you can only get halfway across the bridge, but the trails are all open. Yeah. It is. It's absolutely nuts. It's one that, if any case should have been televised, it's that one. It's incredibly intense, because the jury is going to be sequestered. So they're doing the jury selection in Allen County. Then on Thursday, or presumably Wednesday night, once the jury's chosen, they're going to be busing them to Lafayette to stay in a hotel. And then every morning, they're going to bus them from Lafayette to Delphi ahead of the trial, and then bus them back at night. So imagine the cost. Imagine the cost of that for a month. Like housing them, feeding them. And who? They're going to be lucky to get 12 people plus however many alternates they need to agree to it. Who could agree to that? If you've got kids, if you've got pets, if you've got anything at all, you know, it's going to be a very biased sample who can actually deal with that kind of sequestration. Isn't it? It's going to be very biased. It's going to be biased towards like single people who maybe don't have many ties in life, or older people who are retired. I mean, I know that, you know, in many cases, juries are sequestered. You know, it happens over here as well. You know, when there's a very unusual case, they sequester the jury. But this is crazy, especially as it's not televised. So it's going to be, you know, there's going to be loads of people outside. There's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot for anybody to handle. Yeah, W Talk did say that, but I've got that up in the background, but there's no live stream there. There was a really good comment, and I can't find it now. I should learn to star comments so I can get back to them. Oh, there we go. Have law enforcement ever tried to train vultures like cadaver dogs? I don't think cooperation with humans is something that vultures have ever bothered themselves with. So I don't think vultures would be trainable. I think vultures just do what they want. They're not going to cooperate with humans. So I don't think so, no. They've trained otters. They've trained otters as cadaver otters in for water searches. I've only ever seen one, but otters are trainable because they're a lot like dogs, otters. You know, if you treat them nice, they will cooperate, and they've got a really good sense of smell. Oh yeah, crows are very smart. The corvid family are very smart, but I think even them, I don't think they're gonna bother themselves with human cooperation. It's like trying to train a cat. You know, cats will be capable of. They don't have the same sense of smell as dogs, but they do have a good sense of smell. So, have you ever seen a cadaver cat? No, for a reason, because cats don't go for cooperation either. There was a vulture at a local zoo who was trained. He did flight for educational purposes. Cool. Yeah, but the amount of training you need to, you know, train an animal to search for a very specific scent. Yeah, otters. Yeah, there was an otter. I saw a program on it. Ferrets? I don't know about ferrets. That's funny. Dear me. That's it. The cats do understand what we want. They're not going to concern themselves with what we want, though. That's the thing. All of the corvid family are clever. Like there's crows, jays, magpies, ravens, crows. They're all very intelligent. There's a few crows round here, and they've all got it in for Cassie. Like whenever they see her, they all alarm call. Like they seat themselves on like roofs and stuff. They're like watching her all the time because last year sometimes she killed one of their crew. She killed one of them, so they've all got it in for her now. I don't know exactly what they're planning, but they're planning something because they're watching her. It's very unnerving, honestly. Cats would eat the evidence, they would. If they were hungry, they would. They'd just walk off. Warwick Castle have got trained vultures. Cool. Well, maybe then. Maybe it's possible. Maybe it is. Oh, yeah. That's it. That's it. Cassie's in for it. Whatever they've got planned, they're gearing up the troops. I wonder if you could train a pigeon. You could train a pigeon to do tricks. Pigeons aren't as stupid as people think they are. Yeah, birds are not my favourite thing either. They're very unnerving. They're unnerving creatures. They unnerve me. All right, let's go back to Quinton's case here and see whether WTOC have got anything updated. I think WTalk have got their time wrong. I think Court TV and Law and Crime Network are right that it's starting at 10:30. I think WTalk are the ones that are wrong. But that's who I believed. See, there's nothing new at all on their website. Let's have a see what WSAV are saying here. This is from a couple of days ago, though.
We're continuing our coverage now on that high-stakes murder trial of a Chatham County mother accused of killing her toddler and dumping his body in the trash. WSAV's Kelly Fedko inside the courtroom. She tells us who will make up the jury for Leilani Simon's case.
The jury officially seated in the trial of Leilani Simon, accused of murdering her 20-month-old son, Quinton. It took 2 days and nearly 15 hours for both counsels to narrow down a jury pool of 98 people to 16 jurors. That includes 4 alternates. The jury consisting of 10 men and 6 women, all of mixed age and race. Opening statements begin on Monday. I'll be in court that day, giving you updates throughout the day, and I will be with you through the entirety of this trial. Reporting in Savannah, Kaylee Fedko, WSAV News 3 on your side.
Cool. Cool. See, there's nobody's reporting. So court mustn't have started because there will be reporters in the courtroom. So court mustn't have started. So WTalk have just got the time wrong. Which is annoying, but there you go. There you go. Let's see if there's anything on Delphi while I'm here. Delphi. Let's go. Opening statements for Delphi expected Friday. Okay. So listen to this. Jury selection is underway. Jurors are being selected in Fort Wayne. Let's have a listen.
Rafael Sanchez in Fort Wayne outside the Allen County Courthouse. Jury selection begins today in the case against Richard Allen. Allen, the man accused of killing the 2 Delphi teens, Libby German and Abby Williams, back in February of 2017. This is the latest mugshot of Allen as he was brought here to the Allen County Jail. As for jury selection, 300 potential jurors are part of the pool. 100 potential jurors will be called every day, today, Tuesday, and Wednesday, until both sides can pick 12 jurors and 6 alternates. It is possible that this case could begin as early as Friday. Of course, the case will be heard in Carroll County in Delphi. For now, Rafael Sanchez in Fort Wayne with the very latest.
All right, so why are they not starting Thursday? What's happening on Thursday? Why are they having a day off on Thursday? The Delphi killings remains the subject of rampant speculation and theories by true crime enthusiasts. Oh dear. Should we check up on Sarah Boon? Should we see if there's anybody reporting on Sarah Boon? Sarah Boon Her trial starts today. Jury selection. So Dizzy says it here. Jury selection, after being postponed due to Milton, is starting up again today. And once that trial starts, that trial is being televised. Once that trial starts, I will be live streaming that trial as well on my other channel, Michelle Walks. So as soon as that trial starts, we will be streaming 2 trials at the same time. One on this channel. So Leilani Simon will remain on this channel. And then Sarah Boon will be on Michelle Walks. Here she is. Here she is. Here she is. Got sound? No sound. So this is Sarah Boon coming into the courtroom. Showing off her silverware there. So not shackled. Interesting. So that's Mr. Owens, who's defending her. She's looking happy there. Looking very happy. That looks like Tob Lesenby from Delphi. Doesn't he? For those who know Tob Lesenby. Doesn't he look like Tob Lesenby? That's crazy. So for those interested in the Sarah Boon trial, that will be streamed over on Michelle Walks. So as soon as jury selection's over and they start opening statements, we will be streaming 2 trials. 2 trials at the same time. This one on this channel, Leilani Simon on this channel, and then Sarah Boon over on Michelle Walks. So this is Kathy Rewson from Law and Crime Network. Jury selection begins this morning after a delay due to a hurricane. We're likely to take several days to seat a jury. We're not allowed to broadcast jury selection. So there's no court broadcast until opening statements. She's looking happy. Good for you, Sarah. Good for you. How happy she looks. Do you know what? I think Sarah Boon believes that she's going to get away with it. I honestly think Sarah Boon is that conceited and that arrogant that she thinks she's going to get away with it. Nuts. Oh, what's happened? This is Law and Crime Network. What's happened? Something went wrong. What's happened? Well, all right then. Oh, we're live. We are live. We are live in Georgia. They're going to have to sort out their audio. Can you hear that? Clicking noise. That's a loose cable. That's bad. Come on, Law and Crime, sort it out. I'm gonna just go back in. I'm gonna just go back in. That's terrible.
Council table. She is represented by her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Hurst. The state of Georgia is represented by USA Campaign Assistant District Attorney Jenny Parker, as well as Detective Marion.
It's a pool camera, so it.
And with that, all witnesses shall remain outside the courtroom except when you are personally called to testify. All witnesses shall not discuss the case with other witnesses or with the parties or with anyone else until the evidence is concluded or you've been excused from appearance.
That is
Are there
terrible.
any witnesses other than the detective present at this time?
Your Honor, as to the detective, just to make the record clear, I will make the motion to have her exempted from the rule of sequestration. She is the state's designated representative in this case, and her presence throughout the trial will be essential for the orderly presentation of the evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I always lodge an objection to that since we devote the rule of sequestration, but I understand that it's in fact majority law in this state. I know my objection to it.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hilliard. With that, is there anything that we need to take up before bringing in the jury and swearing them in? Okay. Please bring in the jury.
Oh, Leilani, why are you crying? Crying already. Please bring the audio, never mind the jury. Yeah. I do have another stream up in the background, but they're not streaming yet. So once they start streaming, I'll see whether their audio is better.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please have a seat. Everyone else in the courtroom as well, please have a seat. All right. First of all, good morning to you. Thank you anyone have any issues with those instructions? No, ma'am.
All right, so we're on W Talk, and their audio is a little bit better here.
With that, you will now be sworn as jurors.
So it was just Law and Crime Network that was bad.
You shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder 2 counts, concealing the death of another, false report of a crime, making a false statement 14 counts, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Please respond with I will.
I will.
You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump right in.
One of the jurors was missing.
Oh my. Okay, ma'am, you come on down. Thank you, Mr.
One of the jurors is missing. That's not a good start, is it? One of the jurors is missing.
Good morning. Okay, let's do that again.
Raise your right hands. You shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder.
They found the juror. They found them.
False report of a crime, making false statements, 14 counts, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Please respond with I will.
I will.
You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started right away. The first thing I'm going to do is give you some preliminary instructions. I have asked the bailiff to provide you with pens and notepads for your use during trial. You may take notes, but you are not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and evaluating witnesses' credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination of the believability of their testimony. The notes until you...
All right, I'm going to mute out now. This is a load of soundable gore. This is as boosted can be. So this is as good as it's going to get, I'm afraid. It's at least it's better than Law and Crime Network. So I'm going to mute out now.
What they are.
We'll see you shortly.
I don't have everything that I need. So this is a wonderful way to start out. We're going to take already a 5-minute break. Okay, so you take the jurors to the deliberation room.
Oh, wow. 5-minute break. All right, I'll move my mic right away so I don't scare you. So if you turn your volume up your end, you should be fine. And I'll move my mic like right away from me so I don't blast your ears when I come back. Yeah, 5-minute break. Dear me. This is what court's like, though. Law and Crime's fixed the audio, have they? I don't know why they're doing 5-minute break right now.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. The court is to refer to her notes and to essentially read from the notes. I have big gaps in my notes that I didn't realize until now. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. We're in recess. Yeah.
Dear me. Dear me.
All right, if you are joining us on this live stream, you're watching the opening statements of the Leilani Simon trial. We know that Leilani Simon is accused of killing her son, Quinton Simon, on October 5th. This is 2 years later. She's now facing 19 charges that include malice murder, concealing the death of another, and making false statements. Just then, you heard the judge request a 5-minute break. She mentioned that her notes did not look the way that they should, so we are going to wait for that trial to continue.
All right. Okay, let's do a sound test here. So Court TV are also live. Let's see if their audio is better than W Talk. That's way better, isn't it? That's way better. So let's watch it on Court TV. So Court TV are on a little bit of a delay, but it's better audio. So I'm making the executive decision to do it on Court TV. Listen to how better the audio is on Court TV.
Read from the notes. I have big gaps in my notes that I didn't realize until now. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
So that's Court TV. And then this is W Talk.
My notes need to be a little bit different from what they are.
So Court TV is better. In my opinion, Court TV is way better. There's no sound because I've turned the sound off. Court TV is better. Cool. All right, so we'll stick with Court TV and we'll go back to real time. So this is real time now. So Court TV are on a few second delay. So W Talk is like a few seconds ahead, but I think Court TV are a little behind because they're boosting the audio. So maybe that's why there's a little bit of a delay. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. At least we've got a big choice. So if Court TV's audio goes down, then we'll go back to W Talk. I'll keep W Talk up in the background, just in case. Actually, no, I won't, because it'll confuse me. But I'll just get it back up. If we start having an issue, we'll go back. Are you the same? I do this all the time with trials. I don't think I watch a trial day on the same channel. I just keep flicking back and forward between different channels. Why did the judge have a 5-minute break? Because all her notes weren't there. So she's going to have to go back to her chambers to find her notes. Dear me. Leilani's gained a few pounds. Well, she's nothing to do, has she? And also, she'll be sober. So cocaine was her drug of choice. So you don't eat much when you're on court, and it boosts your metabolism. Yeah, court's 15 minutes, yeah. Because the judge, she'll get sat in her chambers, someone will come in, she'll be having a conversation, she'll make a brew, and then 15 minutes will have gone by, and she'll thought, oh, hell's teeth. They're all there waiting for me to come back. Getting sober does make you fat. It absolutely does. It totally does. And I'm honestly not speaking from experience, but I'm speaking from the experience of watching people get sober. Even quitting smoking, like smoking tobacco, does it. I remember my dad when he gave up smoking, and he wasn't a massive smoker. He wasn't like a chain smoker or anything. But when he gave up smoking, he comforted. And every time he fancied a cigarette, he got like a snack. And he put on a huge amount of weight very quickly as well. Jury notes, good start. Yeah, so they lost to Juror. and then the judge hasn't got her notes. Is this alleged? No, this is Leilani Simon. This is Quinton Simon's mother. So let me get up a picture of Quinton. Just a second. Let's find a good picture of him. Just 1 second. Why is it put me in maps? Here's Quinton. This is Quinton Simon. 20 months old. 20 months old. 20 months old. And his mother is now on trial for his murder. Oh, that's a cute picture. They're all cute. He's adorable. He's so adorable. So that's who we're talking about, Quinton. The thing with this trial I'm waiting for is to find out what her defense is going to be. I don't know how her defense is going to be able to find like avenues to get in the jury's mind some reasonable doubt. I don't know how they're going to do it. I'm very interested to find out. Leilani needs pictures of him in her cell. Yeah. I know. Imagine being blessed with such a beautiful little boy and then tossing him away like rubbish. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. It's exactly what she did. Life court is on a short break. Yeah, it is. I've got one of them. I've got an overlay for lunchtime so that if I need to step away, I can do. I'll show you my overlay. Woo! There's my overlay. Court is on a break. I mean, just think about all the people who can't have kids, who desperately try to have kids. And then so many people want to adopt children. And then you've got people like Leilani Simon, who just throws away a child. So many people would have wanted to adopt Quinton and his siblings. Remember that Quinton had 2 siblings. How come Billy Joe wasn't charged? She left him with Leilani. I think because she thought she was doing the right thing, because Leilani could be with the children as long as she was supervised. So when Daniel, Leilani's boyfriend, was at work, Billy Joe was paying for Leilani to basically sit on her arse while the kids were being looked after by the babysitter down the road. So all 3 kids went to the babysitters when Daniel was at work, and then when Daniel came home from work, he would pick them up. So Leilani was never on her own with those children. So Billy Joe thought that the children were safe because Leilani was never on her own with them. But, you know, she had to work. So, you know, Billy Joe wanted custody, and the court thought, well, yeah, as long as Leilani's supervised, because, you know, they'll be fine. There was several adults living in that house. So we've got Billy Joe and then Billy Joe's husband. I think his name's Tommy. They were both working. But there's Daniel, and then also there's a brother, an older brother called Paul, who we've never heard anything about. And I want to know whether he was in the house at the time that Quinton was murdered. But I think it was only Quinton that Leilani had a problem with. Like the elder child, I think she got on with. And then the baby, the little baby, was Daniel's biological baby. So Quinton was the odd one out. Paul had intellectual disabilities, I believe. I've heard that, but was he in the house? And is he able to communicate what he heard? Is Billy Joe in the courtroom today? Don't know. Don't know. Heard on another channel the brother was there that night. He was. But like I said, I want to know, what did he hear? Like, was he actually there at the time of the murders? If so, where was he? And what did he hear? And if he does have intellectual disabilities, unless he's completely non-verbal, then there will be an account from him. He will have been interviewed as well. So what does he know? And if he was so disabled that he needed looking after, who was looking after him? So presumably he wasn't so disabled. Presumably he wasn't. You know, if he was so intellectually disabled that he needed care, that can't be the case, can it? Or else who was looking after him? It was quite a large house, yeah. It was. So it's over 2 floors, and I think Leilani and Daniel lived on the bottom floor, and then there was a top floor. But still, maybe you didn't know, and maybe it's very possible Daniel didn't know what was going on until later. There's the 15 minutes already. I know. I know. Yeah, intellectual disability can be anything from mild dyslexia all the way up to brain damage. Yeah. I imagine that he's, you know, capable of maybe, you know, looking after him of his own basic needs and stuff. So I don't know where these notes are. She can't find her notes. No. No, she can't find them. What absolute nuts. Then they'll have to bring the jury back in. This is what court's like. This is why I thought it'll be okay streaming 2 trials at the same time, because there's so many delays. So once Sarah Boon starts, here the judge, she's coming now. She's coming now. I've seen the top of her head. Once Sarah Boon.
Counselor at their table.
Here we go.
Assignment is
I'm
at
gonna mute out
the
now.
table
I'm
with
gonna mute
her attorneys. Let's please bring in the jurors.
Jurors, can you hear me?
Jurors entering.
All right, thank you. As you come to your seats, please feel free to have a seat. And let the record reflect that all the jurors have been seated. We'll now move into the preliminary instructions. Before I do that, there was a juror who didn't make it out for the first swearing, and I just wanted to ask you the question that I've asked everyone else. Have you done any research? Have you talked to anyone about the case? Have you watched any news media? Okay, so you've been able to follow the court's instructions to not discuss this case with anyone, nor do research. All right, thank you very much. All right. And your number? 7. Okay, and that is juror number 7. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I'm going to get back to the pens and notepads that you have for your use during the trial. You may make notes, but you're not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and to evaluating witness credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination to the believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use only and are not to be shared with anyone until you begin deliberation with your fellow jurors. During deliberation, you should rely on your own recollection of the proceedings, but you may consult the notes of other jurors if you wish. Do not be influenced by the notes of others unless their notes help you in determining your own independent recollection. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than the recollection or impression of each juror as to what evidence that may have been presented. After the trial is over, the notes will be destroyed and they will be collected and destroyed. And at this time, please write your name on the front sheet of paper in the pad and make no further notes on the front sheet. That way, no other person can see your notes if your pad should be seen by another person. The law requires that you decide this case solely on evidence presented in this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in the case, or any individuals involved in the case. In other words, you should not consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, websites or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Please do not try to find out information from any source outside of the confines of the courtroom, to include media of any sort or online research. The bailiffs have been instructed to collect your cell phones, tablets, and laptops during the proceedings. You may want to leave those in your vehicle. If they collect them, they'll be sure to give them back to you at the end of the day and on breaks as well. Until you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss this case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. I hope that for all of you, this case is interesting and noteworthy. I know that many of you use tools or technology in your daily life, but you may not do so in connection with your service as a juror. You also must not talk to anyone about this case or use electronic tools to communicate with anyone about the case. This includes your family members and friends. You may not communicate with anyone about the case or your jury service via internet, text messaging, email, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and on and on and on. You cannot use any social networking websites to communicate anything about this case. I cannot stress strongly enough that communication via electronic devices is prohibited. So at this time, you may sit in any of the seats in the jury box during the trial. During the voir dire process, we ask that you sit in specific seats for identification purposes. However, there is no need to do so during the trial itself. If you need anything while in the jury room, you may knock at the door to notify the bailiff that you wish to communicate with the court. I would then give you instructions on how this should be done, depending on the stage of the trial and the nature of the request. So I'm going to give you an overview of the criminal law and trial procedure that will apply in this case to give you a framework. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there shall be a union or joint operation of act and intention. That is, a crime is committed when a person violates a statute of this state by acting as prohibited, while at the same time he has a criminal intention and no other defense excuses the conduct. A person will not be presumed to act with criminal intention. However, the jury may find such intention upon the consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and all other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is prosecuted. The state cannot bring a person accused of a felony to trial unless the grand jury has first indicted that person. Grand jurors do not try criminal cases. They ordinarily only hear from witnesses for the state. When a criminal case is tried, the defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. This plea of not guilty denies every essential allegation of the indictment and forms the issue or the question that you as a trial jury will decide. The indictment and the plea of not guilty to it are not evidence, and you should not consider them as evidence. Every person is presumed innocent until proved guilty. No person shall be convicted of a crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden to prove each essential element of each crime charged beyond reasonable doubt. In this state, a defendant on trial may or may not testify as she chooses. If she does testify, you would judge her credibility by the same test applied to any other witness. If the defendant does not testify, which is her absolute constitutional right, you shall not draw any inference of guilt from this decision. and her decision, her election not to testify, may not in any way affect your verdict. Moreover, the defendant has no duty to call any witnesses or present any evidence during a trial. If she calls no witnesses or presents no evidence, you may not derive any inference of guilt from such failure to produce evidence. In such case, you decide guilt on whether the state's evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Under our system, I have the duty as a trial judge to decide the law that applies to a case and to instruct you on it. You have the duty as a jury to decide the facts in a case from which the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. I'm going to say that again. I don't think that was too clear. You have the duty as the jury to decide the facts in a case from the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. In reaching your verdict, you also have the duty to apply the law to those facts. You decide the facts from the evidence. The evidence has two parts: testimony of witnesses and exhibits. A witness means anyone who testifies in person from the stand. The exhibits are those documents, objects, or photos that the court admits into evidence. You will have most of the exhibits with you in the jury room while you deliberate. However, there are some exhibits that cannot be sent to the jury room, so it will be important that you pay close attention to all of the exhibits admitted during the trial. I caution you that what the lawyers say during a trial is not evidence. Also, anything that I might do or say is not evidence. I have no leanings at all in these cases. My only interest is to have the cases tried fairly and according to the law and the constitutions of the state and of the United States. You are the exclusive judges of the witnesses' credibility. That is, you decide the truthfulness and reasonableness of their testimony. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. You have the duty to decide what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should lay aside any preconceived notions and not decide a witness's credibility until the witness has testified. Rules of law govern what the court admits into evidence. If an attorney objects to the admission of evidence, then I must rule on the objection and decide whether you can consider such evidence. You should understand that there are two ways that I can respond to an objection. If I say sustained, that means that I granted the objection and you should not consider the objected to evidence. If I say overruled, then that means I did not grant the objection and you may consider the objected to evidence. You should not infer or assume anything from either a lawyer's objections or the court's rulings. During this trial, the court will have to consider some procedures outside your presence. When that occurs, I shall excuse you to the jury room for a time. During these periods, the court will do its best to handle the matter as promptly as the law permits. On the other hand, I will appreciate your patience when this occurs. Now, the procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides may make an opening statement to you. The opening statement is not evidence itself. Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence. However, it is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to show. Following the opening statements, the state has the opportunity to present evidence to support the charges against the defendant. And the defendant has the opportunity, if she so elects, to present evidence in her defense. This part of a trial is called the party's case in chief. In the state's case in chief, the state calls its witnesses and introduces any exhibits. When these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the defendant. When the state has presented all of its evidence, the state will rest its case. Then, if the defendant elects to present any evidence, the defendant may call her witnesses and introduce her exhibits. Of course, when these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the state. However, the defendant has no duty to testify or present any evidence whatsoever. After the presentation of the evidence, the attorneys may make a closing argument to you. At this time, the attorneys will try to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge or instruct you more specifically on the law that directly applies to this case. Then you will retire to the jury room to deliberate and reach your verdict. This is not an exhaustive description of the criminal procedure, but hopefully it will give you an overview that will help you to understand the trial as it proceeds. It is your duty to follow any instructions that the court may give you during a case. Please remember to listen carefully to all the evidence. Don't jump to conclusions before the parties present all the evidence. Also, please remember that during a trial, it would be improper for you to discuss the case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or within your hearing. This applies even to discussions among yourselves in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations begin. Also, during a trial, you should not communicate with the parties, the attorneys, or any of the witnesses. Under this rule, you should not engage even in social greetings or small talk with anyone involved in this case. I've had situations where a juror saw a party or attorney in the parking lot during a break and was offended that the party or attorney did not speak back to the juror. They're not being rude. Please understand that these attorneys and parties should not speak with you as the trial progresses and will likely avoid speaking with you to ensure that there is no appearance of impropriety. So please do not take offense to their failure to speak with you as we go forward for the trial in the coming days. This procedure will protect you not only from wrongdoing, but from the appearance of wrongdoing. And these restrictions also apply to the friends and family members of interested parties. During these trials, the court will not require that you be kept together except during breaks and during the meals. There have been special arrangements made for that. So you will learn more about that as we go. Today is the day, I believe, that you will go out to lunch, but you will go out together. When you return to the courthouse from any adjournment for meals or from the night, please go directly to the jury assembly room. Is that where the jurors set up, jury assembly room? Okay. This will lessen the opportunity for an accidental meeting with a person that you may not know is involved in the case. There is coverage, media coverage of this case, and you should be careful not to consider it. Do not independently investigate any facts or visit any scenes depicted in the evidence. Do not independently research any law concerning this case. You are prohibited from, again, doing any research on the internet. Can you tell how important it is? I keep saying it. It's here for a reason. So I've said it several times now. It is important that you consider only the evidence that you hear and see within the courtroom. That concludes my preliminary instructions. So at this time, I will turn first to the state. Is the state
Thank you,
ready
Sean.
to proceed?
Very kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense is ready to proceed.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
We'll begin now with opening statements.
This is Quinton at about a year and a half old, a little bit over that, 20 months. Like all children, he was blameless, he was innocent, and he was beautiful. And like all children, he was totally defenseless, totally and completely dependent on the adults in his life to take care of him and to look out for his safety. And the evidence in this case will show that the defendant violated that trust, that most basic, sacred trust of a parent, in the most horrible way. In the middle of the night, she killed him, her own son, got in her car with his body, drove to a dumpster, and threw him away like a piece of trash. She would go home, go to sleep like everything was normal, and wake up the next morning and report it to the police as an abduction. I woke up, my front door was open, and my child is missing. Now the story started to fall apart pretty quickly because of good, solid police work. But she would go on to tell a series of evolving lies over several weeks, only moving from one lie to the next as the police picked apart the first lie and presented her with the evidence that made the first lie untenable. So now it's time to move on to lie number 2, and 3, and 4. And as they're doing this with her, they're also searching for his body, which they ultimately discovered about 6 weeks after his disappearance in a local landfill, in pieces, unfortunately. And as a result of all of that police work and investigative efforts, which I think you'll be quite proud of when you hear about them in detail, the defendant is charged with his murder. So that's sort of the 50,000-foot view, the bluff, the bottom line up front for the military folks here. A little more detail on what happened, what the evidence will show. The 2 days that we're primarily concerned with here are October 4th and 5th of 2022, specifically the night of October 4th, moving into the morning of October 5th. Now, at that time, and I'll try to go slow for those of you who are taking notes. At that time, the defendant is living here on the west side of Savannah, jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, in this house that's roughly in the center, with an in-ground swimming pool in the back. It's on Buckhalter Road, 535 Buckhalter Road. She had most recently lived in North Carolina, where she had met and lived with her most recent boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin, who you'll hear about. And some months before October of 2022, they had moved down and were living in this house at 535 Buckhalter. Now, the house belonged to the defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, who you see here, and her husband, Thomas Howell, who is not the defendant's father, but is her stepfather. Also living in the house at that time is the defendant's brother, Paul Simon. They have the same mother and the same father.
and Daniel Youngkin, her boyfriend from North Carolina, and the defendant's 3 children. October of 2022, she has 3 children by 3 different men. The oldest is Zane Wharton. I think he was roughly about 3 years old at the time. Zane has been through a lot with her. He's her firstborn son, and I expect you'll hear testimony that she considered him her ride or die. That's her guy. Sky Youngkin is an infant on the far right there. That is her youngest child by Daniel Youngkin. And in the middle was Quinton. Quinton was her child by a man named Henry Bubba Moss Jr. You'll hear that she'd had kind of a tumultuous relationship with Mr. Moss, that they had split before she even knew she was pregnant with Quinton, and that he initially didn't even believe that she was pregnant when she told him, and that he was never a part of Quinton's life at all. And I expect you'll hear some testimony about the way that background influenced the way that she treated Quinton. But you're supposed to love all your kids equally. You're supposed to treat them all the same. I expect you'll hear some testimony that didn't happen. That she treated Quinton differently and not in a good way. Here's the house from the street. The master bedroom where defendant's mother, Billy Jo Howell, and her stepfather, Thomas Howell, lived is over here in the 2-story portion of the house, but on the first floor. Brother Paul Simon's bedroom is upstairs, and you'll hear in one of the defendant's interviews, she'll say, when you're up in that room, you can't really hear anything that's going on downstairs. It's kind of its own layer up there. Now, the defendant, Daniel, and the 3 children lived in a bedroom right through this front door. I think there was some sort of addition or something on the house at one point. This bedroom that they live in appears to be like a converted one-time living room or something like that. If you step through that front door, this is what you see. You see a couch in the foreground. You see a desk behind that. And then on the far wall there, you see a bed. That's the defendant and Daniel Youngkin's bed. If you pan to the right, you'll see a closet door here. And then it's hard to make out in this picture, but beyond this closet door is a door into a bathroom that then feeds into the dining room. And that is the only way to get from this room to the main body of the house. You see a race car bed there. That's where Zane slept. We further pan to the right. You can see that race car bed completely, and you see a projector on the wall, evidently for supposed for watching movies or something while you're sitting on the couch. And then if you pan into that right-hand corner, you see this pack and play. That's immediately to the right as you go in that front door. And that's where Quinton slept. That was Quinton's bed. Now, that sort of sets the scene as to who's living in this house and where they're sleeping. Before we come back to the morning of October 4th, I want to talk to you about what the evidence is going to show as far as what's the biggest thing going on in the defendant's life. And the biggest thing going on in her life in the months, days leading up to October 4th is the status of her relationship with Daniel Youngkin. Things are not good. She is feeling unloved, undesired, ignored. And I'll show you a couple of text messages taken from her phone by the investigators that show this. Now, this is kind of small on here, and it's kind of bright, so I'll read it for you for those of you who can't see. Some of you may be able to read it, perhaps not all of you can. This is July of 2022. I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved and not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wonder how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice. And you'll see quite a number of messages like this. It's basically an unbroken string of text messages all the way up to the day that she kills Quinton. August 6th, yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is not good enough. Never was, never will be. September 10th, you're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed, why I feel the way I do about myself. Now, this is not a minor thing for her. I told you it's probably the biggest thing emotionally going on in her life. The way that she perceives herself to be being treated by Daniel, and perhaps to some degree actually was being treated by him. It's at least how she feels. This is such a big deal for her that with her phone, at one point she filmed something that can only be described as a digital suicide note. All right, she's in the car, and you'll hear her at the end say, I've got to go, I made it to the river. She's in her car, evidently contemplating driving her car into a river and ending her life. And she starts out saying goodbye to her children. She has some kind words to say about Zane. She has some kind, loving words to say about Sky. You might perceive that she momentarily kind of seems to be at a loss for what exactly to say about Quinton, our victim, the middle child. And then she goes on to explain that the message is clearly addressed to Danny. She goes on to attribute what she's about to do to the way that Danny has treated her. Now, this is a 4-minute some video. It's a little long for an opening statement, but we're going to watch the whole thing. And we're going to watch the whole thing because it's an important window into her state of mind at this stage in time. This video was filmed in August of 2022, but the evidence in terms of the text messages and her statements will show that nothing really changed between when this video was filmed and October 4th of 2022. So with that preview, I'll play this for you now.
To Sky, Zane, and Quinton. Mama tried. Your mama's not here no more because she doesn't love you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can't love myself, how can I love y'all? I have tried over and over and over, and I failed. I screamed for help, and I don't get it. you. I wanted you more than life itself. But you've proven that it was only one way. That feeling was only one way. That love, that loyalty, it was all one way. You take care of my kids, okay? You couldn't take care of me. You couldn't love me. You couldn't do me right. So please, for the love of fucking God, do my kids right. And the kids turning up at the river now. Bye, Danny.
I'm at the river now by Danny. So that's where she was at. This is her emotional state in the summer, fall of 2022. That brings us back to October 4th. And here I'll give you sort of an overview of what the evidence is going to show us to the sequence of events of that day. Now, the first thing to establish is that on the relevant days here, Billy Joe Howell, the defendant's mother, and Thomas Howell, her stepdad, are out of town. They're not in town. They're not in the house. They are sort of out of play. I expect that will be undisputed. So that leaves in the house Paul, the defendant, Danny, and the three children, Zane, Quinton, and Scott. In the morning of October 4th, quite early in the morning, in fact, the defendant and Danny take the three children to babysitter Michelle McCardle and her two teenage daughters that live on the same street. They live like right across the street on Buckhalter. And it says babysitter up here, and I've called her the babysitter, but really you'll hear from Michelle, one of her daughters. And it comes across more like they're almost like a second family or a substitute family for these kids because of the parental shortcomings at 535 Buckhalter. So the evidence might show that babysitter kind of undersells it a little bit. And the child care arrangement was this. At this point in time, Danny and the defendant are working at a warehouse in Port Wentworth, unloading, loading boxes. They're carrying boxes in the warehouse in Port Wentworth. And their shift starts at 6 a.m. They're working the 6 a.m. shift. So early in the morning, on the way to work, they'll drop off the three children with Michelle, with her two teenage daughters. And so they do that. And they both go to work. They clock in at essentially the exact same time, a little after 6 a.m. on October 4th. Now they clock out less than 2 hours later. And the reason they do that is the defendant is experiencing some kind of dental issue. She has a tooth that's bothering her and it needs to come out. And so they clock out right around 8 o'clock, just before 8 o'clock in the morning. And they go to some type of like emergency dental clinic or walk-in dental clinic. And she gets a tooth pulled. These are some pictures, selfies she took of herself in the dentist chair. And you can see the side of her mouth on the left side there, I think is kind of swollen. She sent these to Daniel, Young, and Danny, who was sitting out in the waiting room waiting for her. And so after this, they do not go back to work. They go home. And the rest of the waking hours of the day are pretty normal. They get some lunch. They relax. Her mouth is bothering her. She's tired. She's sore. And eventually at about 4:30 in the afternoon, they go and they pick up the three kids from the babysitter, from Michelle, and they bring them home. So at that point, Danny, the defendant, and the three kids are in the house. Now, Paul, he worked at the same warehouse, but he worked a later shift. And you'll hear what it is. It's something like 2 p.m. to late at night. around 10 or so. That was Paul's shift. So same place, different shift. So he's not there in the afternoon. Now they're there. They do dinner. They do bath time. They put the kids down. Quinton in his pack and play. I think you'll hear testimony or a statement from the defendant that Sky, the infant, slept on that couch that we looked at, and Zane in the race car bed. And I think it'll be undisputed, and I expect that it'll be undisputed that, at around 10 p.m., Quinton is fine. He's just in his crib, in his pack and play for bedtime. Okay. And what happens at this point sets off a chain of events that goes over the next couple hours and results in tragedy. And that is that the defendant and Daniel have yet another argument about how he's treating her. This is sometime a little after 10 p.m. And that this is something she told to detectives eventually in some of her interviews about how he doesn't want her, he doesn't want to touch her, he's not feeling desire for her like he used to. We've already talked about this is a major trigger for her. This is the biggest emotional issue going on in her life, and it's significant. It drove her to the brink in the video that you've watched. This is not a minor thing for her. And so she leaves the house after 10 p.m. on the first of two trips that you'll hear a lot about in this trial, and that she didn't really want to talk about, at least truthfully, with investigators. And that first trip is to the drug dealer. She says that she left so that things wouldn't escalate between her and Danny. She was upset. That's her word. So it wouldn't escalate. The first place she goes is this Circle K. And I should have pointed out that you can see her getting out of the car. That's at 10:29 p.m. So about 10:30. I'll back up and you can see her getting out of her Dodge Journey with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She's not in a good state. Anyway, 10:30, she goes into the Circle K. She buys a couple convenience store items. And then she texts Danny. He's got her saved in his phone as Lanny Baby. She texts him, I'm going to run to 204, I guess. That's at 10:32, immediately after she leaves the Circle K. She might still be in the parking lot for all I know. And 204 is an area you'll hear about in this case. It's sort of it's shorthand for our drug dealer. I'm going to run to our drug dealer. This is Highway 204 is what this is a reference to. And their drug dealer lives on a street right off 204. So she's going to get drugs to try to make herself feel better. This is a screenshot of some GPS plots from her phone that the police eventually made after getting into her phone. You can see Highway 204 here. And this red kind of blob up here is a series of GPS points showing that she's at the drug dealer's house on Arkwright Lane from about 10:45 p.m. to 10:55. And she's scoring drugs to use that night because she doesn't like the way she's feeling. This is some information exported from her cell phone extraction showing that while she was there, at 10:49, she made an $80 Cash App payment to a Timothy Weston, who is her drug dealer, or at least one of them. While she's gone, Paul gets home. He had clocked out at 9:56 p.m. And I think he will say that he took him a minute to get home because he was smoking a blunt in the parking lot or something like that. You're going to hear a lot about drug use in this case. And he gets home while the defendant is still out on this trip to the drug dealer. And he'll tell you that when he got home, he went in and said hey to Danny, and he saw the kids. He saw Quinton in his crib, in his pack and play. Quinton was fine. Even interacted with him a little bit. He'll tell you what it was. Hey, little man, how's it going? And he sees that Quinton is okay. He's fine. May not be completely asleep yet, but he's there and he's okay. Now, by 10 after 11, this is another GPS screenshot. It's hard to make out on this TV. But this is by 10 after 11. She's got a bunch of GPS points hitting at the house on Buckhalter Road. And this is just to signify that this is when she gets, this is around when she gets home. 10 after 11. And so she's home at that point. Paul is upstairs in his bedroom, going to sleep, kind of secluded from the rest of the family. And Danny eventually goes to sleep as well. And you'll hear her say this to the investigators, that she was the only one up and active in the middle of the night, in the hours leading up towards 1 a.m. Danny is sleeping because he's going to get up and go to work in the morning. He has to get up at like sometime between 5 and 5:30 to go to work. And Paul is sleeping as well because he just got off work. He's tired. And you'll hear her say that I was the only one up and about. My tooth was hurting. I couldn't sleep. What she's doing is she's going on a bender. You'll hear her admit to this eventually with the police. She didn't want to talk about it initially, but you'll hear that she eventually acknowledged that she was up kind of frantically using drugs for an extended period of time while everybody else in the house is asleep and out of play. You'll hear her talk about it. I would hit a line. I would go outside. I would smoke a blunt to kind of bring myself down. Maybe smoke a cigarette. Then I'd hit another line and repeat the cycle. So she's in her house by herself, physically uncomfortable because of her dental issue, emotionally wrecked because of what's going on with her and Danny. That's resurfaced again this night. Well, the resurface is probably not the way to put it because it's just an ever-present problem for her. And this is a bad situation. Right? This is a volatile, dangerous situation. And that's because you'll hear something that she later said during the investigation on a recorded call, on a recorded phone call to Daniel, who was cooperating with the police and trying to help them gain information about the effect that cocaine has on her. It's not just fun for her. You'll hear her say that it makes her angry and impulsive.
I become angry and impulsive when I'm like.
And so those are the conditions. She's up all alone, physically uncomfortable, emotionally unhappy, unstable to some degree. And around 1 a.m. probably, she kills Quinton. Now I'm going to focus on the what she did and when things happened. And probably in closing argument when all the evidence is in, we'll talk to you a little bit more about the why. The why exactly in that moment did she do this? But for now, I want you to just understand the sequence of events and what happened when. She takes his body and puts it in Dodge Journey, Georgia tag TEN 9300. And she begins the cover-up. The cover-up is not just the lies to the police. The cover-up starts immediately. A little after 1 a.m., she drives down Buckhalter Road, which turns to the right here, but it's still Buckhalter Road at that turn. And comes into Ogeechee Road right here. and she pulls into this mobile home plaza. It's right here. Mostly what you're seeing is trees, but there are mobile homes in here. This is Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And there's a convenient stand-up dumpster sort of hidden away under some tree cover in the tree line there. And she throws Quinton's body away like a piece of trash at about 1:17 in the morning. She drives home. This is another export from her phone, showing that her phone was locked from 2:01 in the morning until 9:13 in the morning. And this is just kind of a shorthand way of saying that's roughly about the time she eventually goes to sleep. And her phone is inactive. Now Danny wakes up for work a little after 5, and he tries to wake her up to go to work. She's supposed to go to work with him. Remember, they work the same shift. She has been up all night doing drugs, and he's been, responsibly sleeping, so he's able to get up for work. And he cannot wake her up. She will not wake up. And at this point, he's trying to get out of the house to go to work. And he believes that all 3 children are there. He does not go over and check the packet play. He doesn't even know that Quinton is gone. You saw in those pictures the packet play is all the way across the room in the far corner. It's not right next to the closet. It's not right next to the bathroom. He can't wake her up to go to work, and he's annoyed by this because this is, I think he may tell you it's not the first time this has happened. And they are kind of tight on money. They are trying to make money to either put a down payment on a house or a security deposit on an apartment so they don't have to live with their mom anymore. And he'll tell you that he was frustrated by this. You're not going to get up and come to work and make money. And his decision at this time was to say, well, okay, you're not going to come to work and make money. We're not going to spend money on a babysitter today. Because they have to pay, they pay her every day, Michelle. And so he texts Michelle, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle, at 5:20 in the morning. She says, okay. And the reason for that is his thought is, look, if you're not going to get up and make money, you can stay here and watch the kids. Wake up and find these kids are still here. You can deal with them. They're yours. So he goes to work, and he clocks in at 6:11, 6 a.m., 6:11 a.m. And he will clock out at 9:15, a little over 3 hours later. And the reason that he clocks out at 9:15 is that at 9:14, 1 minute before the clock out, he gets a call from the defendant who's got him saved in her phone as King. And he's got the 910 area code. That's North Carolina, where he's from. Now, this is a 21-minute call. She calls him, and the cover-up, initially I said, the cover-up starts with covering this up to him. Before the police ever, she covered it up to the police, but before they ever even get involved, she's covering it up to Danny. She calls him and she tells him that she woke up, the front door was open, and Quinton was gone. And he would run out to his car, leave work, and come home, and stay on the line with her for 21 minutes. Police went to the warehouse that they work at, and they got some video footage to see, well, what did Danny look like when he was leaving the house, leaving work, having gotten this call. And this video shows him running out. That's Danny running out of work. You'll hear from his boss, a fellow named David Mullins, that David ran into Danny in the parking lot. Danny's running out. Dave is just pulling in and getting to work. And they briefly encounter one another. And Dave will tell you, he looked genuinely upset. He was for real crying, tears coming down his face. Danny does not know what is going on. He knows what he's hearing from the defendant, and that's it. So he rushes home. And I'll tell you this. I told you the call to Danny was at 9:14. As he's on the way home, on this call with the defendant where she's telling him she woke up and the front door was open. These are ADT records. There's an ADT security system on this house. And it keeps track of when each door was open and closed, or just opened, or just closed, having been open. Police got these records. And you'll see that front door didn't open until 9:22 in the morning on October 5th. Now that's 6 or 8 minutes in to that call with Danny. And so what the evidence is going to show that she's on the phone with him saying, I woke up and the front door was open and Quinton was gone. And it's during that phone call that she's opening the front door. So you'll hear that she's essentially tampering with evidence, tampering with the scene, staging the scene to fit with her story before the police ever become involved. Danny gets home. Somehow babysitter Michelle got wind that this was going on. Maybe she heard screaming or something. She'll tell you how she heard about this when she testifies. She comes over. Paul hears yelling, comes downstairs, and now everybody's there and they're looking for Quinton. And the defendant, of course, is the only person who knows where he actually is, and that's in a dumpster at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And they call 911, and here's what the defendant says. Police show up a little before 10 a.m. and she repeats the same story to them. The evidence will show that car that's like the furthest one, the most recent one that entered the driveway, is the babysitter's, Michelle's. She had pulled up and parked her white Pathfinder there. But in any case, the defendant repeats that story to the responding officers, and you'll hear from some of them.
I woke up about 10 o'clock. My husband was going about 6, so within a 3-hour period, somehow the front door is open and my son is not in his blanket.
Now, this is a missing child. So situations like this, it's all hands on deck. Everybody comes out. Forensics comes out. The forensics unit came out, had a drone up looking for Quinton. Patrol officers are being pulled from other beats, other areas of patrol to canvass the area and look for Quinton in the woods. All sorts of people are coming. Most of the command staff for the Chatham County Police Department showed up because this is a big deal and they take these things very seriously. One of the specialized units that responded after patrol officers had gotten there was the detectives for the Chatham County Police Department, CID, the Criminal Investigations Division. And the first detective there for CID is a guy you'll hear from, Sean Wilkins. Sean Wilkins shows up, and he's the one who conducts the first, what you call more like the first formal interview with the defendant. And most notable from that statement that he takes from her at this time is when she says she went to bed and when she says she got up. You'll hear that she tells him, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9. She doesn't say anything at all about this trip to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza a little after 1 a.m. She doesn't want to talk about that because that's the trip that she took to get rid of Quinton's body. So here's her telling Wilkins, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9 a.m.
When's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do you remember?
Around 12.
12? Okay.
12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's it.
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them out too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check my kids, and he was fine. All the rest were there.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right.
Went to bed at midnight, woke up around 9. No mention of the Azalea trip. I told you there were 2 trips, 2:04 earlier in the night, 10:11. Trip number 2 is that Azalea trip, a little after 1 a.m. And she is totally omitting that. Now, all hands on deck, right? Missing child. There are detectives working on this case that aren't even out at the scene from the very beginning. One of them is a Chatham County police detective you'll hear from named Kiana Robbins. Kiana Robbins is at the Islands precinct, I think is where she was on Johnny Mercer. Like not anywhere close to here. But she's in her office, she's sitting at her computer and she's researching. She's seeing if she can find some helpful information. This is a stock photo of what's called a flock camera. The flock system is a series of cameras that are set up around town at major intersections or along busy roads. And what they do is they snap a picture of the license plates of all the cars that drive by. And police can use these for a number of different things. One of the things they can use them for is, say you have somebody who flees from a traffic stop and actually gets away. And the police can't pursue them without undue danger. They can take that tag number of that individual, they can put it in the flock system and put like a lookout out for them. If that tag hits on any other cameras, it'll alert the police and they can try again and make the traffic stop. Another thing that the police can do, and what Detective Robbins did, was look up vehicles registered to the defendant. She finds that Dodge Journey that the defendant drove to dispose of Quinton's body. And she puts it into the flock system, looks it up in the database to see what, if any, flock cameras that vehicle has hit on anytime recently. And she sees that that car has been out late at night, driving around on trips that the defendant hasn't mentioned yet. She radios that information or maybe calls via phone. This is the tag she looks up. That's the Dodge Journey in the driveway at the time of the police response. She calls Lieutenant Foster, who you'll hear from. This is after the defendant has told Wilkins that she went to bed at midnight and woke up at 9. Hasn't mentioned anything about the Oragel trip or the Azalea trip. Foster goes up to her. He now has this information that this tag has been hidden on some flock cameras and seems to have been driving around during the night. And he goes up to her, and he's a lieutenant at this point, which is like kind of a managerial type position. He's, by this time, is the senior man on scene, I believe. But he has background in investigations. He was with the Savannah Police Department, I think, at one point, in their violent crimes unit, investigating homicide. So he knows his way around an investigation. He knows how to do these sort of things. He goes up to her armed with this information about the flock hits that night. He wants to know what these trips were about. So he goes up to her and he asks her, "Hey, did you go anywhere last night?" And he's a savvy guy, so he's careful to tack on, like where the kidnapper could have followed you home. And she seems to know, the evidence will show that she seems to know that he knows something about this trip to Azalea that she took and has not mentioned to this point. And so she comes up with a story. It's not totally clear when she came up with it. But the story is that, that trip that I took away from my house shortly after 1 a.m., that was to go pick up Oragel from a friend at the Chevron. Now, the Chevron is right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. They're kind of right next to each other. And so that's her story as to what she was doing, driving to that location at that time. My tooth was bothering me. I didn't have any Oragel. I went to pick some up and got some from a friend. This is the first appearance of the Oragel story, which lasts for about a week or so, maybe a week and a half.
Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere?
Not
No, just, you made you yourself.
Yeah, I know, I could have got my check full yesterday, so I went to the Oragel, that was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning, I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road, right here, got Chevron. And my friend I used to work with, she had Oragel, said, right, so okay, I'm home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else? Have you made anything home? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly. What are you doing too? I was on 125.
You're 125?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
All right, so that's the story about what I was doing when I drove there. Now, I'll tell you this. She's trying to show them on her phone this trip on an app called Life 360. Life 360 kind of generally tracks your movements. You can join with your family, and they can see where you are and have been, and vice versa. You may be wondering, well, look, if this trip was so sinister in nature, why is she trying to show it to them on her phone? And you'll hear testimony that the reason that she was comfortable holding out her phone as corroboration for this trip to the Chevron is that, again, the Chevron and Azalea Mobile Home Closet are right next to each other. And looking at the screen, you can't necessarily tell which one she's at. You can only tell that she's in the general area. So she believes that this kind of helps prove that I'm telling the truth about being at the Chevron. Now, the police would later pull very precise GPS data from the phone, like not just looking at the screen, but from the actual phone, that puts her not at the Chevron, but right at the dumpsters at Azalea, which are, I don't know, maybe 100 yards, 75 yards from the Chevron. But that's why she's holding the Life 360 out and saying, look, this helps me. So that's the first appearance of the Oragel story, to explain the Azalea trip. They take, the police take all 3 of the adults in the house. Eventually they say, you know, we really need you to get Danny, Paul, and the defendant to the police station, sit them down for formal interviews, and just get like a complete sequence of the day from all 3 of these people. And the first interview with the defendant takes place in something that they call the lactation room or the nursing room. I think you sometimes also hear these things referred to as mothering rooms. And the reason for that is that Danny was in this single interview room that they have with the cameras wired up in the corners and all that. And this video is recorded on Detective Marion Lemon's phone. Now, by this time, this is a joint federal and local investigation. The FBI has shown up because they get involved in kidnappings, abduction cases. And what happens at headquarters is that they pair off teamwork. One FBI agent, one detective, and they each in a pair interview each of these people. And so Detective Lemons is paired up with Special Agent Brad Snyder, whom you'll hear from. And they were kind of partners throughout this investigation. And it's very open-ended at the beginning. What they're asking for is just give us an account of your day. Give us an account of the last 24 hours. Where have you been? What have you done? And so you'll hear Snyder asking him this. The video is really nothing special. I think it's just ceiling tiles the entire time because the phone is sitting on a table. But the audio is good. You can hear her. And she starts with, we left the dentist and came home. So she does start at the beginning.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything. I mean, we can't imagine the emotions that you're feeling right now. But it's difficult. Just, you know, what you kind of think about the last 24 hours. And just kind of give me, you know, what you've been through the past 24 hours. So we talk 24 hours will be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday, tell me your
So that's the start. I was leaving the dentist, getting my wisdom tooth pulled. And the end is the Oragel story, the Chevron Oragel story. that she has as her last trip of the night. And she omitted that to Wilkins, is now had to come up with a story to cover this trip.
Look, that was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. They called Circle K to see if they had Oragel. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. He has a lot of mouth problems, and that's sure she had any Oragel. They were up there at the Chevron. And I called her, and yeah, that went back home. Y'all, so 12 minutes. I got it for my life 360. I can show y'all right around everything until the little bills I get back. Get home, and my mouth, check all their kids again, they were okay.
Now, a couple things about this initial interview in which she's asked to give an account of her movements for like the last 24 hours. No mention whatsoever of the trip to the drug dealer. She doesn't want to talk about what she was doing that night in the state that it put her in. So that's omitted completely from this interview. And now she's put a name to the friend who gave her the Oragel. Misty is what she calls her. Now, I'll tell you before we move on from that, I'll tell you this. The police asked her to go through her phone, and of course she's playing, the victim. I'm the victim, the mother victim of a child abduction. So she probably feels some pressure to cooperate. And so she lets them go through her phone. A couple things I see is there's no call to Misty, and there's no call to Circle K to check and see if they have Oragel, which is something she said. First, I called Circle K to check and see whether they had Oragel. They didn't, so then I called Misty. None of that in there at all. They also see a message from the defendant to Danny. We looked at this earlier. This is when she's leaving the Circle K and is about to go to the drug dealer at 10:30. Going to run to 204, I guess. This is something that she had left out in this initial interview with Snyder and Lemons. So they interview her again, and this time it's in the interview room. And they want to ask her, what's the deal with this 204 thing? Here's what she tells them. Oh, yeah, that was a trip to the drug dealer, but it wasn't actually to buy drugs. She tells them that the reason that she left the house at 10:30 at night and went to her drug dealer and was there for 10 minutes was simply to pay off a pre-existing drug debt in the amount of $20. Now, the evidence will show that that story is just absurd on its face. But in addition to that, the cash out was for $80, not $20. And she'll later admit that this story wasn't true. But here she is launching it.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, you texted them that you were turning on 204 to meet, right?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet them. That's what I was trying to tell them.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just came into my office. I gave them $20 and I left. It was a couple days ago.
She's paying off a $20 debt, not actually buying drugs. Because after all, she tells them, other than marijuana, I don't use drugs.
See, you didn't get a percent for red, you didn't have to.
I just gave them $20. And even if I didn't want to get a percent, I'd get $35. Last time I asked them. I would like to keep it possible. I don't even look like that. Like anything, anybody got to worry about anything with this on me. Because I was weak. I was everything else now. I was there, I was sure I see my risk covered. So anything that's not homegrown or part of the community son, I don't want. I'm in homegrown, I don't need to put those over when you got hurt.
Very strong, detailed denial of the use of any drugs other than marijuana. And the reason they're asking her whether she got a Percocet from the drug dealer that night is that they had seen some messages about buying Percocets as well when they went through her phone. And they asked her about that. What about these text messages with you? Look like you're buying Percocet, using Percocet. And her story at this time is, oh, those are for a friend. I'm just the middleman for my friend Cheyenne, who likes Percocets but doesn't, I guess, know a dealer herself.
Things that you just have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding as to what went on. That you gave us the authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there unless you purchase them and post them. As recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. So just remind all of us that that data or you totally understand.
That is great. So sometimes when you ask me if I've done recently, I do have a friend who's training calls me and then I'm for everything. She will call me from time to time if I see a call up, she will help me along with her, ask me for a register or whatever if I can get it. And I'll get it for her. I'll drop it off. Whatever work they drop off, they should have let me know. So, but we haven't messed with her since.
She does not want to talk about her drug use that night because that contributed directly to the state of mind that she was in and relates so closely to her killing Quinton in the middle of the night. So she feels that she has to tell these lines. And she wants to focus on 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. because after all, this is an abduction. It's not as though I did anything in the middle of the night. My child was taken after Danny left for work. That's her story. That's what she's trying to sell. And again, she forcefully denies this.
No, I did not. I did not take a Percocet right now. I will piss and cup for you right now.
Now, police follow up. Okay, October 5th, they get statements from the defendant, where she's making all these claims that we've talked about. They get a statement from Paul. They get a statement from Danny. And what you do, and this goes late into the night. Eventually, it's kind of time to stop on October 5th and wake up in the morning and follow up on some of this stuff. So she has said that she was at the Chevron getting Oragel from Misty, her former coworker. And so they go out and there are two real notable things that happened between the October 5th statements on day one and the next interview. And one is that they do what they call a video canvas. They go out to this Chevron area where she has said that this Oragel exchange happened. And they look around and they see if they see any cameras. They go in and they ask if there's footage. And they get footage from the Chevron. And it does not show her stopping there. In fact, it shows her driving by. And they get footage from Azalea next door. And this is a major break in the case because what the Azalea footage shows is her pulling in, doing a loop around the complex, and pulling up to the dumpsters and sitting there for about 2 minutes. And that's when she throws Quinton's body away. So you're going to hear in detail about the footage from Azalea, the different cameras and camera angles and what you can see on which one. But this is just a sample of that. This is her driving in the Dodge Journey after 1 a.m. on a mission to throw away her dead child. So that's one notable item of follow-up that leads into the next interview. The other is that they go talk to Melissa Misty Bray. The defendant's calling her Misty on the first night. She doesn't even get her name right. But she describes her as a former coworker from Bojangles. So Special Agent Snyder goes out to Bojangles, asks whether they could direct him to this person. They do. He goes out and he interviews her. And he asks her when the last time that she saw the defendant was. And she tells him, I haven't seen her for months. The last time that I saw her was when she ran it. It was like in July of 2022, months before what we're talking about. The defendant had run out of gas near Missy's house, had walked to Missy's house and had borrowed a gas can. And their last contact was Missy texting her a few times, saying, "Hey, can I get that gas can back?" And that was it. And that was months before. And Special Agent Snyder looked at these messages, and they corroborate what Missy is telling him. So, Chevron story, the met Missy at Chevron story is now just completely torpedoed. And so they bring her in for another interview on October 8th. And this one is with an FBI agent named Bridget Brock. And it's conducted at the FBI office in Savannah. And they confront her with these two findings. One, the security footage from Azalea and from Chevron. And two, what Missy has told them. And she just sticks to the Oragel story and just insists that it is true. And this is what that sounded like. She just hasn't had time yet to figure out how she's going to play this with this new information that they're presenting her with.
We'll talk about that, okay? Because Missy hadn't talked to you.
Yeah, she has.
She hasn't talked to you in quite some time.
Yeah, she
Yes,
has.
she did not have a conversation with you about the Oragel.
Yes.
So in your mind, you've looked at all these timestamps and plausibly you came up with a story that's partly true.
No, that is
but
true.
There's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were there.
I was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the Life 360. I told my interviewer the Oragel that she gave me.
Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this.
Yeah, I got the Oragel. That did happen. She had a moment inside her mouth. That's the reason why I got stuck for it.
You have to stop saying this. It did not happen.
Yes, it did.
So that's the story on October 8th, sticking to her guns. Now, October 12th, she comes in for another interview. And this is with Brad Snyder, who I've talked about already, who you've heard a little bit from and seen a little bit of, and an FBI agent named Savannah Solomon that he works with closely. And this is at the FBI office. And this is a long interview. I've pared it down a little bit so we don't have to spend 3 hours watching it during the trial, but it's still fairly long. And initially, at least, she's sticking to the Oragel story. That's Savannah Solomon on the left, Snyder on the right, and the defendant in the middle.
And I did. I did. Please.
I did meet Misty, 100%. It happened. I'm telling you. And she tells this kind of flowery story describing this meeting. She lavishes them with details about how this went down.
So you went to Missy's house, and did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside.
Yeah, that's not like I just
How long did y'all interact there with Missy? How long did you talk?
2-3 minutes, just a quick little conversation. I don't know her mouth doing this one. She does some practice, so she did. How much she was outside.
Now she has Misty was smoking crack when she gave the defendant the Oragel. And what is going on here is when the defendant is lying and telling a story to cover something up that she did.
Objection, Your Honor, at this point in time. Those opening statements, Mr. Dean has the right to say what he expects the evidence to show, not his interpretation of it. So,
Sustained. Can you move forward?
The evidence will show that she added this detail to suggest a faulty memory on Misty's part, to suggest that, maybe this will help explain why Misty is telling that she hadn't seen me. And it is nothing to her to just accuse Missy of having smoked crack during this meeting that didn't happen. But in any case, a few minutes later, she finally admits that she didn't see Missy.
She doesn't understand. She looked back to me 100% true. 100%.
But I found it in the car was the ones that I lost. And I found them when I got back to the house.
So after insisting on the 5th that she met Misty at the Chevron for Oragel, and after insisting on the 8th that that was the truth, and after insisting even at the outset of this interview that it was true, she finally admits that it wasn't true and massages the inconsistency by saying, you know, I didn't speak to her, but I did go there with the intent of seeing her. And she adds a detail that hasn't been included in any of her stories to date. Oh, and by the way, yeah, you've asked me if I threw any trash away there. Yeah, I did throw some trash away. She has a story for what that trash was. The evidence will show she did not want to admit that it was Quinton's body. So she describes this trash that she threw away as stinky shrimp pasta that had been sitting in the car in a trash bag and smelling up the car.
Again, it's just another kind of trash bag. The trash is standing for the state trash out a few days ago, and there's full of food all in the car. So I go around and see my gas up in the food in the trash. There's portals, like shrimp pasta. Yeah. The whole car's like shrimp. You know, I think I got it right in there. So, what is that smell? I felt like before I even went to go to a floor. You know? I go up there and I'm like, get out of the car. And I'm like,
And they ask her about this. Gosh, you know, this is the most critical fact in the case. Throwing Quinton's body in the dumpster at Azalea, what she was doing at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at 1:17 in the morning or so. And her explanation for that is, you know, it's just such a minor thing, throwing away some trash. I didn't think to mention it in my hours of previous interviews.
I don't stop. That was the only stop that I didn't think anything of, to be honest. It's just, oh, food, up in the car. See what I'm doing with it out.
She does not want to talk about what was in that trash bag. They also revisit the drug use, and you'll remember the strong denials on October 5th, which are repeated on October 8th. On this October 12th interview, she admits finally that, you know, I did take a Percocet that night.
And you had a Percocet in conjunction with smoking.
Yes, was I tell you this? It was like I don't go outside to smoke a cigarette.
And about what time would you do that?
By the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever.
And so Snyder asked her about her changing story. You know, you've been adamant that you met Misty for Oragel, and now you're finally admitting to us, oh, you know, I actually didn't speak to her. You've initially, over the course of 2 interviews, maybe more, didn't mention throwing trash away. And now you've got a very detailed account about doing that and what it was. And you, on the 5th, were adamant that you hadn't used any drugs other than marijuana. And now you're telling us that you did take a Percocet too. What's going on? Why is the story changing? And her explanation for that is, oh, well, my faulty memory might have something to do with all the cocaine I was doing that night, which is a drug that had totally been absent from all of her prior accounts and fits much more with the $80 Cash App than the story about paying off the drug front. And so she is explaining her inconsistent stories by adding another inconsistency, which is an admission to cocaine use.
Juror has requested a short break, and that makes sense. Let's take a 10-minute break and resume with the opening statement. Mr. Dean, again, I'm going to ask you not to talk about the case, don't do any research about the case, avoid conversations about the case. The time now is about 11:29. Let's aim to be back here at 11:40. Okay, we're in recess.
Well, what do we think so far? To be honest, there's not too much that I didn't know so far. I think most of these details have come out in some shape or form. What astonishes me, what always astonishes me though, is how dumb people are. How they just don't realize that cops are going to do things like, you know, check the phone. So if they said they're going to phone someone, you know, they phone someone at a certain time, or they text someone at a certain time, that the cops won't be able to check that. And that in this day and age, they don't realize that the surveillance cameras on like gas stations and, you know, just around and about, it astonishes me that they just don't realize that these things in the modern world happen all around us. Yeah, a goose is cooked. I agree. I totally agree. What is her defense? That's what I'm waiting to find out. I want to know what her defense is going to be. Yeah. That's what I'm waiting for. At some point during the last 2 years, I'm sure it's come out that she'd said that someone else killed Quinton, that she couldn't remember, that she completely blacked out and she couldn't remember anything, and someone else must have killed him. I'm sure that came out at some point. I don't know when, I don't know where it came out, but I that's in my mind. So are the defense going to raise reasonable doubt in the jury's mind by saying that some hypothetical person, someone else, must have killed him? Is she still going to go along with the abduction story? You know, that someone snuck in. Someone stuck in the middle of the night and stole him. Yeah, there's the security on the door. She didn't even get that right. That she said, oh, the front door was left open. And then talking to Danny on the phone, she opened the door during the conversation. So she thought, oh, well, I better open the door then, hadn't I? If I'm telling him that the door was left open when I got up, well, now the door's closed, so now I've got to just open the door to make it look real. But yet it doesn't realise that the door is is on a system that says when the door was opened and when the door was closed. Oh, the modern world. The modern world foils these criminals every time. Even when it's their own home, they don't realise. Dear me. Dear me. I don't know. Yeah, cameras are everywhere. Yeah. Everywhere. Yeah, ADT system. So how could someone get in? If the doors were closed until, I think they said 9:22 is when the door opened. So presumably the door opened when Danny went out and then closed behind Danny and then didn't open again until 9:22. Did she have a terrible upbringing? I don't think she had a great upbringing, but I don't know that I could say it was terrible. Do I have Billy Joe's rap sheet? I do somewhere. Yeah, I collected quite a lot of information about Quinton's case when it was new. So yeah, the kids did have a somewhat unsettled upbringing, but I don't think it was really, really, really terrible. But she does have a brother that's also in prison for murder. Did anybody know that? Wasn't Billy Joe heavily into drugs when Leilani was younger? I think so. And wasn't she a prostitute for some time? But yeah, there is a brother who is also called Quinton, strangely enough. Oh, there we go. Billy Joe has been done for prostitution. Can't remember what else. She had mum OD'd in front of her. Yeah, there's yeah, there were some problems. There were some problems, but I think Billy Joe actually turned her life around. Now, I don't know how old Leilani was when Billy Joe turned her life around, but you know, she's working a decent job now, like earning you know, for a bit of money. And she married Tommy, and yeah, bought a nice house. Do I know the story of the brother convicted for murder? Yes, I did know it. Let me just see if I can find Quinton. Let's have a look. All right, so this is from Crime Online. So court docs reveal sordid family life of missing top. Uncle in jail for shooting a man multiple times and killing him. So killer uncle. According to Savannah Morning News, Quinton's uncle, Nathaniel Quinton Betterton, was convicted in 2013 of voluntary manslaughter and robbery, sentenced to serve 20 years without parole as part of a plea deal. The plea deal was also reduced Betterton's murder charge to manslaughter. Victim was identified as Timothy Moore. According to court documents, Moore tackled Betterton, who attempted to rob the victim. Betterton then shot Moore multiple times, killing him. So Moore tackled Betterton, who attempted to rob the victim. So this is him. Nathaniel Quinton Betterton. So his middle name was Quinton. So presumably that's who Leilani named Quinton after, the killer uncle. So it looks like Nathaniel Quinton Betterton attempted to rob Moore, who tackled him. Betterton then shot Moore multiple times, killing him. Great. There you go. That's the story. So that was 2013. So he's got another 10 years, 9 years on his sentence to go before he's eligible for parole. So pled guilty, got it pled down to manslaughter, and has to do 20 years. So there you go. That's the story. It's Billy Joe in the courtroom. I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her. If she's giving evidence, she might not be allowed until she's given evidence. Didn't Billy Joe tell her friend, a YouTuber, that 2 of her kids are murderers? I don't know about that. I'm not saying she didn't. I don't know the answer to that. Possibly see FAS. What's FAS? Fetal alcohol syndrome, I think you mean. Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't mean you become a murderer, but certainly helps tell a bigger picture. I don't know. I don't know. Billy Joe said she wouldn't be attending. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I go back and forward with Billy Joe, honestly. You know, one day I feel sorry for her that she turned her life around, you know, got her life back on track. And then other times I feel that, well, you reap what you sow. And then I feel really bad. I feel really bad when I think that, because at the end of the day, she's not responsible for Quinton's murder. You know, she's not been charged with anything, and she's basically lost everything. She's lost her grandkids. You know, the other 2 grandkids, she's lost those as well as Quinton. And I really do think she did love those kids. She was trying her best for those kids. I do think she was. And yes, she was naive, thinking that as long as Leilani was supervised, that it would all be all right. I think she was living in maybe some level of denial, because she wanted to keep the kids with her. So there was probably some selfishness there. But yeah, 2 in 1 family. Who are we talking about here? Are we talking about little baby Quinton, so Leilani's children, or Billy Joe's children? Because Leilani had 3. I don't know about a cot death, but Leilani had 3. So the older child, who's now been named in court, so I'll use his name, Zane. And then we've got baby Sky. I'm surprised, actually, that they've been named in court, but they have. Yes, it is. That's Leilani's brother. So we got stolen credit cards, prostitution, burglary, driving with a suspended license, cocaine possession, cannabis possession, assault, battery, and fraud. Oh dear, that's a real litany of. Yeah, great, fantastic. But yeah, but then again, she's turned her life around. She was doing well. We'll put court back on. I've had court back on in the background, so No, we're not going to miss anything. Was the killer uncle before or after she named a child? The event happened in 2013, so well before. So shot a man to death, but it got pled down to manslaughter. So charged with murder, pled down to manslaughter, and got 20 years.
We are back on the order, back on the record in
We're back.
SBCR
Guys, we're back.
22-03364J6. Counsel for the defense is at the table with Ms. Simon. Counsel for the state, along with Detective Lemons, are at their table. We haven't yet brought the jurors back in. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring the jurors back in?
No, Your Honor, I'm ready.
All right, let's proceed.
Let's proceed. All right, I'm going to mute out. I'll see you in a little while.
Jurors entering.
Okay, thank you. And so for the record, the jurors are all back. They are being seated at this time. All right, all 16. Thank you. And Mr. Dean will resume with his opening statement.
So, October 12th, and we've come a long way from the October 5th account of only using marijuana that night. This is where we end up on October 12th. And in this interview, she acknowledges that this wasn't like the one night she used cocaine. She's a regular user of cocaine, which she had denied in earlier interviews. Now, at the end of the day, the most critical thing though is what happened to Quinton. What happened to Quinton in the middle of the night? And here is what she had to say about that. I don't know if I did something to him, but if I did, I will take responsibility. She appears to be claiming something like a lack of memory, and I'll tell you that the evidence that you'll see is going to show that when she drove to those dumpsters in Azalea to throw Quinton's body away, you can see that she's driving normally. You'll see that she comes to a complete stop at stop signs. She uses her turn signal. You'll hear evidence that the investigators could tell from her phone that she plugged her phone into the USB charger in the car when she got in. So the evidence will show that she was aware of what she was doing when she took him there, and that her claims to just not know what happened cannot be true. They do not fit with the other evidence. We've talked a lot about what she has been saying to the police and the FBI on 5th on the 8th, on the 12th. But we haven't talked much about the other aspect of the investigation, which is the effort to find Quinton and figure out exactly what happened to him. So I'll talk a little bit about that now. Now, on October 18th, police announced that they believe Quinton's body to be in a local landfill and that they're about to begin this extremely challenging needle in a haystack search of the landfill. And this is how they got there. A detective with the Chatham County Police Department goes out to the mobile home plaza once these dumpsters become an area of interest after they've looked at the security footage. And he asks what garbage truck company services these dumpsters, and they give him that information. He gets in touch with that garbage truck company, and he learns that it was truck 309 from 3909, I should say, from a company called Waste Pro. This is the list of stops for that truck on that day. Serviced the mobile home plaza. This is on the morning of October 5th, actually. Quinton wasn't in the dumpster for very long because it was emptied that day. And this, what I'll tell you next, kind of goes to explain Quinton's condition when they ultimately found him. Not an intact body, but in pieces, little pieces, bones. So front-loading garbage truck extends its hydraulic forks into the slots on the side of the dumpster and drops Quinton and all the other garbage into the box in the back of the truck. There's a compactor in that truck that compacts everything. You want that compactor in there so that the truck doesn't have to go to the landfill as frequently. It makes the garbage smaller and take more garbage. That truck went to the Waste Management Superior Landfill on Little Neck Road on the morning of October 5th. This is a landfill ticket. They weigh the trucks when they're coming in. That's how they know how much to charge the garbage truck company for this particular load. This is for Waste Pro truck 3909. And with this information, the detectives go out and they talk to the landfill manager, and he's able to identify the area that garbage was being dumped and then kind of shoved to on October 5th. And this kind of general area up here, that becomes the search area. So they have kind of an idea of like a general box in the landfill of where Quinton is going to be found. But this is still an extremely difficult thing. Even if you know the general area, there's like 2 more days of trash that have since been dumped there since the 5th. And this stuff gets compacted and moved around. They drive these compactors over it that have studded metal rollers, and everything just gets shredded. You may have this idea that you go into a landfill and it's just like a pile of bags of trash, just like they were when you put them in your garbage can at home. It is not like that. You will see that it is not like that. Everything is shredded because compaction is the name of the game in landfills. You will hear that. You got to get everything pressed down real tight because space is money. So at the end of the day, they have tons and tons of garbage to search through. And so they arrange the landfill search. They have some consultants from an outside agency come in and advise on this because it's a very technical thing. These consultants are able to tell them, based on the size of the box, about how many tons of trash they'll have to search through to exhaust the area, based on known rates of searching, like pounds per day. They're able to give them an estimate of how many people this is going to take and how much time it's going to take. They have to order specialized protective gear, steel-toed boots, Tyvek suits, respirators, gloves to put over the gloves. This is a biohazard environment. And they have to find volunteers, and this is an all-volunteer duty. All right? And for weeks, volunteers from the police department and from some other law enforcement agencies came out here early in the morning, and they do this landfill search that involves an excavator up in the search area, scooping up garbage, putting it in a dump truck. Dump truck comes down on this open area bounded by cones that they call the search deck. Excavator down here kind of spreads the garbage, that particular load, I think they were calling them lines, out onto the search deck. And the law enforcement officers, these volunteers, get online with rakes, and they just search through it. This is what that looked like. And they do this for days, weeks, in the heat, all that gear on. That's why I said earlier, these efforts can only be described as heroic. They want to find Quinton. The evidence will show that these things are not typically successful. There's a very low success rate with these landfill searches because, again, it's a needle in a haystack proposition. But that's what the police are doing while she is playing games with investigators and changing her story and changing her story again. October 24th, while the landfill search is underway and those volunteers are suffering in the heat out there, not knowing whether the next raid is going to bring more tedium and boredom or if it's going to bring the horror of what they're actually looking for. The defendant is still playing games. Having already admitted that she went to Azalea and threw away trash, but it was only stinky shrimp pasta, she does an interview with the news, WTOC, in which she still, even at this late stage, this is October 24th, that's 19 days after the initial 911 call, and after several interviews where her story has just been shot to pieces. She does this interview where she holds herself out as the victim of a child abduction, still on that, and has the gall to make an appeal to the public to just please bring Quinton home safe. And the evidence will show that she knows he's not safe. And she knows he's not coming home.
My kids woke up to me screaming, "Where's Quinton?" and running through the house. I ran and looked everywhere, inside, outside, so screaming for help. I've been here every day since this. I am not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station. And I will walk with her. All we want is justice for Quinton's life. We want justice too. We want answers. We don't care the cost. We want answers just like everybody else does. At the end of it all, we love you, baby Q. My little monkey, and we want to pull.
That same day in which she's claiming to the news she had no idea what happened and to just want him home, she sends this text message to Savannah Solomon of the FBI. And this is just the latest Hail Mary. After all the statements about going to the Chevron and then going to Azalea and what she was doing there, and I was actually throwing away trash and not Quinton. At this point, October 24th, the same day as that news interview, she and Danny are split at this point. He kind of seems to see the writing on the wall for her and has left town, I believe. And I think they're not together at this point. And so now's the perfect time to try to put it on Danny. I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that he was the one who left. My phone was in the car from my previous trip. And the reason she says that is her phone GPS puts her at the dumpsters too, not just the video. So anyway, she's throwing it on Danny and is now saying, you know what, I didn't actually make that trip at all. It was him and me. And they get her in for an interview a couple days later to formalize that statement. And they just sort of let her talk and put it out there. But the evidence will show that it was clearly not true. It was a desperate attempt to just try something new after, I don't know, a dozen lies to that point. That interview was on October 31st, last day in October. Now, on November 18th, about 3 or 4 weeks after they started searching through that landfill, this arduous task, challenging thing, all volunteers, they finally find what they're looking for. November 18th is a memorable day for the people who are involved in this landfill search, because they find Quinton, and he's not in good shape. Okay, they find him in pieces, mostly bones, a foot. It's not as though he's in one place on that search deck. They're finding bones in different lines, spread out. He's torn apart. They send Quinton's remains up to the FBI lab at Quantico, Virginia, where DNA analysis is done. And they confirm what everybody already knew, is that this is Quinton. And the defendant comes in for one last interview. So that's where she ends up. After having given this very detailed cover story about going to the Chevron to meet Misty for Oragel, and having added this later, this richly detailed account of having thrown away some garbage at Azalea in the dumpster, but it only being shrimp pasta. Her final story, when they found Quinton after tracing the trash and making it undeniable that what she was throwing away in that dumpster at Azalea was her son's body, the best she could do in her last interview is to claim a total and complete lack of memory from seeing him in his pack and play at 10-something to snapping back into consciousness on the way home from Azalea. And we'll watch it, you'll see more. Specifically what she says happened is that she was driving home, hit a set of railroad tracks, and that jolted her back into now forming memories again. That's the story she ends up with. After those richly detailed accounts of false statements for what happened during that trip, now she just can't remember anything that happened during the critical time period in this case, the murder and the disposal of the body. So that is, as concise as I can make it, the account of what happened and what how the investigation unfolded. What will the trial look like? Okay, so that's kind of the story, start to finish. What will the trial look like? Trial's not like an opening statement. All right, we bring witnesses in one at a time. It can be kind of disjointed and choppy because each individual comes in and they can only talk about really their role and what they did, heard, saw, that sort of thing. You will hear from some of the responding officers. You'll hear from people like Michelle McCarta, people in Quinton's life who can tell you some things about how the defendant felt about Quinton and treated him. You'll hear from the investigators who took these statements and followed up on them. You'll hear from some of the people who were involved in this search of the landfill. You'll hear from some of the scientists at Quantico who were tasked with identifying Quinton and seeing what they could make of these remains, which are just totally torn apart. What I do not expect you will hear is exactly how the defendant killed Quinton. And that's because she covered it up. It's because she got rid of the body. All right. The evidence will show that her specific intent from the outset was that he never be found at all. And him being found in pieces, little bitty pieces, was the next best thing. The judge will tell you that in a case like this, we do not have to prove exactly how the defendant killed Quinton. Under these circumstances, how could you? And that is a sensible rule. Because what we have to prove, what is important, is not exactly how she killed him, but that she killed him. The fact that she did it. And the evidence that we will present to you will do that. It will do that, beyond a reasonable doubt. So at the end of the case, when all the evidence is in, we will make our closing arguments, and we will ask you to find her guilty of all of the charges in the indictment. I want to thank you for your attention. This has been a fairly long opening statement, but it was important to us, because it's our one chance to do it, is to give you kind of soup to nuts from the outset. What is this case about, and what did this investigation look like? So I thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Turn to the defense. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
All right, this is what I'm looking
Ladies and
forward to.
gentlemen,
This is what I need to know.
I don't intend to speak nearly as long as Mr. Dean did. Because frankly, this whole case is about rumor, gossip, speculation, and innuendo, and ultimately the state's bold conclusions about what they say happened but can't prove. Unquestionably, this is an emotional case. I know that. I have 5 children, 4 grandchildren. So I understand how emotional this can be. But this case can't be decided based on emotions. It has to be decided on facts and evidence presented in this courtroom. It can't be determined by emotions or their rumors and their gossip and their conclusions. And in the end, what you will determine is that's exactly the foundation of the state's claims. Bunch of conclusions, bunch of declarations, unsupported by actual evidence. These declarations about she did this at 1 o'clock, she killed Quinton. She drove here, and then all of that are their conclusions, what they have decided the evidence shows. But what is important in a trial is this witness stand, where witnesses testify and evidence is presented. It's not what some lawyer says. It's not what the state declares the evidence to be, and that includes this discussion about the statements. Mr. Dean has his ideas of what those statements represent, but that's your job. And it's not to simply rely on the state's conclusions about what they mean. The state has a conclusion. The core conclusion is that Leilani Marie Simon murdered her child. The evidence will simply not support that bold conclusion. That is why, after we've heard all the evidence and all the argument, the evidence will lead you to one place, and that is a finding with respect to murder and concealing the death of another of not guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Purse.
Wait, that was it? That was
This
it?
would probably be a good time to break for lunch, and then we'll
That was
resume testimony after the lunch break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a time for lunch break. It is, the time now is 12:10. I'm going to ask that you report back at 1:20. We got to give some time for them to get to lunch and get back. Let's go ahead and make that 1:30. It's 12:15 now. Let's make it 1:30. That'll give some time, and we're going to be realistic about what we do. When you go, please remember not to discuss the case, not to do any research on the case, and not to talk with each other about the case. All right? And with that, you're excused.
Jury's exiting.
She literally has no defense. She literally has no defense. That's crazy. Why? Why is she going through this? Why is she putting everyone through this? Why not just take your punishment? Oh, let's just say there's gossip and speculation and rumors, and the prosecution has just made all these facts up, and they're just interpreting all of these facts and all of these lies. They're just interpreting it all as wrong. As wrong. Okay.
All clear, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Before we leave, there is one matter that I'd like to take up. Juror 7, who came in a little late earlier today, and she'd also indicated after we had selected the jury that she had some hearing issues, or may have some hearing issues, and she provided what the court marked as Court Exhibit 2. Despite her showing the document, which really indicates to me that there is speech understanding in background noise within limits. So we chose to keep her here on the jury today. I just want to note for the record that she appears to be responding to all commands made verbally. When I asked each of the jurors to write their name on the front page so that they can begin making notes on the back page, she did so immediately. And I say all this to say that she seems to be doing fine. And I just want to put that on the record.
I would concur, Judge. I've noticed the same thing, and I would concur, Judge. I noticed the same thing, and I got the same conclusions from the note that we got during jury selection. So I note for the record the same thing.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dean, anything?
I agree, Your Honor, and I would just add that during jury selection, when this issue came up, when she brought it to our attention, the reason that I did not push the issue about asking her whether she would like to wear a headset to amplify the volume is that during that colloquy with the court and with counsel, she was being questioned in a very normal tone, and by Mr. Hilliard in particular, and actually kind of a soft, low tone, and just didn't seem to have any problem whatsoever with hearing what people were saying. So that I think that the record is clear on her ability to hear what is being said in the courtroom.
Okay, I appreciate the observations. Is there anything else that we need to deal with at this time before we break?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
Okay. So we're going to resume at 1:30. That's the aim. Let's get back here about 1:25 so that if there's anything, we can address it before we begin. All right. And with that, we're in recess.
All right, so those confused at the time, because, you know, the judge just said, oh, it's 12:15, be back for 1:30. The judge is only allowing the live streaming of the trial if the cameras are a half an hour behind. So it is when they start, they've already, when the cameras start rolling. No, how do I put this? Basically, look, they're a half an hour behind. So that's what it's going to be for the entire trial. So what we're seeing now happened half an hour ago, basically. I love that shot of the projector, but I'm going to put my court is on a break. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put my court is on a break thingy up. Yeah, delay viewing, yeah. So in Savannah, it's 11:45. No. I'm confusing myself. So it's 12:47 p.m. It is in real time, yeah. But this happened, the court finished for lunch half an hour ago because there's a half an hour delay on the live stream. So it's going to be like that for the entire trial. Because up to a few days ago, the judge said she wasn't going to allow live streaming. So I think this is the compromise that she's had with the media. Because all the way through, like the motions hearings and stuff, like the pre-trial stuff, the cameras have been in the courtroom, but they've never streamed a whole hearing. The news has played clips, but they've never streamed a whole hearing because the judge didn't want live streaming. The judge wasn't allowing live streaming. But a few days ago, she changed her mind and said that the trial could be televised as long as there was a half-hour delay on the cameras. So tomorrow, they'll start at 9, but for us, for the world, for those of us watching on whatever platform we watch it on, we'll only start at 9:30 Eastern. So I'll come live a little bit later tomorrow. I mean, they actually only started they did start late today. So returning 1 hour. Yeah, well, no, it'll be 1 hour and 15. So it's going to be 7 p.m, I think, my time. But the court's on in the background, so we're not going to miss anything. Because as soon as the sound comes back on, like all I need to do is take that down. But do you really want to sit for the next hour and 15 minutes watching a projector? We might as well just put the overlay on. However, let's catch up on what's gone on in Sarah Boon. Let's do that. So for Sarah Boon, jury selection has resumed today. Sarah Boon's trial was... I'll have to take my thing down. Sarah Boon's trial, jury selection started last Monday. But because of Hurricane Milton, the judge made I think the very sensible decision, honestly, to delay it a week. So jury selection has resumed today, and the trial will start, I think, possibly Wednesday. But once the trial starts, then I will be live streaming Sarah Boon on Michelle Walks. So the streaming of Leilani Simon will stay on this channel, but I will be streaming Sarah Boon on Michelle Walks for anybody who wants to watch that instead of this one. Or you could be like me and watch them both at the same time. So it won't be too bad because they'll have breaks at different times and, you know, sidebars at different times. So I'll be able to chat to both audiences in the breaks. So let's catch up to see what Sarah Boon is going on. So Sarah Boon, there's no cameras in the courtroom for jury selection, but reporters are allowed to live tweet. So there are reporters in the room. Jury selection happening today. No live stream or cameras. However, the trial will be. Yes. There's Sarah this morning. There's a video of her going into court, so I'll find that in a minute. All right, Kathy Rusin, she's from Law and Crime Network, so let's have a look. Jury selection begins this morning after a large hurricane. It takes several days to seat a jury. So let's have a look. Here's the video. This is Sarah coming into court this morning. There isn't any sound to it. So she's having her silverware taken off. So the judge did agree to her being uncuffed and unshackled in the courtroom. It doesn't look like she's been allowed the makeup artist that she wanted. But yeah, she's having a good time. So here are some of the questions that potential jurors will be asked. Has anyone seen any videos about a man in a suitcase? Has anyone commented on social media about any videos of a man in a suitcase? Has anyone seen a video of Miss Boon being interrogated by the police? Has anyone commented on social media about Miss Boon being interrogated by police? Has anyone seen body-worn camera videos of Miss Boon speaking to the police? Okay. All right. 3 of the 50 potential jurors immediately recognise Sarah Boon. The state's witness list is approximately 50 people. They just read the names off to see if any jurors recognise the names. 15 of the first 50 potential jurors made it past the hardship round. The remaining 35 were struck for cause on stipulation. I don't know what that means. Reasons for striking included full-time students, vacations already paid for, health reasons, and childcare. So basically, we don't want to be it. We don't want to be here. 2 15 jurors raised their paddles, indicated they've seen the video of a man in a suitcase. Juror 35 raised their paddle at pretty much every question about seeing the suitcase video, Sarah Boon interrogation, etc., and that they do not believe they could be a fair juror. A total of 3, that includes 35 of the 15, indicated they could not be a fair and impartial juror. Okay. 11 of the first 50 made it through. Oh, so we're nearly done. They were given a number to call to find out what day they needed to return. A new panel of 50 potential jurors coming in the afternoon to lunch at 1:45. I think we could all come up with better questions. Oh dear. Oh, Lilo. Is anyone live tweeting Delphi? No. Because the clown Francis Gull won't allow them. For second-degree murder in Florida, they only need to seat a 6-person jury. They will also select a minimum of 4 alternates. Judge would like more than 4 alternates if they can. So they only need to seat 6. So they should easily do it. Sarah Boon is the limelight of her mind. Dear me. No. Wednesday, if they can get a jury seated. If they only need 6 jurors, they should easily do it. Yeah, denied. Delphi hasn't started yet. Jury selection started this morning for Delphi. So let's look at Delphi next to see if potentially it's lunchtime in Delphi. Because unlike in the Sarah Boon case, where people can live tweet, they're not even allowed to take in devices into Delphi, to the courtroom. So no. Yeah. What's YSL? I don't know the YSL case, whatever that is. All right, 10 jurors have been selected so far in the trial for Delphi. All right, let's have a look at this. Oh, access denied. Right, I'm going to put my VPN on. If I disappear for a second, it will come straight back. It's just that it does sometimes freak out when I turn my VPN on, just for a second. But we're going to fly to the United States so that I can see this piece. Here we go. All right. Are we still up and running? Yeah. Oh, a low internet signal, but I think we're just about it. So 10 jurors selected in Delphi. So this is a new mugshot for Rich Delphi.
We brought a truckload of magic. What would you like to make disappear?
All that stuff out there. When you want junk to disappear, all you have to do is point. Bye.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
And we begin today at noon with the beginning phase of the Delphi murders trial. It is finally here. It has been more than 7 years since the bodies of Abby Williams and Libby German were found near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi. The trial for suspect Richard Allen begins this week, starting with jury selection. It's taking place in Fort Wayne, and it all started this morning. So here's a look now at the latest mugshot of Richard Allen. This was released very recently. Allen's accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German back in 2017. Now here's what is expected to happen today. The court sent questionnaires to 600 Allen County residents who are being considered for the Delphi jury. That's where the jury's coming from, Allen County. 16 will be selected, 12 jurors and 4 alternates. Both the prosecution and defense teams will get a chance to strike 10 potential jurors for any reason. Others will be dismissed for a variety of reasons. So the process will last up to 3 days. Once that jury is sworn in, they'll be sequestered, which means they will be isolated from the public to prevent being tainted. We'll have full team coverage throughout the trial, and you can get up to speed with the major moments and developments throughout this case. We have our Delphi trial special available right now on demand on our WTHR 24/7 WTHR Plus app. You can download our free app on Apple TV, Fire, Amazon, and Roku. Just search WTHR in your app store.
Cool. Hold on a minute.
We just love our client.
And thank you very much. So let's see if there's anything in this that they didn't tell us. So set aside 3 full days for selecting 16 members of the jury. All right, so here we've got a timeline. So as of 1 p.m. Monday, 24 potential jurors have been questioned and 10 have been selected, 6 women and 4 men. What to expect this week? The Allen County Clerk sent jury questionnaires to 600 potential jurors who have been summoned to appear for jury selection at the Allen County Courthouse. The prosecutor and defense team will each get to strike 10 potential jurors. Others will be dismissed by the judge for personal circumstances or views that would prevent them from serving. Once all jurors have been chosen, a process scheduled to last for 3 days. They will be sworn in on Thursday, October 17th. They will then be transported to a hotel closer to Delphi for the trial in Carroll County. They'll be staying in Lafayette, so they'll have about a half-hour journey to and from each day. So they're staying in Lafayette in a hotel, and they'll be transported to Carroll County every day. The jury will be sequestered for the entirety of the trial, with opening statements by the prosecutor and defense scheduled to take place on Friday. Allen denies having anything to do with the murders. Police say he did admit to investigators he was on the walking trails near the Morning High Bridge, not far, blah, 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 and we know that. So the state's going to use that as a burning piece of evidence to, and first and foremost, at least put him in the area, giving him opportunity. And so that would be challenging for the defense to overcome because it puts him there, 13 News legal analyst Katie Jackson-Lindsay said. But on the other hand, they can cut it both ways, because if he truly committed these crimes, why would he admit that? That's what the defense will argue. And they'll also argue that a multitude of other people were also there that day. There was loads of people there that day because it was a warm day. And the schools were out because they should have had snow days, but because it was mild, they'd not used up all the snow days. So they had a free day. So there was like loads of teenagers around and about. There was people walking. They're popular trails. So loads of people were there. So the fact that Richard Allen was there, it's not unusual for people to be walking the trails. That's what the defense will argue. Officials are warning the people of Carroll County that the cost of the Delphi murders trial will likely be twice the initial estimate, to a total of $4 million. So they basically have to find a way to find him guilty, or else they'll have wasted $4 million. Doesn't matter if it's the wrong guy. Nothing else on that.
With Chevy trucks, be ready for adventure.
Adverts.
Hanson, they love us
I'm
back.
dealing with adverts. I'm dealing with them. Let's see what else we've got here. I can turn my VPN off now, because it does slows the internet down a bit. There we go. What are your thoughts on this trial before it starts? Gray Hughes has commented. Richard Allen admits to being in the area when the girls were killed. He wore the same clothing as BG. His time is verified by 3 of 4 witnesses and Betsy Blair. A bullet matching ejection marks of Richard Allen's gun were found. He has confessed over 60 times. Good night, Richard Allen. Yeah, but go and check out my videos. I've got loads of videos about Delphi. Right, so we got 6 women and 4 men so far. Selection process happening quicker than expected. Yeah. Judge is completely corrupt. Well, yes, she is. Let's see what Fox 59 is saying. Or Fox 5, sorry. Trial for Richard Allen starts Monday. What to know? Richard Allen, the man accused of killing 13-year-old Abby Williams and Libby German. Starts Monday. Jury selection in Fort Wayne. Trial will take place in Delphi, a town of about 3,000 that's been haunted by the killings more than 7 years ago. This case has been closely watched in the state and nationwide. Allen, 51, who had worked and lived in the Delphi area, was arrested in October 2022, more than 5 years after the bodies were found. He's pled not guilty. When is Richard Allen's trial? Today. There'll be no cameras, cell phones, or laptops allowed in the courtroom. The judge in this case issued a gag order in December 2022, barring attorneys, law enforcement officials, court personnel, the coroner, and the girls' family members from commenting on the case to the public or the media in any form, including social media. Prosecutors have sought the order, citing intense public scrutiny and media attention. February 13th, 2017, a relative of one of the teenagers dropped them off. So that was Libby's sister. A hiking trail near the hometown of Delphi, about 60 miles northwest of Indianapolis. The girls never showed up at the location where they were supposed to be picked up. They were found dead a day later near a bridge. An autopsy showed they had been stabbed. In a search warrant request, March 2017, an FBI agent claimed the girls' bodies appeared to have been moved and staged at the crime scene. So that was a search warrant for Ron Logan's property because the girls were found on his land. So, arrest timeline. It took more than 5 years for an arrest to be made in the murders of Abby and Libby. The authorities released limited information throughout the investigation. Here's a timeline that led to Allen's arrest. February 2017, shortly after the killings, investigators released 2 grainy photos of a suspect walking on the abandoned railroad bridge the girls had visited, and an audio recording of a man believed to be the suspect saying, "Down the hill." July, authorities release a sketch. So that's the old man sketch of the suspected killer. April 2019, the change of direction press conference. Police release another sketch, completely different sketch, based on a video released that, no, that's wrong. That wasn't based on the video. It was the old man sketch that was a composite of Sarah Carbo's information and Bridge Guy, and like a conglomeration of witness testimony. That went into the old guy sketch. April of 2019, it was Betsy Blair's sketch that was done at the time. It was done in 2017, but wasn't released because it was too different. And that's the young guy sketch, because Betsy Blair said that the man on the bridge that she saw around 2 p.m. was young, around 20 years of age, 20 to 30 years of age, with dark, poofy hair. And that's not Richard Allen. So that's wrong. And they also released another word. So instead of down the hill, we then heard guys down the hill. December 2021, state police announced they were seeking information from people who had contact with someone who used a fictionous. Should that not be fictional? Anyway, online profile to communicate with young girls. State police said investigators determined the profile, Anthony Shots, was used from 2016 to 17 on Snapchat, Instagram, and other social media platforms. They also knew about that early on. Because didn't they raid the client's house early on? Then they started making a big deal of it in 2021. And then, surprise to everybody, October 2022, Richard Allen is arrested and charged with murders. Defense argues ritual, organism, sacrifice theory. In September 2023, attorneys for Allen claimed in a 136-page court filing that Abby and Libby were killed by members of a pagan Norse religion and white nationalist group known as Ordinists. They maintained Allen had nothing to do with the murders because nothing, absolutely nothing, links Richard Allen to Ordinism or any religious cult. The attorneys claim the two groups of Ordinists, one from Delphi, one from the Rushville area in southeastern Indiana, were investigated for their involvement in the crime. They say investigators found multiple ritualistic symbols at the crime scene, including the way Libby's body was positioned. The judge in the case denied the attorney's request to present their alternate theory to the jury. Defense attorneys Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie continue to push the ritual sacrifice claims and have asked the judge to reconsider. Yeah, she won't though, will she? She won't know, will she? She absolutely will not. Want to see the full Bridge Guy clip? It'll be interesting. Yeah, I do as well. 43 seconds. We've seen, what, 2 seconds, 3 seconds maximum. I don't think she did. Hold on, let me check. I don't think she did. I think she'll probably be saving everything. I don't see anything. No, the last thing we had was 3 days ago. Defendant's motion to incorporate evidence presented at the August 1st pre-trial hearing. So I don't think I showed you this because I did a video with 2 motions that have been posted the other day, and then this one came out. So I don't think I talked about this. I don't think I did anyway. Defendant's motion to incorporate evidence presented at the August 1st pre-trial hearing into offers of proof at trial. So during the hearing, so these were the 3 days of hearings. So July 30th, 31st, and then August the 1st. During these hearings, particularly on July 30th and August 1st, testimony was taken regarding paragraph 7 of the state's motion, which argued that evidence of third-party suspects and motive, including those practicing Norse paganism / Ordinism, should be excluded from the trial. At this hearing, the defense presented its proposed evidence through certain exhibits, as well as testimony from Dr. Dawn Perlmutter, Kevin Murphy, Todd Click, Amber Holder, Jerry Holman, Chris Cecil, and Patrick Cicero, among others, argued that evidence should be used at trial, but she said no, but she will allow them to make an offer of proof, which is basically present the information, but not to the jury. So it's allowing them to create an appellant record and basically, I guess, prove their case, but not in front of the jury. So she's letting them do that. So September 4th, the court issued an order granting state's motion in limine to exclude evidence of third-party motive, including evidence regarding Ordinism, and then all these Ordinists, and then including also Kegan and Jerry Klein, that's Tony Klein, and Ron Logan. Its order excluding the evidence, court noted that it will allow that evidence to support an offer of proof if one is made by counsel. Therefore, the defence does not believe it's necessary to make the request found in the motion, as the court has already stated that it will allow the aforementioned testimony and exhibits to be used as an offer of proof in the trial. The defence makes its request in the motion at hand to even further preserve the record that the court will allow the aforementioned testimony and exhibits to support an offer of proof that counsel for Richard Allen will be making at trial. The defendant intends to make an offer of proof at trial regarding the evidence of third-party suspects, motive of the individuals listed, so the ordinists and the people that they named. So an offer of proof must, 1, make a substance of the evidence, 2, the grounds for admission, 3, the relevance of the evidence known to the trial court as an offer of proof. The defendant submits that the substance of the defendant's proposed evidence has been made abundantly clear during the lengthy pre-trial hearing regarding the issue, and therefore moves to incorporate the evidence presented at the pre-trial hearing, July 30th and August the 1st, into the record at trial for purposes of the defendant's offer of proof. So that's expedient. That if you say, well, everything that was presented at the pre-trial hearings in July/August, if that can go into the trial record, that's expedient, isn't it? Because it's there anyway. It can be used as part of the appellant record anyway, because it's there. But I'd be interested to see what she says. The defendant intends to make his formal offer of proof during the defendant's case, present additional legal and factual arguments in support of the admissibility of the defendant's proposed evidence at the time. However, should the court grant this request, it has been previously indicated as it would, then defendant intends to rely on the evidence presented at the pre-trial hearing on those issues and not present any redundant evidence in the offer of proof. Granting this motion would serve to the cause of judicial efficiency, as the defendant's offer of proof would otherwise cause a significant delay in the trial if the defendant were to require to present the same evidence. Yeah. So surely she should agree. But then again, this is Francis. Furthermore, the granting of this motion before trial will also save money for Carroll County taxpayers. Yeah, as the witnesses who have been served with subpoenas will not need to appear, nor will they need to be paid the mileage to appear. Well, so that's the last thing. That's the last thing that came out in the Delphi case. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. Like, the more I've looked into it, the less I believe Richard Allen's guilty. But based on just the state's evidence, I don't think they've got enough. I think as a juror, I would feel very uncomfortable convicting him. But we don't know what else the state might want to offer that might be more convincing. But I would think that if the state did have more convincing evidence, they'd have already talked about it. They'd have already played that card. You would think. But it's just such a shame that Francis has basically put this trial behind closed doors. So the public can't judge for themselves, except for the handful of people who will manage to get in. The public can't judge for themselves the veracity of the state's case or the veracity of the defence's counter. And to be honest, the way that Judge Gull and Nick McClelland have behaved, it makes me feel even more that Richard Allen's guilty. Richard Allen's guilt is just something that's been fabricated. It sends you down rabbit holes. It really does. They've done nothing to make me feel assured that justice will be served for Abby and Libby and their families. Gull and Nicky sitting in a tree. Exactly. 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 What time are we at? All right, I'm going to go and take a short break. So I'm going to put I'll put the trial back up here just to prove that it's still running. I need to go and stretch my legs. So I'm going to put that up. Let's play some really annoying music. I'll put it on really, really low. Let's see what we've got here. StreamYard offers me some music. Let's have a look. Oh, I'm not going to put anything on because I don't know whether it would be copyrighted music. They're all quite annoying anyway, but I'll be 10 minutes absolute maximum. I just want to go and stretch my legs a little bit. I'll be back in 10. And then we can talk about this morning's opening statements in the trial. So I'll see you in 10. All right, guys, I'm back. I feel that was longer than 10 minutes. But anyway, not to worry. I'm not very good at clock watching. I never have been. Maybe I should live on Tennessee time. All right. Okay. So, how do we feel so far? Is there anybody at all who believes that Leilani Simon is innocent? Is there anybody? Let's do a quick poll. Let's do a quick poll here. Hold on, I'll have to get YouTube up. Can't do a poll. Can't do a poll on StreamYard. All right. So this is what you believe, not what you think the jury's going to do. So this is personally what you believe. All right. So start poll. Right. I believe Leilani Simon is guilty, not guilty. All right. We'll let that run for like 10 minutes. So maybe people who don't know the case very well will be open-minded, but I'd be absolutely staggered. I mean, really stunned if anybody who's followed the case since the beginning actually believes that Leilani Simon is innocent. I mean, the defense opening statement was woeful, absolutely woeful. There was no attempt at all to create reasonable doubt. None. Surely the jury would see right the way through saying, oh, well, this is just conjecture and rumours and speculation. Surely they would. But I don't know. I don't know why my chair's not comfy. It was quite comfy before, and it's not comfy at all now. Hey, Lynn, member for 32 months. 32 months. Sarah Boon, guilty. Richard Allen been framed. I mean, look, in my opinion, Leilani Simon's an open and shut case. Sarah Boon's also an open and shut case. However, we'll talk about Sarah Boon when the Sarah Boon trial's actually on. But just to tell you where I'm at with Sarah Boon, under the letter of the law in Florida, which I have looked at, she could be found guilty of second-degree murder, which is what she's been charged with. But as a juror, I'd be wondering whether it really was murder under the letter of the law, or whether it's manslaughter. In my opinion, certainly in this country anyway, manslaughter would be probably what she'd be charged with rather than murder. But in Florida, the letter of the law, and we'll talk about all this when Sarah's trial's actually on, but I wouldn't be shocked, and honestly, I wouldn't be upset if the jury found her guilty of manslaughter but not murder. I wouldn't be upset by it. Now, Richard Allen, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely do not know I'm inclined to say he's not guilty because I haven't seen any evidence that convinces me of it at all. So unless the state has got something really up their sleeve that is very, very convincing, I'm going to say I think he's not guilty. And just the way that the judge and the prosecution have behaved makes me firmer in that. Is there anybody who really doesn't know Leilani's case? I mean, I did a little bit of a timeline at the beginning, and I do have a playlist about Quinton. So, like the very early days, I was doing quite regular videos. And then I took a big, long break because there was nothing going on. There was literally nothing going on. Leilani just sat in jail for ages. And literally nothing went on. But I did cover Quinton's case quite extensively in the early days. Not as extensively as I cover some cases, because it became very clear very quickly that Leilani was, in my opinion, the one that the cops were looking at, the only person they were looking at. They made that very clear. And apart from the circus that went on outside with all the protesters, there was nothing else to really talk about. But I'd be interested to see if there is anybody who watches my channel now who just doesn't know anything at all about the case. Let's have a look here. We got somebody. Angie, member for 21 months. 100% guilty. Richard Allen's being framed. Yeah. Another 3 months and we get your OG badge as well. Yeah, I mean, George. It's a difficult one, isn't it? That how did he end up in that suitcase? Now, is it true what Sarah said, that they were innocently having fun, you know, had a couple of bottles of wine, but they were doing art, they were doing puzzles, and then they decided to play hide and seek. Sarah went to hide. George didn't come to find her. She came out of her hiding place. He said it would be fun to get in the suitcase. So he got in the suitcase, and then she thought he could get out. And then actually he couldn't get out, and she went to bed and left him there. Not before filming him, goading him, torturing him even, you could say. So at what point does she become guilt-worthy? For me, it's when he says, Sarah, I can't breathe. You know, basically, Sarah, this is not funny anymore. I can't breathe. At that point, she should have said, all right, then, I'll let you out. At that point, and anything that happened after is Sarah's fault. That's just my opinion. At that point, George is in trouble, and it's no longer a game. He's in trouble. Now, maybe she thought he was just exaggerating. Maybe she thought that he could have got out if he really wanted to, and that she was just, you know, going along with it, and she didn't realize because she was drunk. And maybe there's that. And that's why I'd be inclined to say she didn't intend to kill him. I don't even think she intended to hurt him. I think it was a joke that went really badly wrong, and she was probably a lot drunker than she cares to admit. And she did go to bed, and she probably went to sleep. And I think there is truth to that story. But it's the way she is, honestly. I have no sympathy for her simply because of the way she is. And I've tried to like think, well, what if she was like really sorry and she was really meek and you know, she was a different person. I think I would have a lot of sympathy for her. I'd be more inclined to believe her that it truly was a tragic accident. And the fact that she's trying to go for this domestic violence defense makes no sense to me. Absolutely zero. Makes zero sense to me. The domestic violence defense does not work for Sarah Boon, even though there was a conflictual relationship, and I've done live streams on this, like in the recent past. There was a conflictual relationship on both sides, but I don't think it was a factor in what happened to George Torres. I really don't, because she's not saying, and never did she say, not on the interrogation, not on the body cam, never did she say, I was too scared to let him out. Because if this was a true domestic violence defense, she would have said something like, yes, he got in the suitcase voluntarily because we were playing a game. And then when I realized that he couldn't get out, I was too scared to let him out because I was scared of what he would do when he got out. That would be the defense that somebody who was genuinely afraid for their safety might say. And then you could say, well, all right, why didn't you just call for help, like for someone else to let him out? And then you would say, like what a genuine victim would say was, well, nobody knows what our relationship's like. And if I'd told anybody, he would have hit me. He would have been even worse to me if I'd told anyone. So that, I would buy that. I would honestly buy that if that's what she'd said from the outset. What I don't believe is this like post hoc concoction of a domestic violence defense when there's no mention at all in any of the tapes we've seen so far. There's no mention of it. Sarah said it was an accident. And I really do think it was an accident. I don't think she meant to kill him. I don't think she meant to hurt him. I think it was just something. They were silly. Both of them were silly. Both of them were drunk. And then at the point where George couldn't get out, she should have let him out. And here we are. And it's tragic, absolutely tragic. I feel really bad for his family, especially given the circus that Sarah has created. Going through all of these attorneys, spending 4.5 years in jail on a 9th attorney. Meanwhile, the family and loved ones of George Torres have been waiting for their day in court. And finally, it's here. And she can't get away from it. And she's there laughing and smiling in court, all happy, thinking that she's going to get away with it because she really is that conceited. And that's why her case angers me so much, is the way she is. You know, tragic things do happen. And I could accept that this was a tragic accident, except for her behavior makes me mad. And did you see, just last week, did you see that the prosecution offered her a plea deal just last week? And she turned it down. And it was very generous. Very generous. What was it? 15 years, I think it was. They were willing to drop the charges down to manslaughter and for her to serve 15 years. Bear in mind, she's already served 4.5. So she'd have 4.5 years time served. And also, she'd probably, if she kept her nose clean, be eligible for parole way before the 15 years. I don't know what the law is in Florida, whether the judge would say 15 years before being eligible for parole, in which case then obviously she'd serve 10.5 years because she's already served 4.5. But if the judge said, you know, you're going to be eligible for parole after 50% of your sentence, then she'd only have about 4 or 5 years to serve. She'd have less than 5 years to serve if the judge said that. Now, like I said, I don't know what the law is in Florida, and the judge would have, a certain amount of leeway there. But that's a really good deal. But no, she turned it down. She just said no, turned it down. That happened just before they decided to vacate the court for a week because of the hurricane. So not a lot of people talked about it at the time. I think it was because, it was like, oh, trial's delayed another week. But yeah, it was a very, very generous deal. And no, absolutely crazy. So if she's found guilty of second-degree murder, she will serve 22.5 years as I think that's the starting point. How many letters did the judge get? Lots. And they're not even short letters. They're lengthy letters. Because she's got all the time in the world. How old is her son? An adult? No, he's a child. So I think he was at school in 2020, because this has gone on since February 2020. I want to say he was 9 in 2020, but don't quote me on that. He was quite a young child, though. He wasn't like a teenager. I want to say he's 9, but back in 2020, so he'll be a teenager now. Yeah, 13 to 14 now, yeah. If I'm right, 9 sticks in my head. So no, not a tiny, tiny toddler, but a child who is old enough to know, who is old enough to, see all of this stuff and to understand just how bizarre his mother is. Honestly, it's really sad. Really sad. But his dad, Mr. Boon, is his name Brian? I think his name Brian. He seems quite responsible. He seems like he's not a low life or got his head in the clouds, or he seems like quite a down to earth chap. So I think the kid's being looked after. But that doesn't it doesn't excuse anything Sarah's done. It doesn't make it better, but at least it gives him some stability in his life. That's just my first impression. I mean, I don't know Brian at all, but I just remember him being interviewed, the police, the first responding officer, because Brian was there when the cops turned up, and the cop went over and talked to him, and he seemed down to earth. He seemed to be, head on his shoulders type thing. Might be completely wrong. He might be an absolute rotter, but first impressions, he seemed okay. Court's going to be due back in 5 minutes. Let's take my banner off just to show you. So, live court on lunch break until 2 p.m. So 5 minutes we've got to wait for the court to be back. So after, I'm hoping that the judge is going to tell us. I mean, she's going to have to tell us, isn't she? What time the jury needs to be in. So I'll tailor my coverage tomorrow for, just before, I'll come live like 15 minutes before court's due to start, before the jury are due. And so it'll be, a little bit shorter day. Let's see if they're back from lunch. Just a quick A quick Sarah Boon. Let's have a look here. No, I don't think we're going to get anything. Oh, we've got the projector back. So court's due. The projector. In the Karen Reid trial, for anybody who watched Karen Reid, we had the ceiling fan. Do you remember the ceiling fan? We watched the ceiling fan for days and days and days while the jury were deliberating. That ceiling fan. I was dreaming about the ceiling fan, honestly. But this is a projector, or whatever that is. Looks like a projector. Over a projector or something. It's warm in this little room. Taking my hoodie off here. Yeah, the OnlyFans, yes. Yeah. It was Karen's biggest fan. That's funny. Looks like Hector the projector. Oh dear. I honestly can't imagine that this jury is gonna spend too long deliberating. I might be wrong. Right, I'm gonna have a look at my poll. Let's have a look at the poll here. End poll. All right, so 99% of you believe that Leilani is guilty. 1%. 1%. Actually, how is that 0%? It's got to be 1%. So 99% of you believe she's guilty. That's before we've even heard any evidence. So we'll do another poll at the end of the trial and see whether anybody's mind has been swayed by the evidence. You said 1% a minute ago. It's when, because it only shows whole numbers. So if it was, I don't know, 99.4, then it would give 1%. And then if somebody voted and it went 99.5, then it might just, I don't know. I don't know how it deals with it. But it doesn't deal with fractions. It's one person. Yeah, one person believes she's not guilty. Oh, thank you, Little Bear Paws. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Very kind. Someone changed their mind. I don't think you can you? Like once you've voted, I don't know whether you can change your mind. What time is it over today? That's a good question. I was just wondering that. I mean, normally courts finish at like 4:30, 5 o'clock. Karen Reid, Judge Bev, was letting them out before 4 every day. Like if they went till 4 o'clock, that was a late day for Judge Bev. But normally they'll go to 4:30, 5. But we'll see. We'll see. Virginia McCullough, would I be able to do a show on her? I have heard of her case. Let me just... It's a strange one, isn't it? It's a strange one. The one who killed her parents. I watched the body cam that the police released the other day, and I could do a video on her, but what is there really to say other than she's a Fruit Loop? And just for anybody who doesn't know the case, because it's a UK case. So she hid the secret for 4 years. She murdered her parents and then lived with their bodies for 4 years. And it was all because she was in debt. So she was hiding this debt from her parents. And she's not like a young kid. You know, she's a middle-aged woman. And she built like this like DIY morgue for her dad, but then her mother, she just stuffed her in a cupboard. So bizarre. So bizarre. And then when the cops arrived, she basically said, I know why you're here, and she made a full confession. Such a bizarre case. Like the police body cam that they've released, she's just something not wired right there with her. Yeah, no one knew. And it wasn't the family that alerted authorities, it was the GP. So the dad, who's like 70-year-old man, had health issues, and the GP hadn't seen him for such a long time. And here we go. And Virginia had just basically been covering up. Like every time the GP contacted him, like she'd say, oh, they're on holiday, or oh, he's unwell. And the GP contacted, I think it was social services, and then they called the police. And when they turned up, she was there, and she just said, I know why you're here. And then she just made this full confession to these two cops. Yeah, I should do a video on her. I can't make head and tails of, like, other than she's just like this, I don't know, like adult woman in a child's body. And because she was in debt, she's just basically used her parents' savings, and she was drawing her parents' pensions. And I think she got away with it for so long because of COVID. Because even now, like a lot of like the doctor's appointments are all like on the phone. So I think she got away with it for as long as she has because of COVID. But finally, the GP just thought, well, what's going on here? I need to see this man, and couldn't get hold of him. So I contacted social services because he's elderly. And they were concerned enough to call the police. So there you go. I think not right in the head says it, yeah. But it's interesting the way that she seemed to at least care about her dad's body, that she'd at least built something to contain his body. Whereas her mother, she just basically stuffed her in a sleeping bag and then stuffed her in a cupboard. So she seemed to have a little bit more respect. And she tried to poison them. And the dad... Oh, here we go. All right, I'm going to mute out. Oh, no, maybe not. All right. So the dad, it worked. She poisoned him and he died. The mother, the poison didn't work. So she stabbed her to death. and then stuffed her in a cupboard. Can you imagine? Probably missed flu jabs. Well, he did have, I don't exactly know what medical condition he had, but there was some medical issue anyway that he should have been having checkups, and the GP just got worried. All right, I'm going to mute out now. Judge seems to be back. Here we go.
Okay, so we are back on the record in SPCR 03364J6. If we could bring out Miss Simon. Bring out Miss Simon.
Oh, what are we doing now? Why have we gone silent again? Yeah, it is mind-blowing case. Bring out Miss Simon. She's probably forgotten her notes again. They've got to unlock Miss Simon. Maybe they've lost the key. Maybe one of the deputies swallowed it and said, no, we're not bringing her out. We're leaving her in here forever. Maybe she's decided to plead guilty.
Leilani Simon is present in court with her attorneys.
All right.
Bye. Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse, the state, is at their table. AUSA, Tim Dean, Assistant District Attorney Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons. Just a couple of things. I think that as to the media, some were operating on a delay, some were not operating on a delay. I think we're all on the same 30-minute delay now, right?
I can speak for WJCL. We have been running a delay all day.
Awesome. There are always some technical difficulties in the beginning. What would life be without technical difficulties? So everybody's running on the delay. I don't think we have any other issues with regards to the media. Thank you. And the jurors have returned from lunch and they are ready to go. And is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jurors out. Okay.
Judge is looking in her bag. Probably got some notes in there or something. Making sure her phone's switched off, I bet you. Very attractive judge. Yeah, she's very dignified. She looks like one of those no-nonsense judges. The ones who can be really nice, but then just won't take any shit whatsoever. So, as long as she's fair, that's all I ask. Checking a firearm. Well groomed. She definitely is. She definitely is. Apparently not. Leilani's mother, Billy Joe. Apparently she's not there. That's just what someone in the chat earlier said. I can't confirm nor deny that, but apparently no, she's not. Try to be well groomed, but can't pull it off. Yeah, me too. I've given up trying to be well groomed. I did go through a period where I tried to be well groomed, but no, I never quite pulled it off. You walk down the road and my hair was all over, and I'd have mud up my feet and or whatever. So no, I don't even try now. Don't even try. Could you imagine if this ended up innocent? There's no way in the world. There's no way in the world Leilani Simon's going home. Stranger things have happened, but I think in this case, I don't think she's going home. I don't think the defence has a defence. It's as simple as that. I really don't think they've got a defence. Yeah, at least she's not a seagull. She is toast. Yeah, she is toast.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break.
Yes, ma'am.
And I trust that you are all able to comply with my instructions not to research the case and not to discuss the case.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you're right.
And for the record, everyone has either nodded their heads or responded yes. And with that, we're ready to get started. Mr. Dean.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
This way, sir. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Step this way, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sorry, Bobby Stewart.
And is Stewart S-T-E-W-A-R-T?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am a sergeant with the Chatham County Police Department.
That's the uniform?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
Probably about 34 and a half years.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the police department specifically?
Quite a while. I can't tell you exactly how many years, but it's been quite a while.
Now, what is your current position?
I'm a patrol sergeant, A watch.
What is A watch?
A watch is, we have different watches. We have A watch, C watch, D watch, and C watch, A, B, and C.
And are these different shifts?
Yes, sir. Different shifts.
What are the hours for A watch?
A watch, hours now today is 6 to 6. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, so it's essentially the daytime.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your position? The patrol sergeant for A watch, you said?
Yes, sir.
What are your responsibilities in that role?
My responsibility is for during the day, the shift that we're on. I'm responsible for doing the briefing. At the beginning of the shift, I assign officers to divisions in Chatham County.
Okay. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October 5th, 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what were you doing on that day?
Patrolling Chatham County.
Any particular precinct or area?
I was in the West Chatham precinct of Chatham Parkway.
And were you the sergeant over all the patrol officers assigned to the West Chatham precinct?
Yes, sir.
And how many of them were there at that point? Patrol officers on the west side?
Should be a total 7 or 8 that day.
Now, at some point on that day, on the morning of October 5th, did you respond to a call for service originating from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the nature of the call that brought you out there?
Missing child.
Now, when you get called out to a particular location on a particular call, do you yourself hear the 911 call?
You talking about on the radio?
Yes. Do you hear the 911 call that was made, or are you just getting a call from a dispatcher?
No, sir. I don't hear what was said when the person calls in.
Okay.
The only thing I get is the dispatch, what the dispatch tells us.
And the word from dispatch initially was it's a missing child call.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you go to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you get there?
It was in my marked patrol vehicle. I drove there. I think if I'm not mistaken, I went down Chatham Parkway.
And what? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Chatham Parkway to Gorod Avenue to Buckhalter Road.
And what type of residence is 535 Buckhalter Road?
It's a 2-story, like a single family dwelling.
Okay. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you look through that and tell us what it is, please?
It's it would be to the east of Highway 17 on Buckhalter Road, which is off of Gorod Avenue.
Well, I just mean, what is the document in front of you, State's Exhibit 1? It's more than one page, is it not?
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And what is it?
This looks like maps off of Google.
And do those maps accurately reflect the location of this residence in Chatham County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer State's Exhibit 1 into evidence at this time.
I think I've already seen it, Jeff.
Yes, Mr. Hilliard, and just make sure you speak loud enough so that Ms. Natalie can capture your words.
I'm just going to look through several of them. I think I've already seen them, Judge. I just want to make sure. Yes, ma'am. No objection. I've already seen all of these.
State's Exhibit 1, is it?
Your Honor, may I now publish these on the screens?
Yes.
All right, I'm on slide 1 here of State's Exhibit 1. This is the, I guess, Savannah, Chatham County metro area.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this this map here?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you step down and just point to us where that is on here? Okay. The red pin just to the left of Garrard Avenue.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can sit down. Now, moving on to slide 2, this is a beat map of Chatham County Police Department beat 7, correct?
Yes, sir.
And beat 7 is further broken down into a number of neighborhoods. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this map as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is it marked by?
It is marked by Buckhalter and Garrard Avenue.
Is it that red pin there that we see?
That is correct.
Okay. And 535 Buckhalter then would be in the Garrard Buckhalter neighborhood of Beat 7, correct?
That's correct.
Now moving to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
Slide 3 is showing Buckhalter Road. It's also showing the residence where we responded to.
Okay, that's marked by the red pin there.
That's correct, sir.
And finally, slide 4, what are we looking at here?
Slide 4 is another photo of the residence, but it's a closer photo.
Okay. Now, when you responded to this resident, you mentioned you showed up in your patrol car. Where did you park?
I parked in the driveway just outside of the gate.
Okay, so the jurors can't see what you're pointing at on that picture. So if you could just step down and tell us where you parked.
This is the driveway here. I came in and I stopped just short of the gate.
Okay. And you can have a seat, sir. Thank you. And when you arrived, were there any other officers with you?
Yes, sir.
And who were those?
There was 2 other officers that came in behind me. Corporal Jackson was one, and then the others also I think was Voss.
Okay. Daniel Voss?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Philip Gormley? Was he there as well?
He came in right behind them.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you make contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Where did you make contact with the defendant?
Just as I walked through the gate, they were walking towards the gate.
And who's they?
I saw a female, the lady sitting here with the glasses.
Okay. The witnesses identified the defendant. And what other, aside from police officers, what other people were on scene at the time that you arrived?
Myself. You talking about officers, sir?
No, other than police officers, what other people were on scene?
The people that I saw the young lady there. I saw a male subject, which I later found out was her boyfriend. And there was a little small child. And there was one more person standing back behind them.
Okay.
I think that was her brother.
Her brother?
I think it was her brother.
Okay. And was there also a person there who was identified to you as a babysitter?
Yes, sir.
And her daughter?
Yes, sir. She walked up behind me.
Okay.
When I got there and walked around in front.
Okay. Anyone else there that you remember who was there on arrival?
No.
Okay. Now, how did your initial contact with the defendant play out in the driveway right inside the gate there?
When I got there, she was walking towards me. She got to me and I asked her, "What's going on?"
And what did she say?
She told me that the child was missing.
Did she say when she had become aware of that?
Earlier that morning. If I'm not mistaken, I think she said around 6, I think, or something like that earlier when she had got up.
Okay. When 6 was for when she got up or when the child might have gone missing? Do you remember?
I think she said when she woke up, she was looking for the child. Child wasn't there.
Okay. And did she say anything to you about the door, the front door?
Yes, sir. She said when she woke up, the door was open, the front door to the house.
And the child was gone.
And the child was gone.
Okay. While you were there talking to her about this, did she cast suspicion on anybody who might have been responsible for the disappearance of her child?
Yes, sir, she did. She said her ex. She think that her ex might have took the child. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she said that was the child's father, I think.
Okay. So she said the child's father might have taken it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as the senior man on scene, you were the senior man initially, right?
Yes, sir.
Once you've gotten this initial story, what do you then shift gears into doing?
Well, we shifted gears and I asked her what was the last place she saw him. And she told me in the bed there. And then the front door, we assumed by him going out the front door. If he went out the front door, then it could have been the front yard. And then there was woods behind the house. And there was the roadway of Buckhalter Road, which passed in front of the house and went south. So you get south of the house and then north of the house.
Did you task out some officers to search the house itself?
Yes, I did, sir. While I was talking to her, I asked her, did they search the house and look for him? She said yes. So I said, well, we're going to search it again. So I sent 2 officers in the house.
Do you remember which 2?
I think it was Gormley and I think Jefferson.
Okay. And did they go do that?
Yes, sir.
And what was, you mentioned Daniel Voss was one of the initial officers there with you. What was his role?
He was talking to the lady.
Okay. Did you, at any point, did you call other officers out beyond the initial 4, you, Gormley, Jepson, and Voss?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you want additional officers there for?
To aid in the search of the area. It was quite a big size area. And once they started arriving, I had officers check to the south of the residence down to Veterans Parkway, and also had officers check to the north of the residence up to Broad Avenue.
Now, you had officers canvassing the area looking for the boy himself, right?
Yes, sir.
And what else did you have them go out and look for?
I advised them to check the residence as they was checking the area, see if there was any cameras.
Okay, like Ring doorbell cameras and
Yes, sir.
things like that. So you had people out doing that.
Yes, sir.
And did you also have them canvassing for witnesses, potential people who might have seen the child either on his own or with somebody else?
Yes, we told them to knock on the doors and try to make contact with the people that lived there, see if they knew anything.
So the initial effort focuses on searching the house and searching the general area around the house, if I'm understanding you. Did you yourself personally search any particular area?
I did.
And can you tell us about that?
While I was standing just inside the gate, the backyard area, there was a open shed to the right. It had an RV. We walked over in that area, me and another officer, and checked it. And we left there and went. There was a shop directly behind the house. We checked that area, but it was locked up. We inquired about a key, but they said there was the gentleman who had the key to it wasn't there. So we searched around it, looked at behind the stuff that was there. Nothing.
Okay. So you weren't able to get into the RV initially because of lack of a key.
Correct.
Okay. Did the officers that showed up to help with the search efforts, where did they come from?
There was other officers that was assigned to my team that day.
Okay. The same beat 7 or different beats?
No, sir. They were from beat 8 and beat 9.
Okay. Those are other patrol areas in the West Chatham area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have other officers kind of flooding in from other places to help out?
Yes, sir. When you have a missing child, you call everybody over.
Okay. Now, at any point during your response, were you involved in making any follow-up on this this claim by the defendant that perhaps the boy's father was responsible?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us about that, please?
While I was myself and Officer Boss was there, I asked the lady if she knew where he lived.
You asked what lady?
The lady here with the black glasses.
Okay. You asked the defendant whether she knew where whom lived.
The ex.
Okay. The boy's father?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you?
She told me a county. I wrote it all down. She told me where he lived at. She gave me the county that he lived in. So what I did is I contacted that police department that's in that county.
And what did you ask them to do?
I advised them who I was looking for, gave them the name that I was looking for, and asked them did they know of him. And while I was talking to her, she told me she didn't know the address, but she gave me some reference points.
What do you mean by that?
Like she told me there was some reference points. There was a store. She told me the name of the store, and it was, I think she said it was a little campground or something, but she told me the name of it, and it was a large sign there. So I gave that information to the officer who called me back from the county.
Okay.
He told me, I think I know what that is.
All right. So you said she gave you some reference points of like businesses near where the boy's father lived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To kind of walk you on to the general area?
That's correct.
Okay. And was there any result from that while you were out there?
The officer that called me and talked to me, he went out and searched.
Sergeant, I'm going to instruct you not to tell the court anything that someone else said.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Was calling that information out to the county in question, was that the end of your personal involvement in the follow-up on the suggestion that the boy's father might have had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any point, did any of your superiors show up?
Yes, sir.
And who was the first one?
Lieutenant Foster.
And where is he in relation to you in the chain of command, the rank structure?
He was my lieutenant for that watch.
Okay. About how long did he get there after you arrived?
It was pretty quick because once I got the initial information about what was going on, the standard is to you contact your lieutenant and advise him what you have.
Okay. And did he come out and become the senior man on scene after a little while?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody else from the Chatham County Police Department command staff show up?
Yes, sir. There was the detectives showed up. There was the assistant chief showed up. There was the detectives, lieutenant captains. They all showed up.
Okay. Do you remember who was first on scene for the detectives?
I think it was Detective Lemons. I think that was the first person I made contact with and talked to.
Okay.
There was other detectives there.
Did Detective Wilkins come out?
Yes.
And what about Detective Noble?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. At any point, was there a response by a canine tracking team?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that? Where were they from?
They was requested. There was a county to the south of Chatham County, and that they came in. They called them in. I think it was around Reedsville.
And when they arrived, what did they do?
They came in. They was in the front yard, and they was talking to the lieutenant. And I guess after that, they went and did a search.
Now, you mentioned that detectives showed up after some time, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the detectives show up, who's in control of the scene?
The detectives.
Okay. So at that point, they took control and sort of relieved the patrol officers of command?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how long were you at the scene total?
It was quite a while. Probably, I would say probably about 2 hours.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant, her boyfriend, and her brother were present at the scene when you arrived, right?
That's correct, sir.
Now, at some point, were they transported to headquarters for questioning?
They were.
And were you involved in that in any way?
No, sir. A couple of my units were. They assisted the detectives.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, after your involvement at the scene concluded, were you involved in any other organized searches for the missing child?
I did.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Once I left Buckholder Road, I was advised to go to the church. There's a church that's located on the corner of Garrard Avenue and Lewis Mills Boulevard.
And what was happening at the church?
At the church, they was having other resources coming in to do the search. Other officers were coming in, and I think they had a civilian search team that came in.
Okay, what do you mean by other resources coming in to do the search?
When they have something, when they have events where they have missing children, they are calling in other agencies and ask for assistance. Sheriff Department, and then you just have a lot of other people come in and help us aid with the search.
And when did that search take place, and how long did it last?
It took place right after I left Buckholder. It came down. All the units started coming in. I think we had a representative from SEMA that was there too.
SEMA being Chatham Emergency Management
Yes, sir.
Agency or Authority or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Roughly how many people were involved in this search that you're talking about that originated at the church?
I would say it was probably about 50 people there.
And what were y'all doing?
Well, once they got them to the church, they briefed them on what was going on, and they briefed on the areas that they wanted to search.
Okay. And what happened after that?
And once that was over, they broke up in groups and they searched the area.
Everybody had a particular area that they were responsible
Yes,
for?
sir.
And how long were you doing that for?
I would say probably another hour and a half.
Okay. What time of day are we at this point, roughly?
It's getting dark. It's late in the afternoon.
Okay. And when had you initially arrived?
To the church, where?
To the residence in response to the initial call.
It was just a minute.
Sure.
9:42.
Now, were you wearing a body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
Where was it located on your body?
Right in my chest area.
And is that thing always running, or do you have to turn it on?
Yes, sir, it's on.
Okay.
We require, once we get on a call, it has to be on before we get out of the vehicle.
Okay. So how do you turn it on before you get out of the vehicle?
There's a round button in the center. You tap it twice and it activates it.
And did you do that upon arrival in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were your interactions with the defendant that you've described captured on body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And were the arrivals of some of these other officers captured on your body-worn camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you an envelope marked as States Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I wrote my name and everything on the front of it.
Okay. And that's an envelope, a sealed envelope?
Yes, sir. It's sealed.
What's inside of there?
It feels like it's a memory stick.
Okay. Is it a flash drive containing your body-worn camera footage from that day?
That's what it feels like.
Okay. And you've reviewed that, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict your response to 535 Buckhalter in response to this missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this into evidence as States Exhibit 2.
No objection.
Admit it. And I would like to just publish a little bit from the beginning of the file. No, unfortunately, I need to take a moment to see what's going on with the tech.
Okay. So why don't we just take this opportunity for a short break, 10 minutes? The time now is 1:10. Let's come back. Is it 1:10 or 2:10? I need to put my glasses on. So we're gonna come back at 2:20. Okay. All right.
Jury's exiting.
Why are we having a break already? Why are we having a break already? That's insane.
So the jury is out of the room. They're in the jury deliberation room. These things happen. So let's take a few minutes and see if we can't get this online.
Oh, the body cam's not working.
While you're doing that, Mr. Dean, I'm going to step off the bench.
Wow. Oh dear. technical difficulties. Dear me. So far today, we lost a juror. We we had to have a break because the judge didn't bring her notes into court with her, and now we've got a technical issue. Yay! Well, they might as well get all the technical difficulties done and dusted in the first day. Someone has to pee, they raise their hand. Well, they've just come back, so they need to hold it. They need to hold it. No, I think it's technical issues. I couldn't get the computer to accept the body camera. Ten-minute break. Wow. All right, we might as well have a quick look, see if there's any news in the Sarah Boon case. Let's have a see how jury selection is going for good old Sarah Boon. Let's have a look here. All right, so they made her wear the same clothes again. She's twice her original size, so can no one go to dress barn to help a chubby girl out? That's harsh. That's harsh. Trial checker. Yeah, so much is happening. I don't think we've got any new news, honestly. They've probably only, well, they've just come back from lunch, haven't they? In Florida. Let's have a look at Delphi then. Why is none of this relevant? Oh, what's this? Former employee of one of the attorneys representing Delphi murder suspect accused of leaking evidence could have his conviction withheld as part of a pre-trial diversion agreement. Okay. Interesting. What's this nonsense here? Okay. Go away. This jury selection begins for the Delphi double murder trial. What's this? What's this? Nonsense. All right. Okay. So, Mitch Westerman, former employee of Baldwin's, is accused of taking photos of crime scene photos that were left inside a conference room at Baldwin's office. These photos were sent to someone else, eventually being shared by a third party to YouTube creators and podcasts. Westerman of Franklin, formerly of Westfield, has since taken part in a pre-trial diversion agreement reached between him, his attorney Michael Kyle, and Special Prosecutor Lindsay Holden Kay of Bartholomew County. which remains pending per the terms of the pre-trial diversion agreement filed in Johnson Superior Court on July 18th. The prosecution will be withheld upon compliance with several conditions. These conditions include admitting that probable cause existed to support all elements of the crime of conversion, paying a diversion fee, not receiving new charges for 3 months, and complying with all conditions by the time a compliance hearing took place on the 25th of September. The agreement shows the compliance hearing was continued until October 30th, according to online court records. As jury selection continues, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we don't want to hear about word sheet, do we? Interesting. So basically, Mitch Westerman's charges were just nonsense. Okay. That's all we need to know. Thank you. Yes. All eyes on Delphi is absolutely right. 8 people placed themselves on or at the bridge after 1:30 p.m. Betsy Blair saw a young, poofy-haired male with no facial hair, turned around and placed a car near the CPS building that was a different make, model and colour and decade than Mr. Allen drove. Betsy Blair's testimony clears, clears him. If it was just based on her testimony, of course. But it certainly tells us that she's not a reliable witness. Yet the prosecution have to make a big deal about her testimony. Because she's the only one who saw someone on the bridge, so they have to make that Richard Allen, even though he was young, 20 years old with poofy hair. And then she said that his 2016 black Ford Focus was a non-black 1965 Comet, like the one her dad used to have. So make that make sense. Doesn't look like there's too much else going on. All right, let's go back into court here. Hopefully they'll be quick. I do like a good bit of body cam, I do enjoy body cam. This is the first time we're going to see what Leilani was like on the morning that she reported Quinton missing. I'm not aware that this has been released before. So this is interesting to me. This is live TV. Well, it is live, but it's got a half-hour delay on it. Because that's what the judge needed to allow live streaming. I don't really know why. Why the half-hour delay? I don't really understand why she needed that. I guess in case there's any accidents, like accidentally, like the jury accidentally gets shown, which has happened in the Karen Reid case, didn't it, briefly, which caused a bit of an issue. So maybe it's for that. Maybe it's just safety for the jury. Shouldn't nip out and watch Emmerdale? Oh, my nan used to watch Emmerdale.
Okay.
Here we go.
So we're back on the record, and
difficulties
have been overcome. Okay. So, Mr. Dean, you ready?
I'm plugging it and plugging it back in again. You're ready.
That often helps. And that is the only method I know, the unplug and plug back. Okay, so Mr. Hill, you're ready.
We're ready.
Okay, let's bring the jury.
present, Judge.
All right, thank you, Deputy Solomon. Please have a seat. And Mr. Dean, you may begin.
I'm going to publish a portion of State's Exhibit 2 by playing from the very beginning of this video file, and I will state for the record when I stop the playback.
Okay.
Yeah, you can take three off before you can log up yesterday.
I woke up about 11 o'clock and my husband was working about 6, so between the 3-hour period, somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his blanket.
I've stopped the playback at 9:54:45 on the timestamp in the top right corner. Now, Sergeant Stewart, that timestamp in the top right corner of the frame, does that reflect the time of day it is?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you earlier about what time you responded, what time you got there. And I think you were testifying from memory at that point. But what does this video file reflect here in the top right corner is when you arrived and made contact with the defendant?
9:54 a.m.
9:54. Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a photograph of what you see when you first walk past the gate.
Just one or a whole stack?
There's a stack.
Now, are those still frames drawn from your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the events that they're concerned with?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this in as State's Exhibit 3.
Yes.
Numbers, I guess it's 1 through 27. I've seen these guys. I don't know the objections.
And I understand that Exhibit 3 is a composite exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And may I be seated to scroll through these and question the witness? Thank you. Now, Sergeant Stewart, mainly these images depict different people and when they arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's just go through these in order. This first slide has 9:54 and 28 seconds in the top right corner. And we can see the defendant walking down the driveway towards you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is your initial arrival?
Yes, sir.
This next slide is shortly thereafter when she begins talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, slide 3, who is the gentleman on the far left? And you can look up on the screen, I think. Might be easier for you.
You said it far left?
Far left of this image.
That's Corporal Jeffs.
Okay.
The officer.
Moving on to the next slide. Who is that immediately to the right of Jepson that we see there with his hands on his body armor?
That looks like Officer Gormley.
Okay, so that would be Gormley.
Yes, sir.
And then to the right of Gormley, who is that with the notepad in his hand talking to the defendant?
Officer Voss.
Officer Voss. Okay. So these pictures that we've looked at, these all depict the people who were there initially, correct?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to slide 5. This is what time?
9:58:33.
So this is within just a few minutes of your arrival.
Yes, sir.
And who is the gentleman with no shirt there in the middle?
I think that's her brother.
Okay. And then the woman to the right in the image standing alongside the white vehicle, would that be the babysitter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's difficult to make out in this picture, but is her daughter standing right on the other side of her?
Yes, sir.
Now, what time is this next slide?
10:08:58.
All right. So how long after your initial response would this be?
14 minutes.
Okay. And who's that in the middle? Is that Officer Voss still?
Facing away from me is Officer Voss.
Okay. And who is that looking towards you?
That is Officer Carson.
Carlson?
Yes, sir.
Now, had she arrived since the initial response?
Yes.
And what was her role there?
She was tasked to do a search.
Okay. So is she one of the officers that you tasked out to look elsewhere?
That's correct, sir.
Now, who is this gentleman?
Lieutenant Foster.
And does this slide depict the approximate time of his arrival on scene?
Yes, sir.
And that is 11 minutes after 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'd be about 15 minutes or so into your response.
Yes, sir.
In this next slide, is that Corporal Jepson on the left there?
Yes, sir.
Not the far left, but the person that we see right there.
Corporal Jepson.
And who's that in the middle?
Officer Zerke.
Zerke?
Yes, sir.
And where did she come from?
From Beat 8,
And
Georgetown area.
Say again?
Beat 8, Georgetown area.
And what was her role once she arrived at the scene?
She was tasked to search the area.
The next slide, we're at 16 minutes after 10. Who is this here?
It looks like Officer Naranjo.
Naranjo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did he come from?
He came from, I think, Beat 9.
Okay. And what was his role?
To search the area.
Now, in this next slide on the far left, is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
And who are those other two police officers?
That is Corporal Eam, the one facing me. And I think that is his trainee.
Okay. What was his name?
I think it's Laurel Stewart, I think.
Okay. And did they show up to search as well?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the next slide, this is at 10:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this be just under half an hour into your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who is this that we're looking at here?
It is Latoya Brown. Miss
Say
Brown.
again?
Miss Brown.
Okay. Latoya Brown, did
Yes,
you
sir.
say? Okay. And what is her role with the Chatham County Police Department?
She's a CRO.
What is a CRO?
She goes around and takes non-emergency calls.
She goes around
makes
and-
reports when people want to report this, whereas it doesn't require a police officer to go out and take like a theft or something like that.
Okay.
She goes out and take the.
Community Resource Officer, CRO.
Okay.
Okay.
And what was her role at the scene?
She was requested there to come in to keep up with the notes, be a scribe.
Okay, a scribe?
Yes, sir.
What is
That's
a-
what was told to me, scribe.
Okay.
But to me, she was just there to take notes.
Okay, notes on what?
What was going on, who came in, what was said.
Okay. Now, the next slide, we're at 10:44, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would be about 50 minutes after you've gotten there yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster in the middle?
It is.
Who is that in the dark colored jacket there standing next to him?
I think that's one of the detectives.
Do you know which one that is?
No, sir.
You don't know off the top of your head?
Not off my head. No.
What is happening between the two of them?
I think the lieutenant's explaining to him about the incident that's going on out there.
Okay. Explaining what about it? Just
Telling them
what
what-
information y'all have to this
what-
point?
Yeah, so what information he has.
Okay.
I briefed him when he got there, what I had found out,
You briefed who?
the lieutenant.
Okay.
And then that's probably what the lieutenant is briefing him about what we found.
Okay. So you would brief Lieutenant Foster when he shows up, and then Lieutenant Foster briefs the detectives?
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, who is that in the tan pants and blue shirt
I think
arriving
that's
at the scene?
A detective. I think that's Detective. I think it's Noble. I think that's his name, Noble.
Okay, so that's Noble. In the next slide, who is this?
Lieutenant Thompson.
In the next slide, whose face are we looking at there?
Assistant Chief Shoop.
And who is this in the next slide?
That is she's the lady that does out the news releases and media releases.
A public information officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was she there for?
To cover the event. It was a missing child.
Were there news media present at this time?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I hadn't seen any.
Did they ever show up to this scene that day?
They did.
That's why she was there to deal with them?
She would be the one dealing with the media. Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, the time is 11:51, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this would be almost 2 hours into the police response to this scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who is that gentleman that we see there?
Say Marine Patrol officer.
Say Marine Patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
What do they do?
They route the waterways around Chatham County.
Okay. Is he with the Chatham County Police Department or some other agency?
Yes, sir. He's with the police department.
Okay. Chatham County PD?
Yes, sir.
Specifically the Marine Patrol.
Yes, sir.
And why was he there?
He came out, like I said earlier, when we have a missing child, all resources in the department, if they can spare them, they send them.
In the next slide, who are we seeing here with the sport coat and striped shirt on?
Lieutenant Cheney, I'm sorry.
Okay. And what unit was he with at the time?
The detectives.
Okay. So he was a lieutenant with the detectives?
Yes, sir.
In this next slide, it's noon now, right? 12 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're a little more than 2 hours in.
Yes, sir.
And who is that walking across the yard there?
That looks like Sergeant Coleman.
And what unit is Sergeant Coleman with?
Forensics.
Okay. So by this time, forensics is on the scene?
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, 12:05, who is this that you're interacting with?
Assistant Chief Talbert.
And in the next slide, do you see a number of police officers in the blue shirt of the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Who are these other people in the olive drab and tan uniforms?
I think those are the people dealing with the K9, the search dogs.
Okay. And does this depict their arrival at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Now I'll move past this slide and move to the next one. What are we seeing in this slide here?
You see detectives and forensics officers talking to each other.
Okay. And they're in the driveway of the house next door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talking over the investigation.
That's correct.
Now, the gentleman in the foreground of this photo closest to us, is that Lieutenant Cheney of the Criminal Investigations Division who you talked about earlier? I'm talking about closest to us.
He in the gray suit.
No, closest to us.
The guy facing us?
With his back to us.
Oh, that's yes, sir. That's
Okay.
Lieutenant Cheney.
So that's Lieutenant Cheney. And who is that in the gray suit in the middle?
That is Chief Hadley.
The Chief of Police for the Chatham County
Yes,
Police
sir.
Department. Who is that in the green shirt?
That is Captain Wright with the detectives unit.
Now, is it normal for multiple lieutenants, captain, in two assistant chiefs and the chief of police himself to show up to a call?
They show up on calls. How would you say? High profile calls like murders, stuff like that. Missing children and stuff like that. When we did a lot of searching and calling in a lot of resources, they come out to.
So they come when it's important.
Yes, sir.
Now this next slide, what time are we at now here?
12:31.
And who is that we see in this slide?
I think it's Detective Lemons.
All right. And what is happening at this time?
This is the front door of the house. The door that they said it was open.
And what's going on?
I'm explaining to her from where I am what they told me and that showing her the area, the room.
She's taking a look in the room.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, in the last slide here, what time are we at here?
12:43.
All right, so this would be almost 3 hours after your original arrival.
Yes, sir.
You got there at 9:54, 12:43, almost 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are we seeing here? What is happening here?
That is Lieutenant Foster, Detective Lemon, Captain Wright, and that is Captain Vandrich. Let's see the other person.
And that's Detective Lemons on the far right.
Yes, sir.
And what is she doing?
I guess they all briefing about the case. They're talking to each other about the case.
Okay. Talking about the plan to take
Yes, sir.
everybody to headquarters and conduct formal interviews.
I think that's what they was doing.
Let me ask you a little bit about the defendant's demeanor. Okay. I want to go back to when you first got there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you responded to missing children calls before?
Yes, sir.
About how many do you think you've responded to, if you had to estimate?
You want a number? I can't tell you the
rough
number.
estimate.
It's been quite a few, sir. Quite a few.
More than 10, less than 10?
Or more than 10.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to observe the demeanor of parents calling in that their child is missing and reaching out to the police for help?
Yes, sir.
What is it normally like?
Most of the time when we get to a residence where a child is missing, mother's upset. She's hysterical. She's crying. She's telling us, "What are you standing here for? Talking to me? You should be out looking for my child. You're wasting time." And just, they're so hysterical. A lot of times you can't talk to them.
Was the defendant like that in this case?
No, sir.
Did you view her demeanor as consistent with that of other parents that you've spoken to in missing children cases?
No, sir, I didn't.
Let me go back to the first slide. I guess it's actually the second slide. Do you see this here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, does it look to you like the defendant is crying?
Looked like she's trying to cry.
Is that what it looked like to you that day at the time that she was trying to cry?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that she was actually crying or no?
I mean, there was some, you could see there was some water on her face, but it wasn't like I told you. She wasn't hysterical. She wasn't crying, just crying out. When you saw big tears coming out of her.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, in just a moment, Sergeant. Mr. Hilliard may have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sergeant Stewart, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Sergeant Stewart, you were one of the first ones to respond on the scene that day, correct?
Yes, sir. One of them.
All right. And I'm curious, you said you have 35 years worth of experience in law enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your 35 years of experience in law enforcement and you arrive on a scene of a crime, what's one of the first things you've been trained to do?
Go up and make contact with the complainant.
Okay. And then what next?
Talk to him, find out what's going on.
Okay. And then what next?
If I need to call in other resources, I do.
Okay. Now, in a case like this, where there may have been an abduction that took place or transpired, especially from inside the home, would you secure the scene?
Yes, sir. That's what we had other officers to do that.
Well, we'll get back to that in a minute. So you had officers do that. Which officers were doing that exactly?
Let me see who I had out there. I had quite a few officers out there that day, sir. I know I had Jepson was there after they had searched the house. He came down. And Gormley, he came down.
Okay.
And for you talking about securing the scene, the house?
Yeah. So
Yes,
isn't it normal routine that you secure the scene where there may be some forensic evidence for you to seize or look at?
That's correct.
Okay. And wouldn't securing that scene mean you prevent people from going in or out?
That's correct.
Okay. Wouldn't it also mean that when you send techs in to go ahead and secure or look or search or do something like that, they would actually be wearing gloves or have some sort of bodysuit on so they would not contaminate the scene?
Yes, sir. You talking about the officers that went in and searched
Talking
the house?
about all of the officers that were out there. It seemed like you had an ungodly amount of people out there that day.
That's correct.
Okay. You have still have State's Exhibit in front of you?
Which
State's
one?
Exhibit 3?
This one.
Can I approach this?
Oh, this one. Okay, I get it.
It's the big exhibit with 27 pictures. Okay. You got 27 pictures here in front of you that Mr. Dean just meticulously went over with, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start with number one. Number one was the first one, 954, right? This was literally as you drove up on the scene, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was your body camera operating at that point in time?
It was.
Okay. And this is a still of that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, wouldn't the best evidence of that interaction, rather than your conclusion, be the actual video of that?
I don't understand what you're
saying. Okay. So you arrive on the scene at 9:54 that morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have an interaction. This is what we're looking at in this particular photograph, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, rather than your conclusion being what they put in front of this jury, wouldn't the actual video from that body-worn camera be a better indicator of what actually transpired?
Of what I saw?
Right. But that's not what Mr. Dean offered, was it? He offered your conclusion, correct?
He asked me what I thought.
Right. So let's go to the next one. Picture number 2. Same thing. Rather than the actual evidence, he offered your conclusion, correct?
Objection. Argument.
Sustained.
Let's talk about number 2. That's actually part of the video as well, is it not, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Mr. Dean offer your actual video of that interaction? No, he didn't, did he?
Objection. I would ask that the witness be allowed to testify.
Well, he has to actually testify, Judge. I asked a question and it hung out there. He looked confused, so I'll withdraw it and rephrase it.
Okay, thank you.
Sergeant Stewart, these are stills lifted from your body-worn camera from that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've reviewed the body-worn camera, right?
Yes, sir.
It's good video footage, right?
That's correct.
That's the best evidence of what actually transpired that day, was it not?
Yes, sir.
I don't think it's argumentative.
And you do have him on cross-examination. However, I think the point is you are asking the sergeant questions about technically best evidence.
I'll rephrase it, Judge. What actually transpired was recorded on your video, correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Dean asked you to state your conclusion about that, correct?
He asked me, did I think about this? And think I think.
Right. So, didn't play the video, did he?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move on. Look at picture 4. These 3 particular officers, were these officers there to search?
Yes, sir, they were.
Did they search?
They searched the house.
They went in the house? And I'm just curious, was that before or after this picture?
After.
Okay. Did they don any particular gloves or clothing or anything to protect the scene, or they just go in and search?
I couldn't tell you, sir, because I was standing here. I was not around the back door. They went in the house.
Well, but you know what you saw. Did you see them do that?
Here, no.
Okay.
when they went out of my sight, I don't know what they did.
Okay, well, let's parse this out a little bit then. Did you see them go to, say, I don't know, the back of their car and pull out some gloves?
Most officers carried gloves on their uniform, sir.
Did you see them carrying gloves?
I can't tell you what was in their pocket.
Okay. Well, all right. Did you see them put on any gloves?
I did not.
Did you see them come out and pull any gloves off?
I did not.
So you didn't see him grab any, didn't see him put any on, didn't see him pulling off, but you can't state conclusively that they didn't put any on.
I cannot tell you that.
Okay. Let's look at number 5. These particular 2 officers here, did you see them do that?
You're going to do each exhibit from State's Exhibit 3. Do you mean for the photo to correspond on the screen?
Judge, I assume because they've already been tendered, the jury's going to have these.
They're going to have them.
So I really don't care whether they see it right now or not. But. So Sergeant Stewart.
Yes, sir.
These particular 2 officers, which 2 officers are these again?
Officer Voss and Corporal Jepson.
Same question to them. Did you watch them search?
Officer Voss, no. He stood there and talked to the complainant.
And how about the other officer?
Corporal Jepson? No, sir. I did not see him search inside the house.
So neither one of them went inside the house.
Corporal Jepson did.
Okay. Did he put on gloves when he went in?
I can't tell you that, sir.
And let's go to picture 7. This is, I think it's one of the lieutenants, if I'm not mistaken. Is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
Did he help in the search?
No, sir.
Okay. He stayed outside the whole time.
Yes, sir, as far as I know.
Okay. How about picture 8? These 2 officers. I think one of them Jepson. I don't know who the other one is.
Corporal Jepson and Officer Zerke.
Zerke. Did Zerke help on the search?
Outside of the house.
She searched outside.
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's go look at picture number 9. That officer, which officer was that?
Officer Norano.
Okay. And same question for him. Did he help in the search?
He was outside.
Outside?
Yes, sir.
And when you say outside, we're talking about out in the pool area, the RV, all of that area, correct?
Outside of the house.
Not inside the house.
No, sir. Okay. I never saw him inside the house. Never told him to go in there.
Now, and I'm curious, you said it's Miss Brown. She's a CRO, correct?
Yes, sir.
She arrived at 10:22, which is about 30 minutes after you arrived, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
A little bit more than 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, right about 30 minutes. Yes, sir.
35, 40 minutes. Doesn't really matter. Does she normally come out and start taking notes for people?
No, she was requested to come out.
Who requested her? Just out of curiosity.
My lieutenant.
Lieutenant requested the note taking. Okay. Now, so then the next picture is picture 12. It has a detective in it. Did the detective help search?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And picture 13, it looks like it's another detective, Noble, if I'm not mistaken. But is that Detective Noble?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he help search?
Don't know, sir.
Okay. What did he do then?
As far as I know, when he walked up, they was all talking, doing their detective stuff.
Now, and picture 14, I know I should know this officer. Which officer is that?
Thompson.
Thompson. Then what was his duty?
He just came out to assist the lieutenant.
If you had to guess that day, how many people were out there from the time you got there at 9:45 or so till 12:45?
Quite a few people, sir.
A large number of people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, did you say it's an unusually large number of people?
No.
Okay. You said you've been doing this for 35 years. Look at picture 16.
Yes, sir.
Who made the determination to call out the public information officer?
I can't tell you that, sir. I don't know. I didn't request her.
It wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Okay. Is that something you would normally do?
No, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the rest of these pictures, over the course of the 3 hours you were there, is it safe to say that more and more and more and more people showed up?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And where did they focus their search at when they got there?
I don't know where they focused their search. I can tell you where I focused.
So where did you focus your search?
My search was the wooded area behind the house, the roadway, south of the residence and the roadway north of the residence, all the houses around that area.
Okay. Now, what time did the media show up?
Don't know, sir. I didn't see the media.
How long were you there that day?
I was there for quite a while.
It's safe to say 6, 8, 9 hours easily.
At that house, I know it's more than 3 hours.
So you were at the house more than 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't call the media, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And that would not be something you would normally do either, would it?
No, sir.
Now, who was it that called the canine search dogs?
That was something that Lieutenant did.
All right.
Lieutenant Foster.
How many, and I'm just curious, Mr. Dean, how many missing child calls have you ever responded to?
Quite a few, sir, over the time I've been.
10, 20?
I've said, I know it's been more than 10.
More than 10?
Yes, sir, it's been more than 10.
Less than 20?
I would think it's been more than 20.
Been more than 20?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had any specialized training in that area or no?
Searching for children? What area are you talking about?
I would say missing children's investigations.
We've got classes on it.
A class on it?
Some classes, yes, sir.
Some classes on it? Okay. And how long ago was that?
We haven't had anything recent. It's been a while.
10 years?
I think it's less than that.
5 years?
I've
7
said
years?
I've said 5.
All right, now let's talk about when you originally got there. The people that were on scene when you got there was Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, Miss McCarta, and her daughter, correct? 4 adults.
Babysitter.
Excuse me?
The names you called last, is that the babysitter?
The babysitter and her daughter.
Yes, sir.
So it's 4 adults that you saw when you got there.
Yes, I think it was 4.
Okay. And I have a question for you. What was the first question you asked when you got there?
I asked her what was going on, what was happening, what's going on.
Right. And what were you told?
She told me her child was missing.
Okay. And now you made a distinction here, so I'm going to ask a very specific question. Did you ask if she had an idea of who may have taken the child, or if she had an idea of any suspects?
Well, she kept saying somebody took my child. So do you have an idea who?
Right. So you asked that question, which is a normal question, right?
Yes, yes.
That's a normal question, right?
Yes, sir.
And she responded to that question, correct? So nothing unusual about that. That's a normal question you'd ask.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Youngkin say anything to you?
He was saying something.
Objection.
I'm not asking what he said. I'm just asking if you said something to him. That's all.
You may proceed.
Right.
He was saying something.
Right. So Mr. Youngkin, you talked to him as well.
He was standing there when I was talking to the lady.
Right. So you were interacting with Mr. Youngkin, Miss McCarta, her daughter, and Miss Simon all at the same time. And they were all standing right there in front of each other. Correct?
The babysitter was, I don't think she was there when I was talking to the lady.
So you pulled him to the side?
No, it's just when I first walked in, I saw her boyfriend, and their little child.
Okay. So that picture, I guess, this right here is what you're describing, with the exception of you can't see the child, right?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So, and was it a few minutes later when it was the babysitter and the daughter and them as well, correct?
That's correct. And also, Voss was talking to him. I wasn't talking to him again. I was standing back.
Okay. Did you write a report in this case, Sergeant Stewart?
Yes, sir.
And if I were to go back and review that report, would that report pretty much contain everything that you have listed right here and everything you testified to here today?
Pretty much.
That's all the questions I have for this witness, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Sergeant,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
is there any reason this sergeant should not be excused?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Cody Jepson.
Raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, ma'am. Step this way.
All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Josh.
Mr. Dean.
Say that again?
I was turning to Mr. Dean.
Sorry.
Sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Corporal Cody Jepson. Work with the Chatham County Police Department right now.
And how long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
About over 6 years.
And what is your current assignment at the Chatham County PD?
Just basic routine patrol.
When did you join the police department?
Chatham or just in general?
Well, were you with any other police department before Chatham County?
Started with Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department back in October of 2016.
And is that before the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department split into the Savannah Police Department? And the
Correct.
Chatham
It was
County
still
Police
at a merged department at the time.
Okay. So after the demerger, you went with Chatham County Police?
A few months after the merger, went over to Chatham County PD.
Did you serve in the military before joining the police force?
I did, sir.
And can you tell us your branch of service?
I was in the Army.
And what was your military occupational specialty?
Cavalry Scout, which is basic reconnaissance, 2 3-man mission teams, go out, seek, and inform.
And what years were you on active duty in the Army?
From 2003 to 2015.
Sometime not too long before you joined the police?
Yes, sir.
What's your current assignment, did you say? Did you say what watch you're on?
I'm on the routine patrol division on Alpha Watch on the west side Chatham precinct.
Alpha Watch is the same thing as A Watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that essentially the day shift or something like that?
It's just the call sign in general. You have 4 watches, Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta, and it's just signed to Alpha Watch.
What hours do you typically work?
5:30 to 1700 on day shift, and then to 1800, and then 1730 to 06 on night shift.
Okay. What particular beat are you assigned to?
It's on numerical basis, and I'm in beat 7, which pretty much goes from Ageechee Road near 516 all the way up to the Berwick area, Lamarville, South Bridge, all the area right in between those 2 areas.
Does beat 7 include the Gerard Buckhalter neighborhood?
It does, sir.
Am I saying Gerard right? Is it Gerard or Juror?
Everyone pronounces it differently. Gerard, Garriard. I've heard it 15 different ways.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to October 5 of 2022, specifically the morning of that day, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in in Beat 7
Yes,
Alpha
sir.
Watch that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond along with Sergeant Stewart, Officer Voss, and Officer Gormley to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, you guys didn't all arrive in the same vehicle, did you?
No, sir.
But did you all arrive at substantially the same time, like within a few seconds of each other?
Sergeant Stewart was on scene first, and then myself and Officer Voss arrived right around the same time, and then Officer Gormley came a short time after.
Now, were you present in the driveway for the defendant, Ms. Simon's initial statement to Sergeant Stewart about what was going on and why they had called the police?
I came in right around that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sergeant Stewart task you out with looking in the house for the child?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you do that?
I did.
Can you describe how that played out? What did you do?
After being tasked to go look around the house, I went inside with permission from I believe the boyfriend at the time, or the brother, one of the two.
Up on the screen right now, it's States Exhibit 3, Slide 2. Is that in the orange reflective vest there, the gentleman who gave you permission to search the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyway, go on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was in the backyard or back patio area. Asked permission to go inside the house, which he granted. And then after that, went in, and then basically on the first entry, just went through the downstairs area.
And did you find the child in the downstairs area?
No, sir.
Did you ever go back in the house and look anywhere else?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that, please?
When we went back in the second time with Officer Gormley, we conducted a downstairs and upstairs search through all the bedrooms, closets, just the basic go around the house.
Now, when you were looking in the house on these two different occasions that you're talking about, what were you looking for?
Just for any signs of the child, diapers, anything that would kind of lead us to, or sounds to lead us to where a child may be.
First and foremost, you were looking for the child. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yep.
Okay. Now, at some point, did the fellow on the screen here in the orange reflective vest give you a picture of the child?
Yes, sir, he did.
And why was that?
Just out of basic necessity, so we can give out to other officers, the PIO for the department, just a basic description of what the individual looks like, basic appearance.
And you mentioned the PIO. Is that the public information officer?
Yes, sir.
And what would she do with a picture of a missing child?
I can't put it on social media for others to see.
See if anybody had seen him around?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point, shortly after your initial arrival, did you approach the defendant and ask her for a clothing description, what the child had been wearing the last time he had been seen?
Yes, sir.
And did she give one to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
It was a Sesame Street pajama top, and then I believe like a blue gym style shorts.
Okay. And did you have a body worn camera on that day?
I did.
And did it record that interaction?
Yes, sir.
And your other involvement at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived initially, and she approached Sergeant Stewart and gave this initial kind of blast of information.
Yep.
She said something to the effect of the door having been open, right?
Yep. Yes,
Did
sir.
you go and look at the front door to see what it looked like?
I did.
And at some point after doing that, did you go ask for her, the defendant, for some clarification on what the exact state of the door was at the time that she woke up and saw it open?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you go ask her for that clarification?
Just further knowledge, see if it was, really basically if it was kicked in, broken in, how was it opened, if it was locked, unlocked.
Did you see any of that stuff in the door frame, any damage or anything like that?
I did not, sir.
Okay.
Everything appeared as a door should be.
And other than those interactions with the defendant and searching through the house, what was the remainder of your involvement at the scene? What did it consist of?
So after the basic 15-20 minutes there, did the 2 searches of the house. I was tasked to walk on to pretty much search around the wooded area. Believe, can't remember the cardinal direction. Pretty much behind the property in the wood line there, going towards Veterans Parkway.
Did you find anything back there?
No, sir. No signs of any disturbance or evidence.
And were you eventually released by Sergeant Stewart or Lieutenant Foster to resume your normal patrol duties?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 4 now, please.
I've seen it, Judge.
Okay, so are you seeking to admit that?
Well, I need to lay a foundation.
Go ahead, please.
I've just handed you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 4. Does that disc contain your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know that's what's on it?
Reviewed the footage and then signed, initial, and dated.
And does the footage on that disc fairly and accurately depict the events that you were involved in at the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to have been altered or modified in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 4.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to publish just a couple of brief excerpts, Your Honor. The first will be on the timestamp in the top right corner of the file from 09:58 and 2 seconds. And I will note for the record when I stop the playback, this will be about 20 seconds.
What was your son last wearing?
He was wearing Sesame Street, like the jolly shirt, red black shorts, red black jeans shorts.
All right. So I think I asked you earlier about the clothing description, and I recall you saying blue shorts. Having watched that, do you want to revise that answer?
Yeah, it was the red or black shorts.
Red.
I mean, I'm bad with colors just in general, but yeah, it was gym style shorts. So.
Okay. The next bit that I will publish is starting at 10:02:53.
Now, how open was the door? It's about a foot.
Open enough that I see that open my eyes and see it without barriers.
I've stopped the playback at 10:03:14 per the timestamp. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Mr. Hilliard.
Officer Jefferson, how long were you on scene that day?
I don't know an actual full-time amount.
Just best guess.
I don't believe no more than an hour,
So you just out there for an hour?
give or take.
Okay. And again, but while you were there for that hour, you conducted 2 searches of the houses and at least 1 search of the woodline, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you said you searched in the house, did you go through the entire house?
Me and Gormley kind of broke it up. So I personally didn't go through the entire every inch of the house. But he took a little bit, I took a little bit.
What was the part you took then?
A little bit of the downstairs. I mean, it was a maze to begin with. So some of the downstairs, not the downstairs, I'm not really too sure. And then a few bedrooms on the upstairs and closets.
All right, well, let's talk about the downstairs. The front door that you walk in is I guess that's the one that's facing Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you walk in, you immediately see the couch, the TV screen, and all that area, correct?
If you're walking in, you have the crib right next to the door. Then to the left, the couch, and the TV on the other side. Yes, sir.
All right. And if you walk further back into the house, does it go back around to another part of the house?
Yes, sir.
And does it come around to the back side of the house?
Eventually.
And how's that? Well, how's that laid out? Is it a maze or?
Yeah, it was a complete maze on the inside. I know they're doing construction, so there was walls everywhere that kind of made you go left when you need to go right, kind of thing.
But let me ask you this. But I'm going to assume it's a normal house, right?
Yeah.
It has windows. And
yes, sir.
The front door is not the only door, is it?
No, sir.
And was there another door?
The back door.
And where does that back door go to?
To the pool back patio area.
Okay. And was that back door unlocked or open?
It was the door. It was open. It was unlocked. Yes, sir.
Okay. And whenever you went and I guess worked your way through the downstairs, did you notice anything of any importance?
At the time, no, sir.
Any contraband?
No, sir.
Any weapons?
No, sir.
Okay. Any, I guess, biological material?
I didn't see any, sir.
Okay. So, and you went through and searched the house twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you go upstairs and search as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume you went outside and searched the outside areas as well, correct?
Yes, sir. In the woodline.
And were you the only one searching, or were there other people searching too?
There's a few of us. Are you talking about inside or outside?
Both.
Yeah, I know me and Gormley did the inside. I can't say if anyone else came in after us. And then on the back, there's several officers looking through the wood line.
Okay. And again, I know you're only there for a short time, but I'm just talking about what you saw. But there were a number of officers searching both inside and outside, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it safe to say that over that period of time, as time wore on, more people came, or?
Yeah, more people. More officers came, yeah.
So the numbers of people walking around doing the searching and in and out of the scene increased over the time you were there, not decreased?
Correct.
If you remember, and if you don't, that's fine too. Have the forensic tech showed up yet or no?
No, sir.
Okay, so these are all officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But not forensic technicians or people who are trained to collect evidence?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Officer Jepson.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, any redirect?
One moment, please.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness cannot be excused?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're excused.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This right here.
Just leave it right there.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Before we call the next witness, Is everybody good? Okay. Yeah. I think I needed a break too. So let's break for 15 minutes. It's 3:15. Let's be back at 3:30.
You're exiting.
Well, afternoon break. Doesn't time fly? Doesn't time fly when Mr. Awkward is asking questions? He is going to really irritate me over the next few weeks. He's going to really get on my nerves. Mr. Hilliard. Because he doesn't have a defence. Yeah, I like the judge as well, yeah. She's going to keep them all in line. I think she comes across as being very fair, but also taking no nonsense. Yeah, there's been more breaks because there's been like technical hitches. So normally they have a morning break and then lunch break and then afternoon break.
All right. We're on break until 3:30.
So for those who are still confused, this is running half an hour behind. So we're seeing what happened half an hour ago because there's a 30-minute time delay because that's what the judge wanted. So I think the defence's only defense is ask loads of questions, nitpick as much as possible, and then it kind of it like tires the jury. It makes them think, well, maybe there is more to this because the defense is asking lots and lots of questions. So it could be the thing that would maybe sway one or two of them into reasonable doubt. For me, personally, it would just annoy me. I think, to be honest, it's a really poor defense strategy, but it's all they've got. It's all they've got. And I think the judge will just get sick of him. Like, you know, just argumentative for no reason. That's right. In Gannon's case, yeah, in the Letitia Stout trial, the defence did a lot of it. They did. Yeah, it feels like it's reaching, yeah. Because it is. It absolutely is. It is reaching. I think what he's going for is, well, they didn't forensically shut down the house straight away. But they don't. This is the thing. When it's a missing child case, like they're called out because a child has gone missing. The main, thrust of the investigation is let's find this child. That's the first thing. So all of the resources are outward. Let's look for this child. He's got to be out here somewhere. So, getting the dogs out, getting, just boots on the ground. And it's only when, things start looking maybe not quite as they seem that then they actually shut down the house. So they don't. This is what a lot of people don't understand. When it's a missing child case, it's not treated as a crime from the jump. Because usually when a child goes missing, the more boots on the ground that they can get out as soon as possible, they will find that child. And usually they do. Most missing children get found. So it's only if they've got reason to believe that a crime has occurred that they will shut down the house. Of course, they'll search the house, they'll look around the house, but yeah, part of that strategy is, well, let's just check. You know, maybe the parents are panicking and the child's hiding, so let's check. And then while they're looking around, they're looking for obvious signs of disarray and things like that. But they're also gauging the parents' reaction. So if the parent says, no, you can't search the house, well, that's a big fat red flag. And of course, what they're going to do is they're going to say, why can't we search the house? And they're going to start interrogating right then. They're going to start really looking at that parent, thinking, why can we not search the house? What are you hiding? But they don't get the forensic team into the house until they've got reason to believe that a crime has occurred. But I guess maybe the average jury member doesn't necessarily know that. Do the police put gloves on and don hazmat suits when called to look for a missing child? No. No, they don't. It's only if they're collecting evidence or they're attending a crime scene. But a missing child isn't a crime scene. Does it mean that they might miss some stuff? Possibly. But they have to weigh up. You know, the average missing child call out is genuinely a missing child. And they just need to go out and find that child. So the best place for the cops to be is out there, outside, looking for the child. And yeah, of course, they've got to do, you know, interview the parents, find out what's going on, assess the situation, look for any obvious red flags, all of that stuff. Yes, they do that as well. But Mr. Hilliard is just being awkward for the sake of it. Because that's all he can do. That's all he's got. Yeah, the crappier the defense, the better. I mean, look, there's no, when you don't have a defense, when it's obvious that this person did it, when she's lied, she's told several different stories to different people. She's told the cops one thing, she told Billy Joe something else, and then she told the cops another thing. What she was telling them doesn't match up with her phone records. Where she said she went doesn't match up with surveillance video. When she says that Quinton must have been abducted because the door was open and the door wasn't open, and they knew from day one that door was not open when she said it was open. They knew from day one that she was lying. And it didn't take them very many days to call her publicly a suspect. What? They were very clear from really early on. She's our only suspect. And I'd actually forgotten. It reminded me when they said it, that the first thing she said was that Quinton's biological father must have abducted him. But they they spoke to Bubba Moss, who never saw Quinton, never saw him. But they spoke to him, and he had a solid alibi. And why would he come to the house in the middle of the night and abduct Quinton and no one saw him? No one heard anything. So she went from, well, the door was left open, Quinton must have wandered off, to, well, he must have been abducted and it's his father that took him. So they knew from day one that she was lying. And then she went with this Oragel story, which didn't match which didn't match the phone records or the surveillance video. Then she tried to blame Danny, which we found out at opening statements. I didn't actually know that she texted somebody from the FBI and blamed Danny. And then she told Billy Joe, there was this thing that came out early on. And I didn't know what to make of it. I think I did a video on it, but I didn't know what to make. Maybe I didn't do a video on it. I can't remember, but that she told Billy Joe that she'd put Quinton's body in a dumpster and he was in the landfill. And then I thought, surely that's not true. Surely that's just some kind of rumor. And then, hey presto, a few days later, the FBI are searching the landfill. And it turns out that's exactly what she did. So even though she's never said that story that we know about to the cops, and I'm pretty sure they'd have mentioned it in opening statements if she had said that to the cops, she told Billy Joe. So I'm assuming Billy Joe is going to be a witness. Because if she did say that to Billy Joe surely has to testify to that. How long has this been on for today? It started at 10 Eastern, I think. Or maybe it was 9:30 Eastern. And we're now 3-something Eastern. Like, I was on for over an hour before it actually started. So I've been on over 7 hours. I've been live. So, yeah. Well done if you've been here for the full 7 hours. But tomorrow, once the judge tells us what time the jury's turning up, what time the jury have to be here, and what time court's going to start, then I'll just go live tomorrow, like 15 minutes beforehand. So, like today, it was a bit weird because we didn't actually know what time the trial was starting. Like, the local news said it was starting at 9 a.m. But there was a half-hour delay, so to the public it would be starting at 9:30 Eastern. But it didn't. It started way later than that. So tomorrow I'll just go live 15 minutes beforehand. So it's just gone 9 p.m. here in the UK. So what is it in? So it's 4 p.m. in Georgia. But we're half hour behind, so they'll be coming back at 3:30. Oh, it's so confusing. Be in bed by 10 p.m, getting up at 6. In California, it's only 1 p.m. Wow, you're in the past. You're way in the past. Yeah, Eastern is 5 hours behind you. Do I have what? Do I have lots of clocks on your wall with different time zones, like an airport? No, I need that. I need that. I definitely do need that. I have it on my phone, so I can look on my phone. Let's have a look what I've got on my phone. World clock. So my world clock tells me in New York it's 16:03, Los Angeles it's 13:03, Denver it's 14:03, and in Nashville it's 15:03. So my clock on my phone tells me that. I apologise if you hear Kyle swearing from.
Back on the record.
Here we go. We're back on the record.
03364J6.
Here we go.
And Mr.
Muting
Boon,
out.
are you ready to resume?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Hilliard?
Defense is ready as well, Judge.
Okay, let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel at table. We can bring the jurors in.
Jurors entering.
Okay. Is there only one in there? Okay. I know. That's still pushing it.
Yeah, he's playing PlayStation. He doesn't have an Xbox. He has PlayStation. She's got clear skin. Jill must agree with her. She's put on weight. Well, she's sober now. She's sober and she's not got very much to do. So she can just munch on commissary all day. Yeah, I would lose weight in jail. Not that I've ever been in jail, but I think I would lose weight because of the stress. I can't eat when I'm stressed at all. But then again, if I was bored, I don't know. I do snack when I'm bored. So I don't know what would it be the stress or would it be boredom that would win? I don't know.
Deputy Solomon, you please have a seat.
All right, moving out.
Thank you. I think everyone needed that break. And Mr. Dean, the state may call its next witness.
Sean Wilkins.
Sean Wilkins.
Face the clerk, raise your right hand. You give an answer check of the court and the jury, the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So let me know. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Sean Wilkins, S-H-A-W-N. My last name is Wilkins, W-I-L-K-I-N-S.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir? Where do you live now?
Currently, I live in Uxbridge, Massachusetts.
Did you travel down here for this trial?
I did, yes.
And where are you from originally?
I'm from Uxbridge, Massachusetts originally.
Okay, so you've gone home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm currently employed as a public safety officer for Bryant University.
Okay, and is that in Massachusetts?
That is in the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, got it. Were you previously a police department with the Chatham County Police Department, or a police officer with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were the years that you were with the Chatham County Police?
If I recall correctly, I started in March of 2021 and ended in July of 2023.
So you've since left the department and moved back to your hometown?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. During your time with the Chatham County Police Department, what assignments or positions did you hold, in order, if you can remember?
Yes. So I started off as a patrolman, graduating the academy. After about a year of service, I applied to the CID, the detective division, and I was granted the position, I believe, in late September of 2022. And then I went back to patrol in February of 2023, where I remained until I left.
Now, you said the detectives division has an acronym CID. What does that stand for?
Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. So you mentioned you got to CID as a detective in, I think, September of 2022?
Yes, sir.
So as of October of 2022, were you working for the Chatham County Police Department as a detective?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you, on the morning of October 5th, 2022, respond to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, did you conduct an interview with the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, I did.
And do you see her sitting in the courtroom today?
That I do, yes, sir.
Can you identify her by an article of clothing or where she's sitting, please?
She is currently in the table to the right of you, sitting down with the glasses on right there.
Witness has identified the defendant. Now, were you first on the scene for the detectives?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were the first detective to arrive there.
That is correct, yes.
Bunch of other police officers, but you're the first detective.
Yes.
And when you got there, what was the first thing you did? Did you walk right up to her and start talking to her, or did you get some background, or what?
No, I did not. At first, when I arrived on scene, I believe I was briefed by Lieutenant Foster, just giving a short synopsis of what the call was about. And then I would say approximately 5 minutes after that is when I engaged in a conversation with the defendant.
Now I'm displaying on the screen a slide from State's Exhibit 3, and I think it is slide 12, although the number's kind of difficult to make out. Do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes, that is me.
That's you wearing the dark colored jacket?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster to your left in real life, but to the right in the photograph?
Yes, sir. That does appear to be Lieutenant Foster.
Now, would this image reflect the approximate time of your arrival at the scene and getting briefed by Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir. That is what appears to be happening. Yes.
All right. So going off of the timestamp, what time would that have been?
The timestamp reflects 10:44 a.m.
Does that sound right to you?
That does, yes.
Okay. And you said it was only maybe 5 minutes after this that you spoke to the defendant.
I would say so, yes, sir.
And where was it that you talked to her?
If I do recall correctly, I had gone through the back gate to where the defendant was at the time.
Are you referring to the swimming pool area, patio area in the back?
Roughly.
Okay. Who was out there at the time?
I would say the defendant, her fiance, Mr. Daniel.
Okay. Did you separate the three of them to conduct your interviews?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ultimately end up talking to all three of them on the same?
Ultimately, yes. I did at one point or another speak to all three, yes.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you specifically about your interview with the defendant. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask her when the last time she had seen her child was?
That I did, yes, sir.
And what did she say to that?
If I recall correctly, the defendant explained that she had gone to bed at approximately midnight that evening. And yes, that is approximately midnight that evening.
And was she putting that out there as the last time she had seen her child, Quinton, I should say, the missing child, sometime before she went to bed at midnight?
Yes, sir. When I had asked that question, I believe I did ask if she remembers putting Quinton down at that time. Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you when she had woken up in the morning?
I believe she explained that she woke up at 9 a.m. that next morning.
So in this initial interview with you, the first detective on scene, she's putting herself in bed around midnight. Last time she saw Quinton was before that, and has herself waking up at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Was your interview with the defendant audio recorded?
Yes, I did use an audio recording device for our interview on scene.
Did you have a body-worn camera at that time?
I do not believe I did at that time, no.
And is that because detectives didn't have body-worn cameras at that point?
Not normally. We did not wear body-worn cameras normally in our uniform.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 5?
That I do. That is correct.
Okay. And do you know what's on that disc?
I believe it is that audio recording from that morning with the defendant.
And have you listened to the contents of that disc, at least in part, to verify that that's what it is?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And does that recording fairly and accurately depict your interview with her at the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as State's Exhibit 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 5 is admitted.
And Your Honor, at this point, I'll publish a brief portion from the beginning of this recording. I'm going to start at the very beginning of the recording, and I'll state for the record when I stop the playback.
So when's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that?
It
Do
was
you remember?
around 12.
12? Okay.
12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that sucks.
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them up too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open. So I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check on my kids, and it was gone. All the rest were there.
all right. It's all right. Take some deep breaths.
And that was actually a 34-second clip that I cut out of the larger file that was admitted, and I'll make it clear for the court reporter and the clerk at some point on a break what portion of the larger file was actually put.
No issues, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Now, did you go to headquarters that day for follow-on interviews with involving the defendant, Daniel Youngkin and Paul Simon?
Yes, I did. That is correct.
And were you paired up with an FBI agent to participate in these interviews?
I was, yes.
And do you remember who you were paired up with?
I do have my report here. If I could look at that just to remember the name.
Sure, if that would refresh your memory.
Yes, I was paired up with FBI Special Agent Taylor Burns.
And who did you all interview of the three?
The defendant's brother, Paul.
Okay. Now, sometime over the coming days, were you asked to submit a request to Verizon for phone records associated with a phone number for a Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, I was.
And did you do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
There's a paper form that we were sent by the cell phone carrier in which I fill out the identifying information, such as the name that the number is registered to, the actual phone number, and I believe a time frame in which the records that we are requesting are needed.
And did you submit that request to Verizon?
Yes, I did.
And did they produce responsive records to you in response to that request?
Yes, sir, they did.
How do they give those to you? Do they mail them to you in the mail or email them or what?
I believe it was an email, sir.
Okay. And when you got those records, did you forward those to the lead investigator, Marion Lemons, who's here in court with us?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Just a few.
Here we go, Mr. Awkward's back.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I was employed as a police dispatcher in Holliston, Massachusetts for approximately 3 years. After that, in 2021 is when I was employed with the Chatham County Police Department for about 2.5 years.
So from like 2018 to 2021, you're a police dispatcher. I guess you moved down here and were
patrolman at that time.
Patrolman at Chatham County.
Yes, and then transitioned into detective role in September of 2022.
Okay. And you were a detective from September and then went back to patrol in February?
That is correct, yes.
I was just curious. That's kind of a short time. Why?
I just didn't feel fulfilled, I guess, at in the detective unit.
So, and then when did you move back to Massachusetts?
So I left the detective unit in February of 2023 and was on patrol. And then I would say in July of 2023 is when I moved back to Massachusetts.
All right. So you've been up there about 15 months, a little bit more at this point in time.
I think that's fairly accurate.
You said you had a conversation with Ms. Simon at the patio area. And I believe Mr. Simon was there, Paul Simon was there, and was anyone else present?
I believe the defendant's fiance at the time, Daniel, was there. I don't remember how close in proximity he was, though.
Any children there?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Any children there?
I can't recall.
Okay. How about any other adults?
There were a few adults. I think I talked to them sparingly after the interviews with the three, but I can't recall their relation to the defendant off the top of my head.
And how long were you on the scene that day? We're talking October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you actually on scene that day at 535 Buckhalter Road?
From my arrival at 10:44 in the morning. I believe we didn't leave, if memory serves me correctly, maybe 5 or 6 p.m. Again, that's a ballpark estimate, though.
So at least 7 or 8 hours.
Roughly, yes, sir.
And when you did leave, my understanding is, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying to make sure I understand. But when you did leave 7 or 8 hours later, it was to go to the police station and conduct interviews, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So it wasn't like you just went home. You were there for 7 or 8 hours, and then you went and did an interview, correct?
Thank you, Emma Oakland,
no
the
downtime
5 gifted membership. Very kind of you. Thank you so
And that's
much.
kind of what I was getting to. Now, while you were on the scene for those 7 or 8 hours, was it an increasing number of people that were arriving on the scene?
I would say more resources had arrived on scene in an attempt to find Quinton at that time, yes.
So the number of people kept going up during that 7 or 8 hour period.
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, is this all of your involvement in the case, to the best of your recollection?
Outside of my initial on-scene interview with the defendant and the interview with Paul Simon and what Mr. Dean had asked me of the cell phone records, in terms of major involvement, yes. After that, I was moved to more of a supportive role, where I was just there to help as a body mostly.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. On the day that you were there on October 5th, did you conduct any of the searches on the house or anything like that while you were there?
Not any of the in-depth searches to my recollection. It was the interviews, conversations with the other detectives that had arrived on scene, and then the interviews shortly after.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dean?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Amen.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
Kiana Robbins.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Step this way, ma'am.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
It's Kiana, Keiana, Robbins, Robbins.
And where do you work?
With Chatham County Police Department.
What is your position there?
Currently a detective.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
6 years.
And did you work with any other police departments prior to starting with the Chatham County Police Department?
No, sir.
What assignments have you had at the Chatham County Police Department before becoming a detective?
I was on patrol for 3 years.
Okay. So that would put you joining the detectives roughly
January
when?
of 2022.
January of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Now, were you on duty as a detective on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Where were you and what were you doing?
I was at the Islands Precinct, located at 54 Johnny Mercer Boulevard, in our detective's office at my desk.
Now, is that a ways away from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, it's about 30 minutes, give or take, 45.
Is that where your office is located?
Yes.
The Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
Is that where all the detectives' offices are located for the department, or are y'all spread out?
That's our main office. We don't have any other offices at any other precincts.
Okay, so the CID offices, if I'm understanding you correctly, are in the Islands Precinct on Johnny Mercer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you become involved at some point that day in the investigation of the disappearance of Quinton Simon?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the scene yourself that day, 5:35 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
When roughly did you go there?
Around 6 o'clock, I believe, that evening after getting a search warrant signed.
Okay, so you didn't go there till the evening, till after the search warrant was signed for your residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, earlier, before that, were you nevertheless still involved from your desk at the Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, were you asked, or did you just decide to run the defendant's name, Leilani Simon, and see whether there were any vehicles registered to her that you could see in your system?
I was asked by the detectives on scene.
Okay. And how did they ask you? Over the radio, cell phone, or what?
Through text.
Okay. So who was on the scene at that point and may have asked you to do that, if you remember?
I believe it was Detective Noble and Detective Wilkins.
Okay. So one or both of them asked you to run her name and see about vehicle registrations.
Yes, sir.
And did you see that any particular vehicle was registered to her?
I believe that there was a Dodge Journey registered to her.
Do you remember the tag number for the Dodge Journey?
Yes, it was TEN9300.
And is that a Georgia tag?
Yes, sir.
One moment. Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
It appears to be a license plate reader from Flock.
Okay, a flock camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it fairly and accurately depict what a typical flock camera looks like?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 6.
No objection, Judge. I've already seen it.
It's admitted.
And may I ask, rather than putting this up on the screen, if it could just be published by passing it to the jury?
That's fine, Judge.
And would the court like for me to do that, or would the court prefer that the deputy do that?
What does the state wish to do?
I'm fine.
Are these photos?
It's just a single photograph.
It's just one picture, Judge.
Okay. So you can-
Thank you. Now, what is a flock camera and what is the flock system?
So essentially, it's a license plate reader that is stationed throughout different areas throughout the U.S. The Flock system is made only public to law enforcement agencies, so you have to have a username and a password through your agency to actually use the system.
And did you have that on October 5th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Roughly how many of these cameras are there scattered around Chatham County? Off the top of your head, I'm not looking for a firm number.
About 300.
Okay. And do you have access to the information from all of those?
Yes.
Do you have access to information from flock cameras in other places?
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
So essentially what it is the agency, say if we're here in Georgia, an agency in California can put us on their permissions list. And then what we can do is just add it or do what we call a hot list, which means say if there's a vehicle that you're looking for, if you have the tag, you can put it in the system and then it'll alert those individuals who are on the hot list. So I would have to say if I'm the owner of the hot list, I can add you as a user to see what the vehicle and where it hits at.
Now, what do these cameras do when a car drives by and the license plate comes into the field of view of the camera?
It just takes a picture of the license plate and the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And are those images maintained in the Flock database that you have access to?
Yes, I think they hold for about 30 days.
Okay. And does it tell you the location of the camera that took the picture?
Yes, sir.
And you can see the picture itself?
Yes, sir.
Does it tell you the time that picture was taken by that camera?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the ability to, after the fact, search for a particular tag number in the Flock database and see what, if any, cameras in the area or in other locations that you have permissions for, the vehicle's tag has been photographed by?
Yes, sir.
And once you had this tag for the defendant's car, Georgia TEN 9300,
Yes, sir.
did you look it up in the flock system?
Yes.
Okay. And you're doing this on October 5th, the morning of, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you see any results of note to you?
Yes, it showed that the vehicle hit multiple times from the late night of October 4th until the morning of October 5th.
All right. And so you were able to look at this and see, gosh, it looks like this car has been out driving around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that information, did you relay that to officers on scene?
Yes.
Who specifically do you remember relaying it to?
I contacted Lieutenant Foster.
Okay. And was he the on-scene commander at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you told him, hey, I'm seeing flock hits late at night for this car.
Yes, and then I sent him a screenshot of my computer screen of the multiple hits on the flock camera.
And how did you send that to him?
Through text message.
Okay. Had you just taken a picture of your computer screen with your phone? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sent that to him?
Yes.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor. You mentioned going out to the residence after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence.
Yes,
Who obtained that search warrant?
I did.
What do you have to do to get a search warrant?
You have to get the information you need from the detectives or whoever's on scene. Essentially type up the search warrant and then submit it to your supervisor. The supervisor then approves or rejects it. Once it is approved, you would reach out to the judge who's on call or who's available. And then at that point, you send them the warrant. Once they find probable cause, and they'll sign it and then send it back to you to Cloud Gavel.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 7.
No objection, Judge.
All right, could you take a look at State's Exhibit 7, please? Is that a copy of the search warrant that you obtained for 535 Buckhalter Road on October 5th?
Yes.
I would introduce this in State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Just one or two, Judge.
Detective Robbins, you secured the search warrant and you looked at the flock camera, and that was pretty much the beginning and end of your involvement in the case?
For the most part, yes, sir.
And did you ever respond to the scene that day or no?
To 535 Buckhalter?
Yes.
Yes, that evening around 6 o'clock p.m.
And how long were you there?
Up until maybe 8 or 9, and then I went to the West Chatham Annex, which is where our property room is located.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
Eugene Foster.
If the clerk can raise your right hand, please. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Step this way, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Eugene Foster. My first name is spelled Yujean. Last name is Foster, Foster.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
I currently live in Statesboro, Georgia.
And what do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm a retired police lieutenant, and I am currently working full-time at International Paper.
What are you doing for International Paper?
I'm a chemical operator.
Okay. And when did you retire as a police officer?
March of 2023, I retired.
And was that from the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any side jobs now in addition to International Paper?
Yes, sir. I guess I didn't have enough to do, so I work part-time at the Chatham County Sheriff's Office as a police instructor.
As a police instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of topics do you instruct on?
I'm a level 3 instructor, so pretty much any topic out there I can teach. I teach driving, use of force, firearms, defensive tactics, legal issues, everything.
Now, at the time that you retired from the Chatham County Police Department, how many years of service did you have as a police officer?
Almost 27 years.
In what departments were those almost 27 years spent with?
Oddly enough, in '96, I started with the Chatham County SO. And then,
the Sheriff's Office?
yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
Chatham County Sheriff's Office. And then I laterally transferred to the original Chatham County Police Department. And then we merged with the City of Savannah Police Department, which became the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department. And then in 2017, we had demerged and I went back with the Chatham County Police Department.
Now, I don't necessarily want to ask you about every assignment that you held during your career as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing it's probably a lot of different things, correct?
Luckily, I was able to do various things.
Did you have, I guess, any experience as a detective specifically?
Yes, sir. For over 7 years, I was in detectives, and I was I was in auto vehicle theft, and then I went to violent crimes. I was in robbery, homicide, and during those 7 years, and I was also for a short period of time in an undercover unit.
And was that with the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Violent crimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dealing with robberies and homicides?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you've been a detective before and did it for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
All right. On October 5, 2022, were you working?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position and assignment at that point?
I was the West Side Watch Commander for the Chatham County Police Department.
And who was your immediate subordinate in that role?
At that time, it was Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
Okay. So it goes Sergeant Stewart, and then next up the chain of command is you, Lieutenant Foster.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you at some point that morning respond to 535 Buckhalter in response to a missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were not the first on scene, were you?
No, I was not.
Who else was there at the time that you got there? And I'm not asking for names, but just broadly speaking, who was there, what was going on?
The initial officer was there, which again, I'm not sure which one it was. I'd have to go back and look. But Sergeant Stewart was already on scene. And when I got there, he started briefing me on what he had already initially found out.
Okay. So you show up and you get briefed by Sergeant Stewart. At that point, do you become the senior man on scene, the on-scene commander?
At that time, yes, sir.
And did you, the story that was given initially was that the defendant had woken up at around 9 and the front door was open, right?
That was what I was initially told, yes, sir.
Did you take a look at that door?
I did.
Can you tell us what you remember about that door, if anything?
I remember actually checking the function of the door and actually opening it and closing it. And I realized that it wasn't something that was easily opened, and it wasn't necessarily a door that was quiet per se. When it opened, it made noises.
Are you describing like kind of a sticky door that you have to pull hard to open?
It required a little
Push
bit
hard
of,
to open, whatever the case may be.
yes, sir. It required a little bit of force.
Did you have any contact with Detective Kiana Robbins? Well, not necessarily at the scene, but while you were at the scene, did you have some form of contact with her?
Yes, sir. If I remember correctly, I got a phone call from her. And while I was trying to assess everything and trying to allocate resources to potentially figure out what happened, I got a call, at which time she told me that the defendant's vehicle was seen on the flock camera the night before, going down Ageechee Road and then coming back down Ageechee Road.
Now, did you do anything with that information once you had it?
Yes. Once I found that out, because I think when Sergeant Stewart briefly told me they had said that they had went to bed at a certain time the night before, I went back to her because then some just kind of got a little feeling. So I went back and I asked her. I said, at any point, did you ever leave the house for any reason? And then she told me no twice. She said, no, never left. I said, okay. I said, could maybe, maybe you went somewhere or anything? She said, no. So once she told me no, that kind of threw up another flag for me. I became concerned about that. And I remember talking to her in the backyard or back porch area. And I asked her, I said, could anyone, you sure you didn't leave the house? And then she said, oh, wait, I do remember I went up, I don't recall the address. It's the convenience store right in front of 4711 Ageechee Road, which is the same mobile home park. She had said that she went up there to get some Oragel. And she said that she went up there and then she tried to show me her phone. And she said, matter of fact, I went up there at such and such time, and it's in my report, and I came back. And I was back home at about 1:25. And the odd thing, because I remember asking her, could anybody have possibly followed you home or anything like that when you left? Because, I mean, you're claiming that somebody came and took your child. Could somebody have possibly, maybe your ex-husband, somebody? She said, no, and that's when she told me about the Oragel. The concerning part about that to me was I've worked that area close to 27 years. That convenience store has never been open past midnight.
Now, did you as a lieutenant have a body-worn camera on that day?
No, sir. It wasn't required not by our policy for me to have one.
And is that because, I guess, as a lieutenant, you're not typically the one out there making first contact with a complainant or a suspect? So you just don't need it like a patrol officer does?
Correct. I'm usually after the fact.
Okay. But in any case, this last conversation that you're referring to, wherein she gave you the Oragel, the Chevron Oragel story or the convenience store Oragel story, was that captured on somebody's body-worn camera?
I believe on one of my officers' body cams, yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as States Exhibit 8?
I do.
Do you know what is on this disc?
This is the body-worn camera video of, if I remember correctly, APO Gormley.
Okay. And does that particular excerpt that's on that disc capture the exchange that you've just described? The asking her again, hey, are you sure you didn't go anywhere last night? And her telling you about this trip and giving you the story about what it was for. Is that what's on there?
It is, because I think APO Gormley was back there with the family when I came up. He was already back there. And I had asked her, I said, in any way, did you ever leave the home the night before at any time and where somebody could have followed you back home and possibly come and took your child? And she said no. And then that's when she came and advised me of the incident to go get Oragel, and that's when she showed me her phone, tried to show me her phone where the track of her phone, where she went, and she even told me exactly what time she came back home, and she was looking at her phone, and she told me 1:25 a.m. I was like, okay.
Now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
When you had this exchange, whether it was captured on Gormley's body cam, this was on the patio in the back pool area?
Yes, sir. It was actually on the back patio, back porch area, right next to the pool.
And was it the defendant was obviously there because she's the one that you're talking to, right?
Yes, sir.
Was her boyfriend or fiance Daniel Youngkin there?
He was, and I believe so was her other children were there.
And what about her brother, Paul Simon? Was he there?
There was a family member. I don't know exactly what his name because I don't remember talking to him. So if that was his name, that it may have been. But I do remember there was another male family member there.
And what was Gormley doing? I mean, you mentioned that this was caught on his body cam. What was he doing back there with the three of them?
He was standing with him because I believe at that point I had already instructed the officers to research the house again, looking for Quinton, just to make sure that maybe he wasn't hiding anywhere or anything of that nature for this type of cases, just to double check.
Okay. And for that, at this point, did you want these three people out of the house so the scene would be secure?
Basically, I had all of everybody who was in the house that was there out just to have the officers go and look for the child.
Okay. And Gormley's back there just kind of keeping an eye on the three of them?
Correct.
Your Honor, I don't know whether I've done it yet, but I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 8.
Mr. Hilliard?
What is it, Judge? I guess it's the Gormley's body cam?
Yes.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, it's submitted.
May I now publish this, Your Honor? Before I play this, can you tell us now that we've got this up, can you tell us to the minute what time this exchange was at?
12:12 in the afternoon on the 5th of October.
Thank you.
Patients for sale. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Big that maybe he could have followed you or something to that effect? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, I'm just, maybe you yourself.
Yeah, I know. I could have got my tooth pulled yesterday, so about 2 maybe. I went to this Oragel, that was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning wise, because I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road right here, got Chevron. I met my friend that I used to work with, and she got Oragel because they didn't have any extra okay when I called.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else that we maybe been followed? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly the time. I'm not actually.
Yeah, we have,
Was it even 2? I was on 125.
At 125?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
And you went where?
Right up the road to next to that Chevron.
Oh, the 40 over here on, right here on.
Right up the road, because I used to work at Bojangles, so I had a girl named Misty that.
I gotta borrow her for the canine.
Okay, give me just a second.
Yeah.
I had there's a girl named Misty that I used to work with that had dental problems as well, so I got in contact with her and asked her if she had Oragel, because when I called Circle K, they said they didn't have any.
Okay, did you notice anybody following you or anything?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you go back out at all anytime of the car?
When I did get back, there was a car, which is why that lady mentioned it, whatever. I was thinking that maybe the car was for people across the street, but it was another little gray car sitting out front of the house.
Okay.
So I was thinking it was for across the street, it wasn't neighbor, so I don't know.
So you said you got home about 1:30?
Yes, it's 1:25 a.m. was the exact time that I got on my phone for almost 12 minutes.
Okay, all right. Nobody followed me, right?
No.
Yeah, Paul.
They're just gonna ask you about.
You mentioned earlier, and I want to make sure I heard you right, that there were, but before she told you about this trip at one, whatever it was, that she had given a time that she went to sleep, and she had given a time that she had woken up. And I think you said that she had twice told you that she didn't leave the house, didn't go anywhere during that time window. Is that right?
That's correct.
Not once, but twice?
Correct.
Now, are those statements captured in this exchange, or are you talking about some other statement she made to you earlier, not captured on camera?
There was an other, and I believe when I first got there, I asked him what happened. And I believe that's the first time when she told me what time they went to sleep. But then on this time, I asked again after I had gotten a phone call from Detective Robbins, where they told me that her vehicle was seen on the flock camera system. That's when I went back to her and said, did you ever leave the house? And as soon as I approached her with it, the first thing she said was no. And then next thing you know, she said it. She shook her head again, and then she went, "Oh, wait a minute, the Oragel." Okay.
Now, I want to move forward in time, long after October 5th, but into later in the eventual landfill search that was a part of this investigation. Now, were you a part of the landfill search?
From the very beginning.
And what was your role or roles, I guess?
I had multiple roles. We were there to set up the initial site to start the search of the trash that was there. I was there prior to us starting the search. We were there getting equipment. Logistically speaking, I was there to make sure the equipment was there, resources, fueling the vehicles, making sure water was up there, bringing food. I mean, I was kind of a jack of all trades on that.
Were you involved in ensuring that there was enough PPE for all the searchers?
Yes, sir. I was part of that along with another individual from the department. We ended up setting up all the PPE in order to make sure everybody was safe while they were going through this potentially biohazardous material and trash.
I'm sorry. And were you there for every day of the landfill search?
I was there every day.
Okay. What were the hours of the landfill search on any given day?
We would honestly, we literally, myself and another lieutenant showed up prior to everybody showing up. We were there at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we did not leave easily until 5 in the afternoon, 5:30 in the afternoon. And the only time I actually left is when we had a uniformed security, a uniformed police officer coming to do security of the landfill site after hours.
Tell me about the after-hours security plan at the landfill.
We usually traditionally broke down about 4:30, 5 o'clock to clean everybody up, decontaminate everybody. And then once all the searchers were bust out, I was the last person there waiting for the relief uniformed officer to come there and sit on the site. That way we had security there at the site 24/7. Somebody from the police department had eyes on that site 24/7 from the time that we started to the time that we ended.
And are you talking about the entrance to the landfill on Little Neck Road, or are you talking about inside the landfill at the search area specifically, or both?
But there was security at the entrance of the landfill, but that was done by the city of Savannah because that was their area. The actual site where the volunteers and the people who were assigned to the search was actually done by Chatham County Police personnel.
Okay. Was the area kept well lit at night?
Yes, sir. We actually had floodlights that came on. The officers were instructed to turn them on when it got dark. Sometimes when we were still there, I would have them turned on before the officer even got there.
And what was the point of all this?
So we could have visibility of the area at all times. That way there would be no chance, any way, shape, or form that area could be contaminated by somebody other than the law enforcement searchers who were involved and police personnel. And of course, waste management personnel that were allowed to be there.
Now, did you pull that overnight security duty yourself at any point?
Unfortunately, a few times I had to, yes.
And what did that involve for you?
Basically being in a marked unit, being in a uniform, sitting there, looking at the landing where the trash was brought to, I hate to say it that way, but trash was brought there to be searched, and looking at the site where they were actually pulling from to bring down to the landing. We had all that lit up to where you could actually see the whole thing.
Do you remember, were you present on the day that Quinton's remains were finally found?
Unfortunately, yes, I was.
And what were you doing at the landfill that day? What were your duties on that day?
Again, based off of the logistics part and setting everything up and all that, while we were there and they were searching, we were actually stationed by, and every time something of significance was found, they alerted us. And then they would bring whatever certain items that they found and took it over to the forensic anthropologist to review.
And was that the last day of the landfill search?
Yes.
Overall, how many days would you say that you were out? You may not remember off the top of your head, but roughly how long did this landfill saga last for?
I remember it was it after previous Thanksgiving? I think approximately 4 weeks. It was a very extended search.
Now, we've heard testimony from Sergeant Stewart and maybe to you from some degree that initially, the initial response to the scene on October 5th,
yes,
that there were search efforts focused in the house and in the areas around the house, the wooded areas, bodies of water, and so forth. Is that a normal protocol, the normal protocol for a missing children's call?
Yes, in the event that we don't immediately find the child. When I was there, I was the incident commander, so we were figuring out what happened from the initial story that we got, just to make sure that we covered all our bases and everything that happened. We initiated a further search pattern out. I had to coordinate, and we started getting volunteers. We contacted SEMA. SEMA got involved. A lot of resources were brought in to try to attempt to locate little Quinton.
Now, when we're talking about young children, the missing child call pertaining to a young children, is it fair to say that the typical situation is the child is just eventually found nearby, either in the house in a closet or something like that, or in the woods 50 yards away?
Luckily, in my experience, very few times have we had a situation where for an extended period of time that we lost a child. A lot of times in situations of children this young, they're usually hiding somewhere. Not to go off tangent here, but I mean, we've actually had one where the child was sleeping under a bunch of blankets, and that's when we ended up finding them 30 minutes later. But they usually are found within the house or within the immediate area of the house relatively soon, luckily. Unfortunately, in this case, it didn't end up being that way.
Now, Sergeant Stewart has testified that one of the first things he did when he got there and got an initial statement was simply send a couple officers into the house to look for Quinton. Based on what you've just told us, does that seem to you to have been a sound approach, at least initially?
Yes, sir, because traditionally when a child is lost, usually the parents or family members are hysterical for the simple fact that, I can't find my child. So they tend not to search as well as a reasonable minded officer would when he comes to the scene and knows what to look for. So yes, that is a normal protocol. Well, let us check the house. Maybe we'll find them. And that's what was initially done.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you.
Lieutenant Foster, how many people were searching at the landfill over the course of that 5 or 6 week period?
Easily between 20 to 30 a day.
And so let's say how many days? 45 days, let's say. So 20 or 30 a day times 45 days. That's a lot of people, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. In and out. And that's not counting everybody else who's coming in and out of the landfill in normal routine business, correct?
Correct. But the majority of the searchers were the same.
I don't think I had a question before you. Did I?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to ask that the witness be allowed to complete his answer.
I don't believe
There wasn't a question.
So, Mr. Hilliard, I'm going to ask that you move on.
So Lieutenant Foster, so there was, I'd say, easily hundreds of people in and out of that place during this time frame, correct?
Not hundreds, no.
Not during the course of these several weeks?
Not hundreds, no.
Okay. Thousands in?
No, not thousands.
Okay. So if you had 20 or 30 people a day times 45 days, okay? Is it the same 20 or 30 people every day?
Majority of the days, yes, sir.
Okay. But not every day?
Not every day, no.
Okay. So it's different people?
Sometimes.
Okay. So that being said, this is a dump, correct?
It is a dump.
And you have a number of people coming in conducting normal business, and you have a number of people coming in conducting searching, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate statement?
That is fair and accurate.
Okay. And you said a minute ago that you didn't think that you were trying to protect against contamination at a dump site with all these people in and out of it.
Correct.
Is that genuinely what you just testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, that being said, at 535 Buckhalter Road, how many people were there on October 5th?
My entire west side, so we're talking 6 to 7 officers, my sergeant, myself, and then once we really started doing the search, command staff, federal authorities. But as far as going into the house, it was pretty much my officers, myself, and then the investigators that I know of.
So I guess it's a fair number of people that day at least. Okay. So now we just watched this little bit of video right here. You asked a question, but what the question that you asked, because that was you asking the question on that video, correct? That wasn't Officer Gormley.
Absolutely.
Right. So it was Gormley's cam, but it was you asking the question, right?
Yes, sir.
And the question that I heard was, you asked if she went anywhere with the kids, and she said no.
Okay.
Okay. Was that the question that you asked?
I asked both. I mean, did you go anywhere? And then I asked, if you watch it again, I asked the second time, did you go anywhere with the kids?
Right.
And she first said she didn't go anywhere. No, was the answer no. And then did she ask if she went anywhere with the kids? She said no.
Right.
And then, if I recall correctly from a few minutes ago, she said that she had to go get some Oragel.
Right. But this was at noon on October 5th, if I'm not correct. Correct?
Yes.
So, now, and I didn't understand because it was a little confusing to me, so correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Dean then asked you if there was a prior statement to this, or if this was the statement that you were referring to. And I wasn't really sure what your answer was. Is this the statement that you were referring to when you said you had asked her if she went somewhere?
Yes, this is.
Okay, so this is the statement. There wasn't some earlier statement. It was this statement, correct?
There was an earlier statement when I initially got there. I, of course, looked around to see where the baby was sleeping and things of that nature. And from what Sergeant Stewart briefed me on, because I asked what time.
I'm not asking you what Sergeant Stewart said. I'm asking if it was your question. If you asked the question earlier.
Yes, sir. If you let me finish, I would tell you. Then I spoke with her.
Right.
And spoke with her boyfriend and asked some relatively same questions. Well, what time did y'all go in? When was the last time you saw him?
All right. Well, let me ask you that. You said you asked her boyfriend. So did you ask her boyfriend or did you ask her? Those are two different things.
Both. They were both there together.
Right. But who answered? That's my question.
They both did.
Okay, so the boyfriend answered.
The boyfriend answered and gave me what time he last saw the child. And she also gave me an answer of when she recalled last seeing.
Okay. But that was the only other prior statement that you were talking about.
That I am involved with, correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean, as to your next witness, is it the witnesses thus far have been relatively short? Are we still in that vein with the next witness as well?
I think the next witness is going to be, I'm notoriously bad at predicting how long, but I think longer than any of the previous witnesses. So I'll leave that information to the court, and the court can plot the way forward.
Okay. I'd like to take up some housekeeping and timing issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow you to take a short break. I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room while we talk about scheduling.
Jury's up exiting.
All right, so we're going to find out some times here. So hopefully what time court will start in the morning might be useful. Is the jury sequestered? No. No, not sequestered.
All clear, Judge.
Thank you, Deputy Solomon. Everyone, please have a seat. So we're at 4:40. I know we want to get as much done as we can. I'm concerned that if we start with the next witness, it may take some time. We can either break a little early and attend to any other things that we may need to let the jury go, or we can push through one more witness.
I'm fine with taking a break, Judge. I'll be quite frank. I'm biased because I have a little bit of a headache. So
I get it, and it's been a long day, but it's been a good day. So we're going to go ahead and break. We're going to start back up in the morning at 9 o'clock. And
9 o'clock.
the jurors actually they have their meeting instructions, and everybody's clear on that. Okay. Is there anything that we need to take up outside of the presence of the jury at this time before we recess?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Judge.
All right. With that, let's bring the jurors back in so we can release them.
We don't need to go to the projector just for this. Yeah, 9 a.m. Eastern. Yeah, 9 a.m. Eastern.
All right, we'll wait for them. Why don't everybody just have a seat until we get a little closer to time for them to come in.
Heck to the projector. He's got a headache from listening to himself. Yeah, he's created his own issue. He just needs to shut up. It's giving us all a headache. So 9 a.m. Eastern, which means I'll go live at 8:45 Eastern, which is 1:45 p.m. my time. So for those of us in the UK, 1:45 p.m. For those stateside, it will be 8:45. Unless you're way west. What time will it be for those way west? 5:45? 5:45 a.m. Pacific. Don't ask me to try and work out what that is down under. I have no idea. What about mountain time? Well, that'd be 6:45. I think 6:45 mountain, 7:45 central, and then
all the jurors are here. Please have a seat.
Eastern.
Everyone else, please have a seat. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a good stopping point for us today. So I am going to release you for the evening. The trial is not over. So I'm going to remind you of my instructions. Please don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't let anyone talk with you about the case. Don't read, watch, listen, or consume any media, social or regular news.
Oh, yeah.
I do thank you for your time, your patience, your service. We will see you tomorrow. You know where to meet, and then you'll be brought here, and we will begin again. We're going to begin at 9 o'clock. That is the goal. All right. I wish you all a nice evening. You are excused.
Yeah, somebody reminded me. They're on we are on a 30-minute delay. So it's actually only going to start for us at 9:30 Eastern. So I'll go live at 9:15 Eastern. That's gonna confuse me for the entire trial. So I'll go live 9:15 a.m. Eastern. So that's 2:15 p.m. my time. And then whatever that is in any other time zone.
All right. And with that, we stand in recess until tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Attorneys, let's get here about 8:45 just to see if there's anything that we need to review.
All right, cool.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night, Judge Stokes. So that was Judge Tammy Stokes. So, very, very quickly, before we go, let's see if there's anything at all. Delphi, update in Delphi trial. 14 jurors have been seated, 12 jurors and 2 alternates, 8 women and 6 men. 1 juror will be discussed Tuesday, may be dismissed. The final 2 alternates will be selected then when jury selection continues. So they're almost there. They're almost there in Delphi. And then Sarah Boon. So I don't know. I was asked in the chat whether if they get all the jurors seated tomorrow in Delphi, will that mean that the trial will start early? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. That will be down to Judge Gull. Sarah Boon. Sarah Boon. What's going on here? Sarah Boon. On a potential sticky note, Sarah Boon's attorney tells the judge she starts her day around 2 a.m. to be transported to court. She won't get back from court each night until potentially 9 p.m. She's worried she won't have any opportunities to shower. They're going to see how it goes. Oh dear, Sarah. To think all she had to worry about was makeup. Now she can't even have a shower. Where on earth is she being housed? Come on now. Oh, it's a laugh a minute with her, isn't it? Yeah, maybe she can skip the hair and makeup and sleep for another hour. How are they doing with jury selection, though? Maybe we're not going to be told. James Owen says Sarah Boon is awaiting at 2 a.m. to get to court. No way. Oh, dear. Sarah Boon wardrobe update. Judge says clothes for Sarah Boon will be delivered to the courthouse. Attorney Owens tells judge we still have a shoe issue. I just looked down. Sarah is in jail slides with white socks. Guess there was a slight wardrobe malfunction. Oh dear. All right, guys. I've been on here now for 8.5 hours, so I'm gonna go and yeah, live again tomorrow at 2:15 p.m. my time. So 8. Oh, it's going to confuse me. 9:15 Eastern for the 9:30 start. All right, guys. Thank you so much. If you've made it all the way through 8.5 hours, I applaud you. So we're going to do it all again tomorrow. Won't be quite as long tomorrow, I don't think. But I shall see you tomorrow. Thank you, mods. I'm going to recruit some more mods as well, so that we've got plenty to go through the trial. And when Sarah Boon's trial starts, I will need more mods for Michelle Walks. So we'll sort that problem out when Sarah Boon's trial actually starts. So thank you all. And thanks to those that donated earlier on in the live stream. And welcome to the new members. And I shall see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.